Court.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us today for our Board of County Commissioners annual retreat for 2026. We have a full day of topics to help get us set up for the year, and we are going to start with a round robin of commissioner priorities for 2026. We've allotted up to 15 minutes each to describe things that are on your mind, goals that you have for this calendar year, or anything else that is of high level burning importance for you. So with that, after we go through these commissioner priorities, we are going to look to Nick to run us through, facilitate us through the remainder of the agenda for the day. But I'll just ask right now for which of my fellow commissioners would like to speak first.
Okay. Oh, thank you so much. What a lovely thought. Okay. Okay, Commissioner Dare here. First, I would like to talk about the courthouse and bring back some history to the courthouse. If you'll recall, Deschutes County was the first county ever to get 2 circuit court judges put into our court system. We needed 3. Why would you ask for 1? I actually had 1,000 people helping me that I talked to at Safeway. I sent overnight packages to Ways and Means. There were 14 people on that committee. Okay, so we actually got that done. And then later, when we needed funding for the courthouse, I took the right friend with me to, we had to make an emergency trip to Salem on a Monday morning at 7 because I was told by Representative Iverson we were going to get 0 funding. Doug had said he didn't know what was going on, but they weren't allocating anything. So I was able to meet with Senator Steiner. She was head of Ways and Means. She walked out of her meeting, asked for 25. We got 15 million for the courthouse. So this is why I'm bringing all of the history up. When we had our meeting with the judges this year, it was really unfortunate because this is my last year as a commissioner. This is my 8th year. There were only 5 judges there. We have 9 judges. Looking back at the record, the meeting started at 3:30. I think that's way too early to start that meeting. I think it probably needs to be started at 5:30 something, so that we actually get to hear from all of our judges. Our courthouse now, we're projected, the taxpayers are going to be putting in $48 million. That's not money that the county's printed. That is money from the taxpayers. And so when we have that joint meeting, I really am hoping this year that we really evaluate and get a day that hopefully all 9 of them and all 3 of us can be at that meeting in order to really find out what's going on with our court system. You know, you've heard the last couple of weeks of our New Year's start. We've already had a couple of murders. Crime is not calming down. And what is that impacting but our court system? So anyway, that's just a suggestion for this year. I really I saved it on my desk from that meeting, and I thought it was incredibly unfortunate that we were missing 4 judges that day. Looking back at it, I'm thinking that setting it up that early. I know they had a new administrator, Zoe, and maybe we can do something that will reach everybody. So that would be my first point. And then taking back to these 9 years, if you will look at your property tax bill, it's doubled. It's doubled the last 10 years since I moved here. I feel horrible about that because does that have affordability at all? When apartment buildings property tax doubles, then what do they have to do? They have to raise the cost for people that are renting. And currently, if you look at some cities in our county, apartment buildings are really vacant. And what do you hear from people? You hear that people are moving where it's a little bit cheaper. They're moving to Prineville and they're doing the commute. So property tax rates really do impact rents and also get building fees. So my next little comment is about our building department. I am really hoping that our building department can provide service, service, service. I think that is so important. This past year, I had a friend who had a tree fall on his roof. He had just lost his wife to breast cancer. And it took a couple months for that permit to be issued. Somehow, when somebody walks in the door, somebody needs to make sure that those people are being taken care of. That was really a sad story. And as I say, Nordstrom's used to have fabulous service. If Deschutes County at the building department can have that same fabulous service, I think it really helps our county building more. Unfortunately, I did bring up that we had 6 homes burn in a flat fire and someone was going to have to rebuild, and this almost $16,000 worth of fees, unfortunately, were not going to be covered by their insurance plan. So I had suggested, is there any way we can do some kind of a break for those people? I just want to put that back out there. Fortunately, it's not like the September or Labor Day fire of 2020, when we had 4,000 houses in the state burned that are still in, some of them are still in process of being rebuilt. It was only 6 Alvin sisters, but if we can help those people more, when you lose your house, you lose everything. I've seen a lot of friends go through it. It's an overwhelming experience, and the more we can do to help those people, the more we know they're going to rebuild and they're going to study in Deschutes County. It's such a positive message to the community that we can step up and maybe do something a little bit differently. So that is one of my other little things. Yesterday, I want to thank Jared Capping from Shepherd's House for not knowing what he was supposed to be talking about, and actually talking about the $225,000 that we contributed to the women and children, the homeless women and children. It was amazing. I was sitting at a luncheon event by someone on their board, and I said, oh, why don't you ask for funding? And then when it all got done, it was a bit last minute. We were actually able to do something so significant. 40 women and children. I'm hoping that we have a boy out at the temporary state area that's been there for a long time. And I'm hoping someone like him will be able to find a home at the women and children. I mean, this little boy, I think he's probably 10 or 11 now. It's just so sad. And if we could get him there, that would be just a good future of making that difference for women and children in our county that need that extra help. So thanks, Jerry, for being confused about what you're supposed to talk about, but definitely it was a great reminder of what a bit of money can do in order to make a difference. And I feel like that money really was incredibly well spent. It started a great process, and if they can add another home to that compound, it will really it will only get better. So thank you, Shepherd's House, for all that you do. Yeah. And I could say the same thing. We've done a lot of funding for Bethlehem Inn. I did just tour the Birch Apartments the other day. They are full. They are making a difference, and they do have rules. And honestly, and they help people. And I think that's where you get accountability. So I want to recognize the work that both of them are doing in our community, do make a difference and bringing that issue down. I did report that our health department gave a fabulous analysis to Dr. Hoppy, the head of OHA, and hopefully we're going to hear back on that. I talked to Jessica. We'll see what happens there. Yesterday, or Monday, I guess it was, I heard about a self-inflicted problem. The Nursery Association of Oregon is going to match funding but they're asking for $750,000 for the Japanese beetle. The call this morning at 7 a.m. reinforced that Umatilla County even has plants that could be incredibly impacted by that Japanese beetle. But according to Jeff Stone of the director of Oregon Nurseries Association, this is like a self-inflicted problem. It was in California decades ago. Why do we not get things under control? So just hoping that this year we'll have some good news on the very short session that is even shorter than we can imagine. But yet it seems like some of the items that they were bringing up, I'm sure Doug's going to address this in a bit, are really items that should possibly be for the regular wrong section in 27. So there's a housing bill brought up. It's 50 acres. It's for low population areas, counties, and I believe this side of the mountain was there, but it was building small homes, but giving them latitude, 1,200 square foot homes for affordable housing. So I don't know if I have that bill number, but I think that's something that we should put on our target list. And then I did have a conversation with the director of Pineville's from County's Veterans Program, and he's actually seeing people from Deschutes County. And I wasn't aware of this, but I just think we need to make sure that our Veterans Village here in Deschutes County is doing the very, very, very best work possible. Service. I guess that's going to be my theme today. So there was service there. And then that little impromptu add-on for our agenda yesterday or the biochar, I'm really hoping that we are one of the selections that we will know by February 5th if we are in the running for that 1.6 million, because that's something that really can make a difference in our county, in our region. And yeah, so thankful that they came to Deschutes County for that, as we tend to be at the front end of things. So anyhow, yeah, no, I am really disappointed that our property taxes have gone up. Talked to a couple people that collect the property taxes, and they hear that from everybody, or not everybody, but they hear that at their little glass window, that people go, you know, what are my bills doing? What are they doing? People don't seem to understand how to extrapolate. When it says it's 59 cents a thousand, you need to calculate what your assessed value is, so that you know how much it's going to go on your bill. People seem to have a really hard time with that. Oh, and then one of the last things I would really love to do this year is get the food in our schools healthier. And I know Holly was talking about doing a pilot project at one of the schools, but perhaps even bigger. We can go bigger than just one pilot project. We give a lot of money to the schools, and I feel like hearing that they still have 2% in non-fat milk on being allowed in the meal program, those two milks have a ton of sugar in them. That's what they've done to take over. And you know, everything practically. If you don't read your labels, so many of our foods have way too much sugar. Looking at processed foods, seeing what's actually allowed in Canada. I brought this up with Janice a couple of years ago. What's allowed in Canada, they are so much clearer on what they allowed to be in their processed foods. What is it? The obesity ratio in America now, I believe, is 40%. We as Deschutes County need to be on the forefront of that. And I'm hoping that we can do something more in our schools and help get our kids healthier. It's really, it's about time. So that's 7, about 10 to me. Thank you.
15 minutes.
Wow.
You have a lot of questions. Staff wants to. And it's on.
Commissioners are certainly welcome to, I mean, ask each other questions if you wish, but that's your choice.
So thank you very much. It's good to be able to kind of paint a big picture of, take a moment, right? We publish the agenda items each week and we're just sometimes just receiving what's going on around us. So this is the moment to be able to take a big picture, look at, where we're headed. We just saw the trash truck, and that reminds me, the solid waste is really a big deal. So leaning into that, citing and those of the land. Our franchise operators, I was expecting more of a, community, I don't know, not outright, but just engagement or response to our franchise discussion, which didn't happen, which is interesting. Both operators are doing their thing and people are scoping out this, the future of solid waste. From our solid waste advisory committee and our solid waste management plan, we're committed to come up with that new location. So I'm very supportive of that. And it's going to be a little bit of a chess game. This is a long-term 100-year vision to try to come up with that location. Obviously, diversion, recycling is a big part of it. But having that location for the future solid waste, no matter what we do, there'll be something.
Somebody might hear me, and they can hear me fine. I just got a text.
Okay. I don't know how the audio works in the room, it's not magic in here, but.
So yeah, everyone wants feedback, but Commissioner Chang thinks a little bit to hear you as well. So.
I'll go check with
we'll
Haley.
check into that.
Hey, maybe have somebody.
You want to sit over here?
Something in the room.
We move forward.
It's there.
It's right
Maybe
there.
because I talk so loudly. So I can start coughing, right?
In spaces between these tables. Okay, well, thanks for listening, whoever's out there. And now I can hear the echo of the room a little bit more. So yeah, as I say, citing that land use in the state of Oregon, environmental concerns. We've really put a lot of history in what we're doing, why we're doing it, trying to reduce the long-term transport of the solid waste. So just leaning into that, as I said, I guess I was getting the concept that it's going to be kind of a chess game because there's players out there that are going to be focused on this and the reasons to not do it or change what we're planning on doing. Their solid waste director moving on again, and I'll start that recruitment. But I'm looking forward to getting serious about leaning into it. So that's that message there. So I got a bunch of items. They're not going to be in any order, but our Core 3 public safety facility up in Redmond, north of 126, coming together. Legislature has provided dollars for that. It comes in next year, about March or April, May, March of next year is when those bonds will be available to spend. So the plan is kind of on paper, and we're starting to figure out what we can do with that amount of money. As you heard me talk about, we are trying to get real serious. Either we do it or we don't do it with a public-private partnership on the site, but also just, for my fellow commissioners in the community here, there's that airport impact zone. So it's kind of like just the bubbles around the airport, and you probably don't want to put housing there. So then if you look at the visionary things, it's about transition land or industrial land. So this could be a good fit. And what I'm referring to is the fact that Core 3 already has a footprint. But there's, land north of it, kind of up to Antler. There's plays going on west of it. Other private property owners that are talking about industrial zoning. So we'll just lean into that a little bit, get real serious. As I said, I don't want to be talking about this a year from now. Either it starts to fall into place or it doesn't. So that's the concept there. We'll all hear about that as a community. And as I say, the vision is this performance track or pursuit track. So the track area could be really interesting for a public-private partnership because deputies, sheriffs, police, state police look for that training opportunity, design track. But also private people would say, hey, I'd like to go out Saturday morning and do my thing with my car. So it could be a great complement to each other, but we'll work through that all together. Another topic, fuel reduction by property owners. I know we're all talking about the biochar came around, there's big grants that are coming through. We've been doing this for 30, 40 years. And Deschutes County, we know that the big wildfire events are very dangerous to us. But leaning into just private property owner opportunities. So my point is the culture of taking care of business.
you know, even if you're an elderly couple on a 1 acre lot in southern Deschutes County, you can go out and cut a branch down once in a while and, you know, work with your neighbors, burn on the weekends when the conditions are right. But I'm just saying, instead of watching it get worse, let's try to make it better. And that's a message to everybody. Because obviously government can come in and do big contracts and do fuel reduction. But the thing I see is sometimes people are like, oh, okay, I'm gonna pay attention to this because somebody's gonna come sooner or later and do something. Like, well, hey, just do something, you know, make sure the needles are out of the gutters, branches are trimmed up, drop some trees that are close to the house, you know, spend a little bit of money, or just have a, you know, neighbor by neighbor support. So I'm just rounding out the concept of what we can do in the community. You know, we have these urban areas, Sisters has taken a lead, but all the cities plus the city of Bend, I mean, wooden fences and vegetation, just the wind puts a bunch of leaves and needles in the inside corner of a fence or the property or inside the corner of a house. Rake them out, bring spring and fall. So that's just a message for us to remember that you know, individuals can take care of a little bit of business on a regular basis, which will just make it better. I want to say thank you to the departments. You know, Commissioner Dare's talking service, and I agree with that also. Obviously, if you want to, and we do a good job with that. You know, customer service is a cultural, foundational culture of Deschutes County. And we know how to do a good job. You know, the road department does a great job with the resources they have to maintain what we have. Special thank you to the retirees. And we had a little, I think Randy Scheid and Eric Monet, but there's other people that retired. And I just missed it. So I was coming and going. It was during the holidays, so I feel bad that kind of missed saying goodbye to a couple of folks that have served with people for so many years. So thank you to those folks. But you know, thank you for all the employees that you know, show up every day and provide that service. And, you know, so I guess along those lines, thank you to administration for bridging everything that we do. You know, I mean, we really have a great organization that communicates up and down the chain, right? You know, and you know, we're out there talking to people. I know there's a commission or a policy front end, but just having those relationships, knowing we are servants. So another topic, economic development. You know, yesterday, Tim Kemp was selected the leader of the prosperity effort in the state of Oregon. He's a long-term senator and representative from Central Oregon. Like that's really exciting. You know, EDCO, Sun River Decline Economic Development, Redmond Economic Development, Sisters, you know, all the efforts in Bend. Diversifying that economy, focusing on economic development, trading sector is just the opportunity to create a product or a service locally, sell it around the country or the state, and make the money flow. So I do lean into that, and it sounds like it's time, right? The federal government's making the HR1, the one big beautiful bill changes, but let's lean into that. We have opportunities. I always think that we do have, you know, retirees here with resources, but then the kids move here, they're becoming kids, and the next generation is just going to need to be able to create that paycheck with some benefits and housing opportunity. So always excited about economic development. You know, homeless policy. We bounced off yesterday about the TSSA, talking about, well, what's the plan? And then we talked about the east side of Redmond a little bit. We're going to have this managed camp open up, which is going to be a subset of people. But at some point, we need to say, you know, it's okay to be here, and it's not okay to be there. And as I say, I don't do it with vengeance or anger, but you know, we've had deaths, we've had fires, we've had really bad things happen out there. City councils are not the same. We're full-time commissioners, really focused. City councilors are also, but I've just seen it's easy for a city council to come to the conclusion, well, let's have them stay over there on county land, which has happened in Redmond and in Bend. And we've got to partner and really make some tough choices. And as I say, I'm not looking for conflict, but it's visceral, it's personal, makes people's heart hurt knowing that other people don't have the same resources or opportunities for housing. So I'm just pointing out that I would definitely like to lean into that a little bit and not just keep taking it. You know, when we end up with you know, the TSSA and the proposal that, oh, well, let's extend it out the end of the year. This is January, and we're talking about extending it already, which means we're not going to deal with some of that direct hard choice issues that we need to deal with. So I would say I don't have the answers either, but you know, let's make sure we're giving that the best effort we can to to fight for the culture of Central Oregon. We want people to have opportunities, to have housing. But if we're half in and half out on the side, we're just watching it get worse. And I've seen that over the years. So as I say, I mean, for us, for the three of us, I the Vantage Camp in Redmond and the TSSA, we need to work together to figure out, okay, what's the right thing for Deschutes County, because we're in a code enforcement case in Eastern Redmond and in TSSA, we're not following the land use laws, this thing that's so valuable in Oregon, but we're like, well, but it may not apply for us for a while because we can't seem to make a decision. So that's just setting the table for how I'm thinking on that. When it comes to land use, we have an appeal comprehensive plan, we have some appeals, and thank you very much for writing that up in the opportunities and challenges that I'm now here too. So, I do want to lean into that stuff, in helping the legislature. At AOC the other day, Brandon Persinger is kind of the land use guy, and he said that this is going to be a breather year. So 2026, in short session, legislature is not picking up big hot topics in the land use world, but that means we can set up for the next year, the long session in 27. What does that look like? As I say, we've got a comprehensive plan that's in an appeal process. We've got these other DLCD enforcement orders that are being proposed. Let's see what we can do this year to resolve that. Put it on the table, point to it, talk about it, take a position, try to move forward with these efforts. It's just classic when we have a hearings officer recommendation of approval in front of us, and then it becomes a situation like there's advocacy that tells us that we're just doing the world's worst decisions. It's like, well, no, we're following the law. We're in the box. We're going down the middle of the road on some of these land use decisions, and we're being appealed. So just something to focus on. Campus planning for downtown. We are going to 5 commissioners. The clerk's office talks about having more elbow room for elections, about that stuff. So I really do support campus planning, making some moves. It may be pretty drastically different, but I support the fact that we need to take a look at that. The dynamics of the front office, just referring to the office space that we have right now, and then helping out the clerk's office and the assessor and the treasurer's office. It feels like that top floor is going to be. We'll need to do something. And I know we're looking at that very professionally right now, but I support that also. Really trying to make some decisions. We may need to spend money. We need to really make some big moves to reconfigure the downtown campus. So. I had a note here about the courthouse completion, excited about getting that done. District attorney, was, you're up for them to have some more elbow room also, right? So same situation downtown campus, but the courthouse is going to be completed later this year. State's going to be able to settle in. VA's office is going to have another whole floor to be able to build out. So I'm looking forward to that. That's just, even if we're not able to add resources, the next FTE or more people there, they still have room to do their job. So I'm really looking forward to that. Thank you, Commissioner. There was moments where you took care of business and said, hey, we need some money for this. And we kept saying it's a $25 million. Oops, no, it's going to be 30. Oh, no, it's going to be 40.
Well, it started at 27.
And we didn't, so I'm rounding down to 25. But it was a $25 million project is what I always kind of think is the starting point. And we totally designed it and made plans during the escalating, steps there. It's just the cost of construction. What we have, luckily, it's plateauing at this point. The road department talks about some bids are coming in a little bit less now, which is exciting, or at least real close to the engineering estimates and not slipping away. So hopefully that escalating construction in contracting environment is flattening at least. We're not going to go backwards. Wages are sticky. People are excited to be able to have those wage increases, and inflation is always a big thing in your community. Another big item is groundwater protection. Southern Deschutes County, we've talked about big plays maybe happening with resources from the new neighborhoods in the city of La Pine. Years ago, the DEQ sat down with the citizens and proposed a goal 11 blanket exception for the area. So a neighborhood that was ready, they came to the conclusion that, oh yeah, let's look into a sewer system, which would probably assume a water system also. we need to set that up so it's a downhill roll instead of an uphill push. There's just no way. And we've done this basically with the urban unincorporated communities of Tumalo and Terrebonne. You know, there's reasons why it needs to happen. And the groundwater area concern issues have come around now, so there's another opportunity. But on multiple levels, there's an opportunity to say, okay, what's the vision? What's the future? One of the visions could be, you know, back in the day when the neighborhoods were platted, they were, you know, a neighborhood, an area, and they all fit together. Now it looks like all of South County, but there's some areas that could be it could resonate where the neighbors are like, yeah, to put in a water and sewer system. Then we could look at putting roads, and obviously the county has been in moratorium on maintenance, but that could be a future discussion. All of a sudden, we have beautiful rural neighborhoods that have paved roads, water and sewer, and those 1 acre lots aren't just down a dusty, dirty path. They're built out a little bit. Obviously, it's hard to do after it's been sold and owned and sold, you know, since the 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, 2000s, all that. But there's opportunities there. The value of those properties can go way up if they had that, you know, environment, or if they had the infrastructure. And a 1 acre property could sure host a house and an accessory dwelling unit. So there's incentives that could be built in there also. So, you know, I support looking at that. We've had Three Rivers area come in and say, we want a water system, we want fire flow for our neighborhood. It's like, okay, well, that's a hook for what could it look like in the future? And water systems are allowed. But we're also talking about the confluence of the Deschutes River, the Little Deschutes, Fall River, Spring River, you know, all that is right there, highly draining volcanic soils, you know, and it looks like groundwater wise right now, so it's just an assumption on my part, not expert. We've had rain, we've had groundwater, so the groundwater is going up a little bit. Seasonally, I don't know, because we've seen this kind of long run down a little bit. But, you know, we do have water still flowing. The rivers have been high. We've had, you know, irrigation district run just last week in COID, which was interesting because, and WinCat's filling too. So it's interesting when you see all that. There's still opportunities to have some discussions there. So, yeah, I think that's it for now. Thank you, everybody, for bringing this all together and take a moment and be able to just have this. Another idea is maybe to, I know we have joint meetings with, you know, city councils, but possibly just having a board meeting in other locations is something that comes up once in a while. So it's just one of those minutes I can hold on to if we ever wanted to rotate around. But I don't know, there has been a lot of community requests for that. And if we do it like today, there's not a lot of people here in the audience. Thank you very much for joining us. So just an idea that if we ever ended up having a board meeting somewhere other than our regular meeting here. Thank you.
I think that there are some people watching.
Oh, yeah.
I'm trying to watch.
Yeah, listening. And it sounds like the audio is starting.
I think we're in good shape now.
It does. It sounds so much better.
Folks can hear you.
Great. Okay. Well, I also am really glad that we have a chance to pull up to the 90,000-foot level for a little bit today and set some strategic direction for Naomi and express what we think are the strategic priorities for this county government and for our community. I would start by talking about housing insecurity. So we know that we have insufficient low-income, affordable, and middle housing in our communities. And this is a problem for a number of reasons. It's a problem for economic development because we do not have the workforce we need to support all of the businesses. It also is one of the foundational driving factors in homelessness levels in the community. And so we have insufficient low-income, affordable, and middle housing. The question is, what is the county's role in fixing that? One of the things that we've done in the last few years that I think has been incredibly important is we have helped to invest in the housing that we need. We've used American Rescue Plan funds. We've used land that the county owns in communities to, essentially subsidize, the creation of the types of housing that we need. And to put that housing within reach for, everyday working people in our community. The big challenge that we face is that, it is expensive to produce housing. You want to build, a townhouse, and a townhouse is generally a more affordable option. It costs you just as much to build a townhouse, to be able to sell it at an affordable price, as it does cost to build a townhouse and, sell it at market rate. I mean, it's the same, the designs are the same, the materials, maybe you use a little bit cheaper materials, but it's really not that much different. And so the question is, if on the one hand, you're building this product and selling it into the open market and charging $700,000 for it, and on the other hand, you're building this product and putting it out on the open market and trying to only charge $400,000 for it. And how do you make that? How do you square that? And I do think that, things like, tax abatement, grants and low interest loans, land donations, discounted land sales have really helped to bridge that space, for hundreds of units of housing that have been produced in our community, in the last few years. I mean, I looked back at the American Rescue Plan investments that we made, and it was, those $8 million worth of investments we made helped to produce, close to 300 units of housing, that, the kind of housing that our community desperately needs. So, if those kinds of investments are, helping to produce the housing we need, the question is, how do we keep making those investments? We've run out of land, to donate to projects in Bend, in the most convenient parts of Redmond to develop, the most connected and accessible parts of Redmond to develop. We still have a lot of land at our disposal in the Pine, and that is great, but the housing affordability needs are especially acute in Bend and in Redmond. So, I'm very interested. I mean, I'm not, I don't have any particular proposals to put on the table, but I'm very interested in figuring out how we can establish long-term funding sources at local level, long-term, stable, predictable funding sources that we can then contribute to local projects. The exercise we went through with the Builders Association to provide those builder credits or the middle housing home ownership opportunities, that was a great concept. It has produced some really strategically important units of housing in communities around our region. I'm thinking back on that teacher house in Sisters that I believe that all of us went to visit. But we only had a couple $100,000 to put into that. What was originally envisioned as a $1.5 to $2 million program ended up being $300,000, I believe. So, how do we create a local funding sources so that we can support those kinds of things? That's just a key question I have for our county. Permanent housing is incredibly important. Is the long-term solution, but we also need to think about the rungs on the ladder to help people climb out of homelessness into those long-term housing situations. In the short run, we need all the rungs of the ladder, and then we need someplace that the ladder gets to. And in my mind, the key rungs of the ladder that are missing at this or underdeveloped are are things like the managed camp that we are going to be developing. And we're going to be operating, hopefully, in Redmond, within a few months. We need, outdoor shelter, we need, vehicular shelter opportunities. We need places for people to be safe. To be able to get good, sleep at night, so they can stabilize their lives, so that they can imagine, envision, act upon climbing up the ladder out of homelessness. We're going to need to think about what we're doing with the TSSA. I don't think that that's a great place to have a whole lot of people outdoor sheltering. But I also acknowledge that we recognize that we don't have other alternatives. The reason that there's 200 people there right now is because they cleared people out of Huddle Road and they cleared people out of the China Hat Road area. And if we don't have places for people to go when we want to close the TSSA, they're going to be scattering up to 200 people to new unauthorized, unmanaged locations all over the county. So we absolutely need to be thinking about that issue, and we need to be part of solving those problems. One particular thing I want to harp on within county government on that subject is I still want Fair Expo to explore contributing to the revenue management in some way, whether it be helping with operational costs, and we were just doing the RFP for operators. And it's like operators are going to be responsible for a bunch of the facility maintenance of the managed camp, then that is an opportunity for Fair Expo to contribute in kind, if not in cash. And one other thing I want to talk about in terms of housing insecurity is manufactured home parks. We all understand that manufactured home parks are they are in more rural areas a form of affordable housing. And we have seen manufactured home parks disappear in Deschutes County over the last few decades with rapid growth, gobbling up pieces of land that can be put to higher value uses inside our cities. So I do think that if you're going to have new manufactured, they are going to need to be on the edges of our city or maybe just outside our cities, adequate infrastructure, wastewater disposal, water systems is a really key consideration in the development of a new manufacturing park. So I don't really picture us being able to develop things far away from community water systems and wastewater systems. But there are some opportunities to do that in parts of our county. And there is this bill where that the governor's office is getting ready to introduce LC 94 that will facilitate streamlined inclusion of lands into an urban growth boundary if you want to develop a manufacturing park. I think we should be tracking that. And I'd like to see the whole county weigh in. I also, digging into that, as I was learning about that bill, I was talking to people at the governor's office about areas that are immediately adjacent to urban growth boundary but are close. We ran into the density issue because, as our community development department has told us, if you want to develop a manufactured home park and you can get the land use approval, you are still bound by the underlying zoning's density. So if we were able to a green light a manufactured home park a quarter mile from the UGB on RR10 land or MUA 10 land, we would still be stuck with MUA 10 density, meaning one mobile home per 10 acres, which, you know, the whole point of a manufacturing park is using land efficiently, you know, higher densities so that you can make the overall cost to the people there more affordable. So uh, there's a legislative analyst at the governor's office who used to work for DLCD, who said that may not require legislation, that may be something that can be accomplished through rulemaking. And one of the ways to get rulemaking like that going is for us to initiate, us to sponsor, to request a rulemaking. Rather than just telling the LCD and waiting for that to get to it. If we put that request forward, we can possibly bump it up in priority for DLCD to complete that work. So I'd like us to explore that as well. Spend a lot of time with housing security. I also wanted to talk about solid waste. And maybe, you know, echo some of the points that have already been made. We absolutely need the land in a landfill sites. We also have a lot of work to do in terms of securing reliable water, mitigating impacts, in order to be able to get to a viable operation, something that can actually not just own, but build a landfill on and operate. So there's a tremendous amount of work for the county to do to advance that work beyond just finally purchasing a site. And we need to keep our eyes on that. I also want to talk about facilitating defensible space agreements. And to hone in on topic that my commissioners mentioned. Dealing with the waste from defensible space agreements is a bottleneck. It is expensive. It can cause smoke if you're burning it. It can escape if you're burning it. You know, the 2025 fire season, you know, in the first month of fire season 2025, I was talking to somebody from ODF and they said half of the wildfires that have started so far in this wildfire season were from escaped pile burns in people's yards. People trying to do the right thing, get rid of fuels on their land. But you know, if they need to monitor a pile for, you know, 20 hours to make sure that it fully combusts, it doesn't escape. That is maybe something that is beyond the capacity out there of many landowners, and it is a big concern. So, smoke, you know, fire risks, the time that people need to spend, and then, you know, if it doesn't leave someone's property, one of the great possibilities is that it's going to our landfill. And you know, our fire-free days, it is amazing that people are bringing tens of thousands of tons of material that they clear from their lands to make their homes safe to the landfill during the fire-free events. And it is a tragedy that we are mining that material, just having them mine that material right on the edge of the landfill and pushing it straight in there, underground, uncompacted. And consuming space, you know, precious space within our landfill that ties to the expiration date on that landfill, on our final cell. So I sort of mentioned this in the past, but something I very, very specifically would like solid waste to provide for us is an avoided cost analysis. So for every cubic yard of space that we take up in the landfill, I want to know what that costs us. Because if it's material that doesn't have to go in the landfill, then that's what it's worth to us to divert it from the landfill and to put it into buy a charter range or to put it into a bigger composting facility or, some other disposal strategy that we haven't even thought about yet. But we need to understand the value of diversion. And then we need to factor that into our decision making about what we're doing with this waste material and how we can, again, make it easier, safer, cleaner, cheaper for landowners in our community to dispose of this material so that they do more of them. We don't have that much time, but I'll just mention that on South County groundwater quality concerns, I am very excited about some of the new tools and opportunities that the reforms of the groundwater Quality Protection Act have provided to us in the last legislative session. Those are things that we can lean into, but they will require work from the county. It's not something that we should just expect the state to find their right for us and do for us. And we are going to have to do a lot of work to realize those opportunities and to get those goal like exception type opportunities for parts of South Shoes County. Health services. We are witnessing federal funding chaos. We are the amount of Oregon Health Plan enrollment is going to go down. The amount of money that is available to reimburse for services that we provide is going to go down. How we make up for that, how we continue to provide service to people who need it in our community and keep them from someone who has, moderate mental health challenges from becoming a person with severe and persistent mental illness. And how do we do that is going to be a huge challenge for us this next year. I have no answers, but I know that that's something that we need to focus on. Commissioner Adair mentioned the behavioral health administrative burden issue, and I would like to make that a legislative or advocacy to the governor priority for us this year. If we can't get more money, then we can at least figure out ways to use the money that we have more for service delivery and less for reporting and paper. Like that, I'll wrap up my things. Those are some of the things I would like to focus on this year. And we move on to the next items on our agenda. Take it away.
Great, thank you, commissioners. We really like to start the day with your priorities. It's so important for us to listen to start. That's such a great starting point. And just for everybody's benefit, today is about the beginning of our budget development process. We listen to your priorities. We listen to and we will discuss departmental priorities. And this becomes the driver for how we begin to create a budget to implement your priorities in the year ahead. So it's a really important time. And so I just like to kind of after you set your priorities, and then we'll discuss departmental priorities and some of those transitions in a few moments. After that, then we'll talk. We'll ask the board to identify which departments, up to 4 departments today, to invite to come and talk in a bit more detail about specific issues, be it budget, service delivery, all of the topics you just mentioned. Which departments would we like to visit with this afternoon? We'll take a brief break at about 10:30. We'll kind of see if maybe we break a little bit early, and then at 10:40. Jen Patterson is here, our strategic initiatives manager. We'll have the district mapping position assignment, and then we'll talk for about 20 minutes about the county commission expansion, what that means, what that looks like going forward. we'll have Doug Riggs join us to talk about, we'll talk about committee assignments. So, giving the board's priorities. Are there any changes you would like to make in the assignment, in the committee assignments that you each serve on 10 to 15 committees? A lot of people don't know that. I think in county commissioner, you set policy for the county, you adopt the budget, but they don't recognize how many community and regional and statewide committees that you serve on. So we'll visit that. We'll have that discussion for about 20 minutes. Following that, we will have a legislative update with our lobbyist, Doug Riggs. Jen will help us with that as well, as will Doug Riggs for about 45 minutes. We'll have our lunch break, and then we'll meet with those departments that we have identified here this morning. After we meet with departments for a couple of hours, then we'll take another brief break, and we'll check in with the board to see, based on everything you've heard today, from the priorities you just established to what we've heard about from the departments here in just a few moments, as well as meeting with them individually based on what we hear about the legislative activities that are coming up. The board will have the opportunity to decide, do you want to keep the goals and priorities that objectives you've had in the past, or would you like to see some changes in those? And then that will conclude our day. But of course, that is just then the beginning of the process for departments to then to begin to implement your priorities with their services and their priorities in our budget narrative as we begin to create the budget going forward. So today, again, just to finish where I started, today is such an important day to identify what the priorities are that we're going to budget for in the year ahead. With that, I am going to jump right into the next topic that we have in your packets, and of course posted online for everybody to see. Our narratives that departments have provided to us, challenges and opportunities by department. We can certainly dive into those and discuss those in more detail. I just wanted to provide a couple of high-level overview comments to get us started. And I think these reflect a lot of the comments that you've discussed. You talked about the 90-foot level. Maybe this is even a higher level than that. Just my big broad brush look. But yeah, I think this one was certainly in my packet. It was just handed out for all of these. But one of the biggest issues that you discussed and we're hearing from departments in the narratives are the fiscal challenges across all the departments. Departments are continuously evaluating opportunities for efficiencies. What can they do to continue to sustain a high level of services to the extent that they possibly can, with either actual or potential reduced with reduced funding and sometimes it's state funding. Some of these have been ongoing for many years, such as with the assessor's office, assessment and taxation. Others, well, and some have been ongoing and they're more pronounced now, such as those with community justice. And then we have some of the new funding challenges that we're hearing about from health services. And some of you mentioned that, as well as the road department. Their narrative really described some of the issues they're challenging. PILT has not been, payment in lieu of taxes, for those who are aware of it, has not yet been reauthorized. So there are some real challenges there. Ongoing inflation is continuing to have an impact across the board. And all of these that are happening at the state and federal level, as we experience across our organization, flow downhill to the counties, to the services that we provide to our residents. At the same time, in some cases, if not in all cases, the growing population, the changing population is also creating additional demands. The district attorney's narrative really did a nice job of talking about, and Commissioner Garrett did as well, just the number of cases, for example, that the district attorney's office is experiencing. Health services, increasing demands with their clients. The assessor's office talks about, and Scott has done a tremendous job, as we've heard about for the last 25 years, with basically the same staff and continuously monitoring to the maximum extent possible, to continue to provide those great services as the region has grown so significantly. And it sounds like, now are we at the point, there's just not anything more that can happen without additional investments. Justice Court with the photo traffic enforcement in Redmond, that's going to create very significant demands for them. Now, it may come with revenues and it likely would and likely will, but those are significant demands that they're going to experience. We heard from some departments here and we all hear about it on a regular basis. This is not a criticism, it's just a fact, but we're all processing significantly more public record requests. Well, that requires time by staff, it costs resources to produce those documents or those recordings or whatever the case may be. I think it was the district attorney's office again that has mentioned that, and we've heard that from several. And it's a big demand. Yesterday, the board heard, and we experience this on a regular basis, cybersecurity. That's an investment we just got to keep making over and over again because of what it can do to all of the services and the people that we serve across the organization. Certainly the Board of Commissioners expansion. Again, we'll talk about that more in a little bit. That is going to require resources from us this year to plan for that and then to implement that going forward. Some departments mentioned, how much they really do support, and they've been really involved in the wage equity study. It's so important to adequately compensate staff with our comparables and make sure that we're doing so equitably. At the same time, department heads recognize that there are very, very real and significant budgeting gaps across the organization. There are also additional regulatory changes. Again, I'm not weighing in one way or not, one way or the other, whether they're good or not, but we must comply, such as the recycling modernization. There's just a lot of stuff that we're continuously monitoring. So there are a lot of challenges. The department's also identified opportunities, continuously looking for opportunities, as I mentioned, for efficiencies, and they're doing a great job with that. And at the same time, we're going through really significant changes and transition as an organization. I mentioned this recently. I'll mention it again next week with Leadership Bend. But if we just look back 6-7 months ago, and then we fast forward here for the next year, we have new department heads for our two largest departments, our health services department, 400 FTE, and our sheriff's office. Of course, we have gone through a couple of transitions, almost 300, of a ballpark 300 employees. So two of our largest departments, human resources, our department that literally touches every department we have in the county. So those were three this last summer. Now we have Farron Expo. Thank goodness we have a fabulous candidate coming on board here in just a few weeks. Thanks to Eric for serving in that interim capacity, learning new skills every day and new topics. And it's one of those departments that it's just not the administrative oversight that we would provide to other departments. It's a very, very different department with significant demand. So we're lucky, but that's going to be, again, another big transition for Farron Expo. And as we know, the solid waste department will, we have those interviews coming up soon.
When exactly are they coming up?
We have the first round of those interviews at the staff level a week from tomorrow. And then those are on your calendar for February when we have the finals. So we're interviewing 6 candidates, and we expect it to be likely 3 or 4 that we'll have panel interviews with the Board of Commissioners next month.
February 17th.
Okay, I was going to say, I looked at you and you looked like you were going to say something. So thank you. That's super helpful.
17.
And our assessor has announced that he's not going to run for re-election. So we know we have another transition there. And that's a big transition. He's been in that office for a long time and providing, again, a really, really great service for our organization. We'll talk more about that as well. As the other big piece that is mentioned across a number of the departments, and not all, but I'm just, you're aware of these, but we're continuously looking and re-looking at space for health services, both in Bend and in Redmond in particular. And Holly and her team are really doing a fabulous job looking at all of those options and opportunities. Thinking about how and when to implement the public safety campus plan. That's, of course, primarily our sheriff's office, but also community justice, 911, and then facilities and property are all incredibly involved in that, as is finance. They have to be involved. So as we think about the public safety campus plan, completing the Farron Expo market analysis, and I'll just refer to it as the campus plan. They support the Farron Expo Center. That is in process. It's been paused while we have had the resignation of our Farron Expo director, and we have a new one coming on, but that'll be a priority. And it's mentioned the opportunities for Parent Expo. And how to pay for it. The downtown campus plan, that is in process now, and of course, that addresses everything from the space needs of the clerk's office to other uses in our downtown campus, about 15 acres. We haven't had one in the past, thinking about everything from access and wayfinding, how people move around the campus, to space needs, design, parking, all of those really, really important pieces that we look at together. So there's a lot that departments are tackling, and as administration, we get to be involved in all of it in some capacity. Generally, Eric, Brittany, and I are either directly as we work with departments, or we are together as we coordinate with departments on each of these. So at a very, very high level, I just wanted to paint a very broad brush of what I read and what I experienced as I reviewed the department opportunities and challenges. I'm not going to put Eric Whitney on the spot, but if there's any themes or anything you would like to add that maybe I didn't touch on, or just anything else, please do so, because you also spend a lot of time with all of the departments, just like I do, and a lot more time with some departments that I don't. So I just wanted to see if there's anything that you would like to share before we turn it over to a broader discussion.
It's one comment is going to seem a lot more, and the importance of the collaboration among different governments. When I started my career in Phoenix, this idea we were good at that one department, and the department was focused on like service delivery, and then became really important for that interdepartmental collaboration, because problems were more complex and took more than one department. And really the last 5 to 10 years, we were seeing the importance of that intergovernmental collaboration with the cities, other counties, the state, and the federal government. One note for me.
Great.
I think just being in the role of overseeing IT, I think we're continuing to see it from that shop talking yesterday. But the importance of the work that they're doing in that department, not only cybersecurity, but also with AI, just really making some really smart investments, looking at what we can do to support departments in being efficient and being able to free up staff in a lot of ways by leveraging the resources we have. So I continue to be really excited about what I'm seeing on the IT side, in terms of IT coming alongside departments to understand the operational need and to support that, and really to get creative in what we can do. And I think I'm really excited to see what the next year holds in terms of continued work in that space.
Yeah, thank you.
Can we have a request here? I think that I hear from people, people all around me are telling me about how AI is helping to do their job better, faster, better, more efficiently. And if IT is dedicating some time to thinking about that, supporting our departments with their transition, I would love a little help with trying to figure out what AI can do for us. Because that like people are suggesting things to me. Oh, you can have AI write your speech. Maybe I can train AI to speak in my voice about exercise and things that I want to over time, but that's going to take a while, and I'm not really impressed with what I'm seeing when like constituent communications. I mean, if we get 50 emails about something, and I could set something up to, like, even if I'm the one who writes the response, if I can set something up, it's like, okay, here's all the emails you got about this, here's all the addresses, you write the thing, and I'll send it out. I mean, that there are ways that AI can, function as an assistant to us in some ways. Really exciting. I mean, it's way more important, to figure out something that's going to help us to get 300 people. But, you know, that's a first thing, everybody, there's, you know, they're learning, the IT is learning things along the way. I think might be a little bit quicker.
Sounds good. Thank you.
So we have about 5 minutes left in the first part of this agenda item, and that's where I want to hear over the commissioners. Anything that you saw that we didn't mention, or any questions for us about departments that we can answer before we move into having the board decide which departments to invite to visit with here in a couple of hours.
Yes, looking at the challenges and opportunity memo, it just reminds us that we are in a spot where we're managing growth still. I think we always have to appreciate that. I mean, we could be on the flip side of it. Some jurisdictions are where it's flat or even go backwards. So we're in a positive spot, even to manage the, you know, the development pressure, the housing needs, expanded economic activity. So we're still a growing county. This is, you know, that's the big message that I see here. Yes, we have needs, but these are good needs to have with, you know, just the resources and the space needs and the next FTE. Obviously, the revenue is relative to our needs is not in a trajectory that's going to cover a lot, but we're in a good spot having managed it. So just an observation.
Not because there's something specific I want to grill them about, but I think there could be value in having solid waste. Join us this afternoon, with Tim's, you know, departure, retirement, you know, imminent. It would be great to just kind of have it down going for us. The 90,000 foot level for solid waste, you know, what are the key priorities? What's the sequencing of some of the big things that are going to be happening in the next year or in the next couple of years? I mean, all these waste diversion things that we want to happen, but they, you know, one site depends on the other side, depends on the other side, and it would be, you know, I've been thinking I wanted to ask Tim before I, you know, just before he heads out the door, you know, like an overview like that, but we could do it all three of us, commissioners.
So you know, talking about the departments when you're from today specifically.
That is what we're talking about.
Yeah, we can.
We spent an extra $5,000 to get an answer back about which side the analysis of that side, and what are we hearing from that? It's gonna be February soon.
Yeah, a great question, and what Tim shared with me just a couple of days ago is that work, Parametrics is completing that work now, and they're scheduled to have the big meeting in April with Solid Waste Advisory Committee to reconvene. And he can talk more if we invite, if he's one of
They're
them,
gonna
he
meet in
can share
April?
more detail about. I think they said it was quite the study that they had to go out to the property and evaluate the soils and.
Right, but
You
we
can-
put an extra $5,000 so we can have it done faster. I didn't think it was gonna take till April to get an answer.
We can ask him. I'm not recalling exactly what, where everything is with the evaluation with.
Right. I mean,
Yeah.
okay, I thought it was somebody different than Parametrics that was doing some.
Oh,
Wasn't that
the
a,
appraisal, oh, the appraisal.
yeah, there was an appraisal being
Maybe I-
done at that side,
Okay,
and we paid an extra $5,000, and we
Okay.
were supposed to get the answer back sooner. And it's now almost February.
okay. So this is for the paying for the site, which is different. Okay.
Right.
So we can follow up on that as well.
Yeah.
Who is prepared? Okay. Because there's the appraisal for the property, right? And then there's the evaluation.
Yes,
And they're probably linked, but let's
I
start
know,
that way. That's great.
it'd be done before April, I think it should be on our schedule. I mean, they should be meeting in February, I would think.
Okay,
And
we,
Parametrics has gotten all these contracts, so I would hope that they would be performing as quickly, because as Commissioner Chen said, we are on a time crunch.
we are indeed.
So yeah, for specific discussions we had this afternoon, I'm going to invite the sheriff again, just hear how it's going, how it's doing, Getting up to speed with being the sheriff and, yeah, just, say hi to the sheriff, basically. Is that sir, Scott Langton, I do support the fact that we need to be able to defend the appeals and work hard to go to the next technology, so just talk about that a little bit. And then Holly Harris, our health director, maybe with your deputy directors if they want to come in. And all three of these are just to really just compare notes, learn the priorities, see what we can advocate for, see what the budget looks like from their point of view, knowing that we are where we are, and, what are the highest priorities. And I support solid waste discussion and say that's common for all of us.
If we're having health services in tomorrow for the mid-year budget meeting, will that cover some of what you're interested in today?
Well, as I say, for the sheriff,
If we're gonna have them tomorrow, then maybe we focus on another department.
so for the sheriff and the health director both, it's more just sitting down in this environment, just saying, how's it going? What have we learned? Congratulations, where are we gonna go from here? So it is just kind of that little bit less, less focused report and just comparing notes.
No, I think it's a great idea. And the fact that we hired people internally for those two positions is really outstanding. It does make such a difference, doesn't it? Ty been here working forever. And, Holly's been here a long time and she definitely knows what's going on with the state. So I think it's good to bring it today.
Like I say, just give me a little bit less focus in, focused environment to be able to hear things.
Is that all the last week?
Hopefully, we could even have in 20 minutes rather than 30 minutes, but it's whatever you prefer, or we can certainly extend it as well. It's completely up to you. If there's another.
So the only other path that would go down is, downtown campus planning, but we can do that in focus meeting anytime. That's not the same as, congratulations, how did it go, what can we do to power you, opposed to, okay, here's a plan, here's the resources we have, and this is the seats we need, that's a little bit different conversation.
Or just some of these discussions a lot less external. External, local, national, state dynamics and make any difference.
And I do know that the process to create the plan has a couple of really important check-ins with the board.
Yeah.
That are scheduled and are coming up. I don't know if they're coming up on the next month, but not much beyond this spring. I think there's the first big check-in before they move forward with any other key parts of the plan. So those are built into the schedule.
If there was, if we haven't built on the slot that we were discussing, if there. Two of us mentioned like groundwater, groundwater quality protection in South County. It's a concern, and I do want to know what they're going to do about these new opportunities and tools that are provided through the new legislation. And also be able to be good to understand what they're thinking about doing with or what they anticipate doing with revenue from the sale of one of the new great neighborhood quadrants. I know that money is sort of programmed in certain ways, but there hasn't been very much money in this account, so it's time that I'm in a commissioner, so it'd be interesting to hear, within the infusion, what they contribute those funds.
And this is for us to be able to compare notes too, because that would be policy choices all along the line there.
Peter I just sent me within the last 48 hours, the groundwater monitoring report. I haven't had a chance to review it. There's some good information, so I think there's going to be some fresh ideas and comments in there. And so my suggestion is what we do is we invite the 5 departments, and some may not take the full 30 minutes, and maybe others take
Or
the
they
full 30
take
minutes.
45.
But we can still allocate that within a couple of hours, and maybe it goes to just beyond that. But let's do that. Let's proceed with those. Does that sound good to the commissioners? Invite the 5 departments: health services, the sheriff, a solid waste director, assessor, and community development.
Sounds important. Out of our 22.
Out of our 22.
Okay.
Great.
I like the ground.
What about the veterans?
Yeah, great.
I would like that to be addressed.
Okay, and Eric is looking into that, and we can talk about that. Do you have any comments now or not yet?
No, I'm gathering information and I'll email.
Okay,
We can even, like, we've got, scheduled in there, like. Lunch 20, 10 minutes early and.
Sure.
And through part of the presentations.
Okay, yeah, could we have that report really possibly, because I mean, I stopped my inbox, it's busy for days here, traveling,
Yeah.
sailing and stuff, so if we could have that, just flip through, having my hands today, it'd be great.
you bet. We'll invite Peter and hopefully Todd Cleveland's available today as well, but it was beautiful, clear days in winter. He could very well be in the field, but we'll do what we can to ask Peter to come with Todd and bring the report. Peter is certainly knowledgeable about it. He authors that report with the team, so we can certainly do that.
Even printing copies at
Mhm.
lunch, just flip through it.
Couple Great. Okay, we can
hours.
we can get that. It's 10:27. We're right on schedule for a 10-minute break here at 10:30. Anything else that we can answer about departments or departments you're inviting? Anything else that we can do before we take our first 10-minute break? And if not, that's okay. We can take a bit longer break. It's your call.
So just a good thought, going to Salem the other day, AOC Legislative Committee, talking to Senator Broadman in his office yesterday morning. And the biennium, the next 5 years are gonna be kind of a flat fiscal environment in the state. They're talking 5 to 20% cut planning, they're not sure what they're gonna do, but having options right now, so. I mean, if anything else pops up, as I say, we're gonna talk to some of the department heads and elected officials here right now. But that's the environment, it's not this short session, it's not even next biennium, it's gonna be 2 biennium plus this year to calibrate what's going on from the federal government through the state to our local resources. So I mean, that is big picture that the world's gonna be a little bit different here in the next few years. It's gonna be a lot different.
One thing that I should have refreshed. My commissioners got this a little bit already, but working with Commissioners John Jefferson and Klamath counties on the 97 safety investment vision package, and I know that that's still out there. It'll be, we worked on like a legislative briefing paper that I believe will come to all three commissions in the next, few weeks or month. And seeking sign-up, and then we can start to work on both the state legislative level and federal legislative level. To advocate for those investments in highway 97's a lot of money. But there is, at the federal level, there's a service transportation package that Congress is supposed to be working on. So that is an opportunity for us. Somewhere in all the turmoil around state transportation funding discussions, I think there's probably going to be some opportunities for people to start to put new major capital construction projects on the table. I think we should be right at the front of the line when that starts happening. Actually, on the federal front, I'll mention, at NACO, I have sat on the public land steering committee. I'm one of the vice chairs, and I think I'm going to step away from that so that I can join the NACO transportation committee for the next year or so at least, so I can track that federal service transportation more closely. That means that the attention I've been giving to pills, health reauthorization, I've been trying to go to the public fly-ins each year. I don't picture doing that this year. So one of my fellow commissioners is interested in engaging when they go in that way. And then I think last year it was in the fall. technically the helpful in, but if they happen to be authorized in this
It's in
season.
September.
Yeah, if they happen to be authorized again this year, then maybe it'll be sooner. And there is the legislative meeting, the regular legislative meeting in DC coming up in February.
Commissioners, it's 10:31. Let's take a quick break, but before we do, I see a lot of messages flying between a couple of departments. And I don't know if those impact whom is it available to come? It's not, so we are in good shape. Let's take a 9-minute break and we'll reconvene at 10:40.
Looks like we have some guests.
We do have some guests and we're glad that they're here. Thank you. Welcome.
was more committee that. Withstand. I was going to be the initiatives manager, going to give a quick background and then turn it over to our guest here. Ballot measure 9-173 was approved by voters in November of 2024, which expanded the board of county commissioners from 3 members to 5 members. The 2 new positions will be elected at large in 2026 in addition for an initial 2-year term, which begin in January of 2027. The commissioners have been meeting over the last year and a half to discuss whether or not to turn them from at large or have the opportunity to go from at large to districts. And a majority of the Board of County Commissioners voted to initiate a committee to draft a district map for voter consideration for having district positions. The District Mapping Advisory Committee, called the DMAP, convened at the end of August and met 10 times between September and November, drafting a district maps. Ultimately, they drafted map C with 5 districts in there. And as part of the recommendation with putting this before the board for consideration was to number the district maps for county commissioner positions using a random process. So we are here today to assign those position numbers using the random process. And we're very lucky to have a class from Central Oregon Community College. It's Judy Stiegler's class. The state and local government. So I'd like to turn it over to our guest, Judy Stigler, the professor, and we have Carson Zimmerman and John Kaplan to go ahead and draw a position. And we are using a bingo ball that has ball bingo. I don't know actually what it's called, a bingo cage with balls 1 through 5 in there to do the random assignments. We are just going to go in order A through E for the first one that comes through the chute will be for position number 1, etc. With that, I'm going to turn it over to let Judy introduce her class a little bit and what she teaches, and then we'll allow John and Kirsty to get down to business.
Right. Thank you. Thank you for inviting us. As I teach state and local government up at Central Oregon Community College, and it's a great class. My goal is to have them learn all about different aspects of government at the state and local level, and to understand, quite frankly, that these are the governmental entities that impact their lives the most. So I hope that they exit the class is that they have a better understanding of the where's and why fors and all of the above. And I was lucky to have 2 of my students agree or be able, I guess I would have had others agree because of class scheduling and things like that. I only got 2 of them, but that's better than none. So with that, I will turn it over to Carson and John.
Carson, I'll be drawing for District A.
And it happens to be sisters?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Just for a little clarity.
And then that'll be Commissioner C.
Fine.
You can just put it on the side there, yeah.
I am John, and I'll be drawing for B, which looks like it's in second thing.
I mean, east side?
I believe so, yes. And for B, seat 1.
Then doing District C, which is the Pine and surrounding areas. That is Commissioner seat 4.
So, John again, for E. It's also in second, that's less.
Western 97.
Yes. And for the Bishop seat 2.
Last
So
but
is
not
that
least,
I know, I was just gonna say.
last but not least,
Define it. So,
C3. District E in Redmond is C3.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
Just so everybody understands the repercussions of that. The seats that are running this year are seats one, uh, 1 and 3 and 4 and 5. But 4 and 5 are going to have to run again in 2028.
Yeah, 2 years.
And C2 will be on the ballot in 2028, so. Pretty interesting.
There you go.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We started having flickering issues there.
This is
Brand
bad.
actually.
Yeah, and it was not from this, because this wasn't flickering. It was only flickering up here.
Yeah, is it still doing?
I only saw it.
That's really weird.
Yeah, it's still recording.
concern, but.
It was divine intervention.
We have just unmuted and
Yes,
we're recording.
yes.
Okay, commissioners, we are just a couple of minutes ahead of schedule for the next topic at 10:55 County Commission expansion. And so we have allocated about 20 minutes for this. What Whitney and I are going to cover at a very high level is that we're in the process of beginning the budgeting process, of course, for the commission expansion, which includes, of course, the space as well as the operation and personnel costs associated with that. So we'll touch on the space and the time frame of what that looks like, the budgeting. And then the third piece that we're gathering information. We don't have the specifics of it yet, but is the really big and important onboarding process for the new commissioners.
So just note that just, we did just go through a process of assigning seat numbers to districts, 5 seats. 5 districts. And this is only a proposal, right? So we're just not separating the two, this is for people listening and following. Next year, May 19th, there'll be 4 seats on the ballot, but we don't have a district name.
This year.
Yep, I've done that a few times. I know it's 26, but I keep thinking next year. This year. And this is a separate process. So all I'm just acknowledging, there's 2 different things. The names that'll be on the ballot will not be by this proposed district map, and the proposed district map isn't even officially on a ballot yet. So just trying to make sure we understand, and people that are following this 2 different tracks.
Exactly.
And this year, thank you very much.
Well, just listening.
I yeah, months.
May 19th, it must be Kevin's birthday.
Okay,
Well, so yeah, this work product is a proposal that's separate than going by, and it'll affect it, but this is a different distinction.
Exactly. Thank you for the clarification. I think our listeners and those in the room will appreciate that clarification. Great. So Whitney, can I turn it over to you to talk about the space in terms of what that might look like and then the timing of that process?
So we get to support it's space for our new. We anticipate that the board will start to see and staff will start to notice remodel activity in July. So that's when things will start to become visible. We're still kind of working through the planning process, but there will be 2 new offices created along the window side of the admin BFCC suite. And so the offices currently where Brenda is located and also Elizabeth, those will be framed in and divided. That space will create 2 offices that are the same size as the rest of the offices in that hallway. So we'll have those 2 new offices. The facility's goal is to get that done by mid-fall so that we have ample time to make sure that the space is finished, that furniture is moved in, and all of the necessary equipment is up and running by the time those new commissioners come into office. So again, starting in July, we'll start to see construction activity for commissioners that may have gone in and out of HR while their kind of front counter remodel was in place. It's going to be a similar look and feel to that, and then we'll likely have some plastic sheeting that's kind of buffering that area, and any work that's going to create a lot of noise will likely be occurring at night, but generally they're going to be able to work during the day and get that work underway and completed fairly quickly. I think in terms of the budget, we're working really closely with the budget team to make sure everything is projected as best we can, understanding that this is a change, but the board's budget is fairly straightforward. So what you'll see coming forward through budget week reflects just our best estimates of what those changes will be. And one other thing just associated with the remodel activity that is going to occur, we're coordinating with Elizabeth and with Brenda kind of what that will mean in terms of just office space adjustments, given that space will be created to those new ones. So that's what we're expecting. Nick, anything to add?
Yeah, the two other pieces that I would add, thank you, is that while we've contemplated, we haven't proposed either in the budget or even begun to talk about anything in Barnes and Sawyer. With the bias. That's a little bit. Right now, of course, five of us sit there, the legal counsel and myself and the county administrator, and then the three commissioners. As I know well, I can accommodate more, having previously been the community development director with 7 planning commissioners and the planning director. It's a bit tight with 8. And so we haven't made any of those changes yet. We'll contemplate those changes with the board going forward and see, for example, I don't want to crowd Brenda, but we could sit, in that space, and we could create a space for legal counsel if the 5 commissioners would like to sit there, but we're not budgeting for that yet. It's another big expense potentially if we were to change that. And we would like to look at some lower cost or no cost options initially, just to see what some options might look like before we think about budgeting for that. Any other changes would not only be, of course, physical improvements, but it would also be going to be technological IT improvements for the monitors, the screens, or a lot of different things. So we aren't budgeting for that at this time. Anything to add on that?
We just sure to the extent that with the budget tree, we understand that the technology and that we have these things that are
Yes.
And definitely a lot of improvement of holding and what we can put these things to is that's the holistic approach and do the work. So I think that's we're well aware of those challenges and the impacts that they have, and we're hoping the next system makes it through. We'll look and consult with the work about what the future looks like for next.
So the technical difficulties that we experience sometimes, those are part of the issues, not something.
Correct. That room started as one thing and it has had multiple iterations, and the way that it's functioning right now is not the way that you would design it. So it's kind of a reflection. It was designed before pandemic, and during the pandemic it was adapted on the fly rather quickly to do a lot of different things. And what we live with today is kind of while we're really grateful for the immediate work and assistance that was put into place during that time, it's just not ideal, and it leads to some challenges for the staff that operate, and then as the board has experienced for the governing bodies that feed in applications.
Well, the product of our meeting is pretty amazing. I mean, being able to turn on audio, video, record it, and get it uploaded, have people notified that there's a new meeting to watch. I mean, there's a really amazing, throughput on that system. Just need to make sure it's stable and moving forward without hiccups or those awkward moments where, like, can we have a meeting yet? Oh, stand by. But thanks for everybody that's been doing that.
It's kind of like playing baseball in a football stadium. We can make it work. It's not perfect, but we make it work. A couple of other just logistics. We'll think about where the 5-member board will meet, like on a Monday. Is it still in the Allen room, or do we think about the Arnold room and just we haven't made all of those. We haven't touched base with the board yet, and what may or may not change with any of that. So, and we haven't budgeted for all of that yet, or maybe with age more than I do, and we're further ahead than I have checked in. But any comments about that, or not at this time? So just 2 other operational pieces. One is that as the board moves from 3 to 5, you're aware of this, the public may not be, but so will the budget committee. The budget committee will then expand to 5 members, and we'll coordinate closely with the board on when the board wishes to make those appointments. Does the current board make those appointments this calendar year prior to next year, or does the board wait until the new board is seated in January to make those appointments for next year? Because they're calendar year appointments. Every year, 3 members is the term is estimates. The board will have either reappoint or appoint and open position, open that vacancy, and then additional appointments to make. So that's an operational piece for us to just be aware of, that's on the horizon. And then the final piece is the onboarding. This would be, of course, Commissioner Chang didn't have the ideal onboarding during the pandemic. But we're going to create a robust onboarding process for the new commissioners after November, and we expect that to be quite a process for 6 or 7 weeks or so. Having been a congressional staffer in Washington D.C., and I know you have been as well, and Commissioner Chen. After the November elections, they have a lot of temporary spaces where all the new members of Congress come and they learn and they hire their staff, they do all that kind of stuff. Of course, our commissioners will be hiring staff, but it's quite an intensive process between November and when the new members of Congress take office in January. And we expect to have we'll have temporary spaces. We haven't talked about that yet, but we're currently in the process of looking into, and we're going to begin the process soon, looking at a robust onboarding process. And we'll certainly check in with commissioners on what that looks like. And what we're thinking about. And thanks to Brenda, who's already been compiling information for us, for us to think about. So thank you very much for that. So with that concludes our overview. And we wanted to provide time if you had questions or thoughts or comments on the space, the budget, the operations, the onboard, anything that you would like to talk about with the board expansion coming in.
Since I didn't get the full meal deal on onboarding, there's things that specifically that there's pasting right in the roller sheet. I would love to kind of track what you're bring people during the onboarding process and maybe take advantage of a couple of things that I missed when I first got around.
That was one of my highlights when I became county administrator, I had to admit. But yes.
Heavy equipment on the rail director.
Yes, yeah. Yeah, that was.
I used to drag an excavator in my past period of my life. You know, I'm not gonna to get up the wheel of it. This one. It's when I get in there and get these.
Well, as I say, priority of space for all the operations in Deschutes County is always a popular list. So let's make sure people have the resources they need. So if there's movements happening and something can be amplified or supported because of it, let's look for those opportunities. And I'm sure we always do.
I say I'm glad that all of the commissioners are going to have what the late office space. Concern and just getting concerned about that. Picturing newer commissioners getting stuck on the other side of the hall and figuring out who would draw the short straws.
Well, my office is actually a little wider. I have 2 full windows. So anyway. How are you going to measure? Are you going to actually make all the same size footage?
The secret that we actually use, it's not so secret in here, it's not about to be is to count the ceiling tiles, so there's like ceiling tile counts, but I don't know for sure that your offices are there exactly the same. I do know, at least between the 3 of our offices, I think they are the same size, but depending on how the layout is, and then they can look and feel different sizes.
Don't forget, our offices have the door with the window with them.
That's true.
There must be a reason why.
I hadn't thought about that. That's great.
No, there's a reason. You can do a historical analysis.
It's simply a request of the occupant, which changes and the request changes. So facilities will swap out the order space on the request of the person in the office.
Oh, I heard there's a whole deeper story.
Oh.
See, I can't imagine.
We're not going to put together.
Yes, it's from the historical.
Yeah, so I think having started during COVID, when we were all supposed to keep our door closed all the time. Well, we had that window and now that, you know, since that was like the first year I had to be in the office. I'm just unlearning, keeping my door closed all the time. Last year or so. One substantive thing that I would mention is I do think that with the budget committee expanding 3 to 5, along with the commissioners, if that's typically if those appointments are typically something we do in late in the year, then I would prefer to hold that appointment process over to 2027, early 2027, so that we could like the majority of the work is going to be given. So as to give those new board members the opportunity for input on that process, I think it would make sense to hold it over until January 2027.
I support that.
We can also, we provide the board with options of how you conduct those appointments. Robert Tintle has shared that in Wayne County, for example, each of the commissioners has their own appointment. We have not traditionally done that. We've had it where the board appoints members to any and all committees and commissions, but those would be choices that the board can make.
Well, we try to make someone, represented all the different areas on the budget committee board. So we got Simon River, we had Cassandra from Redmond, and then David, and then was from what Terrebonne. So bringing balance. But if each one has its own, that might be really ideal. Of course, several of those are already, wouldn't be up for reappointment for a while.
That's probably also a decision. The board does see sense.
We're a few minutes ahead of schedule. Any other topics about county commission expansion? I'm not seeing any. Certainly, the board is welcome to move forward with the committee assignments discussion if you would like. And just the additional topic I have as part of this agenda item, because we have a couple of extra minutes. COIC, the Central Oregon Intergovernmental Council, has asked about our appointments for the COIC. I can either take that at the beginning or take that at the end, whatever your preference is. And really the question from COIC is, do we want to continue with the same members we have, which is the business and industry representative, which is typically appointed by the Deschutes County Board, is currently held by Chris Piper. The tourism and recreation, also typically appointed by Deschutes County, is currently held by Christine McConnell. And the unemployed and underemployed, also typically appointed by our board, is currently held by Matt Ertl. And so they're asking the county makes use to designate every year there's an appointment process. If you'd like to continue those 3 members. We just received this, but we can reach out to them and ask as well. We can do that. And she also Kimberly Banner was COIC the executive coordinator. Said the counties may also choose to designate alternate appointees. However, alternates are not required, and I'm not aware that we have done so in the past, but that's certainly another choice that the board could make if you wish.
So they're asking whether we would keep the same key, whether we want to make the business and industry see, or we want some other entity to.
Really, I think it's just if every year it's a 1-year appointment.
Bylaws are set up to 3 appointments by the Deschutes County because Brooklyn County has natural resources and Jefferson County has I don't know, stop offering
2-year appointments.
agricultural seed. So these three are the ones by bylaws for the Deschutes County to appoint. We do have these three members, and all three of them are very active at the meeting right now. So, and to say I haven't gone through a process of I don't want to do it again. This is just comes around each year. But I can just let you know, I'm attending the COS board meetings. The bike with Christine Powell and Matt are all three very engaged.
And I'm sorry, it's my mistake. They are 2-year appointments. GRC elected official board seats are appointed for 2 years. And then we have the other appointments, the other appointments are. We just received this. Touch base, are you?
Board wise, yeah, I've been attending for a couple of years now. I was chair of COSD proper. Finished a year ago, so Mike Riley took on last year. John Nielsen is the vice chair, so Mike Riley is the chair. And so we did have one meeting already this year, so Mike Riley, John Nielsen stay in the same spots. Commissioner Hermrich, Commissioner Taylor, and myself, the three commissioners that have been attending. And as I say, it's active. Everybody showing up at the meetings, getting engaged. And I would start with supporting the appointments we have. So a good place to be. So I think thoughts.
Right, and that's on the intro board. And he makes some excellent comments, so it's great to have him there too.
I mean, I think that those folks are fine appointments. I do want us to better understand what their terms on what terms we appointed them for. So that, you know, when it comes time to consider that again. Or just considering that on the schedule that's a.
We will confirm. They're very clear that the elected official board seats are for 2 years. There was less clear on the board appointees for these three.
Right.
But we'll confirm.
I think we go through these every 3 years.
We'll do.
And it might be great to have these people serve an additional term after. Over. But it's also good to consider whether open it up and make it competitive.
And then the other question just was whether the board had any interest in having alternates for these or not. That would be another session. But we haven't traditionally that I'm aware of had alternates, but it's an option that's available for the correspondence we have from COIC.
So these are voting members, but there hasn't been any real substantive, controversial. Make sure you're at the meeting so we can vote this or that. That's what an alternate might do. You know, if there was positions to be taken. You know, one of the things that happens is there's a lot of stuff under the continual care and some of the committee work that's done. Staffing a committee in the homeless world, very Deschutes County based in other counties, and they don't even, you know, they just don't even see it. So, you know, I kind of had heartburn about. Well, and then this is for all of us, because you know, you guys are at different committees, I'm on different committees, and all of a sudden we're kind of making some policy choices at different levels. And we're not aligned, you know, maybe sometimes.
So did they catch up on all their options that they were behind on?
Yeah, so they were behind 2 years, so like 23 and 24, 23 years past, 24. I think there was a draft one at their last meeting, so that's, you know, the year before still. So now 25 is going to be the work product of the next couple months. So, I mean, I could say yes, but you know, I mean, technically they are behind, but they're only behind by 6 months instead of a couple of years here.
So did you say 24 was now also?
24 is done. 25 needs to be published, so it wasn't done before the end of the year, but this.
Well, it was done before the end of the year.
So yeah, that's gonna be done here soon, and then. Yeah. They'll be on track. Cause yeah, that's what I was referring to is, yeah, they're gonna finish 25, as they need to start 26 a couple months, you know, 6 months from now, that's what I was.
You're not hearing from COIC that any of these appointed members are like absences or attendance issues.
I'm not.
And that's what I could confirm. I mean, their attendance
There's not attendance problems, and there's probably not any. It's
We have a hybrid meeting, and the meeting's recorded, published, and then, we have had remote testimony and remote participation by some of them. But most are always at the meeting too, so worked out very well.
Great. Sounds like we'll continue on the path we're on with COIC board appointments. Thank you. That has taken us to your assignments, to your committee assignments, and whether you wish to revisit the committees that you are serving on, and whether you wish to make any changes.
For myself, Association Work and County Legislative Committee, we just add chair qualification track. Co-chair. So it's already on their legislative committee, just about to move it this year.
Just to bring my assignments up to date. I'm no longer serving on that issues coalition standing committee, so we can scratch them.
So 911 board, I haven't been attending this year for some reason. I thought they're doing that and maybe I'm not tracking it this year. Because I haven't in the past, it's a quarterly meeting or whatever, and I just haven't been following up on that.
I'm not going to some.
Yeah,
Just
okay,
by
so-
accident, but it wasn't on my schedule. I just like to check in. Just remember, when I first got into office, 911 was a mess. But now we have Sarah Tarjan. And Sarah knows what she's doing.
Yeah, so as I said, I don't know what we did last year, but I was just thinking that I wasn't going to attend this year, and then now I see it. And I could again if we wanted to, kind of officially or not. Sure. There's still communication, we can always communicate with whoever we needed to there.
That some years ago, they had these major technology choices and decisions that things required a lot of attention.
Yeah, but it was one point, all commissioners were attending, all, it was got so interesting.
But in the time that I'm seems like it's running like a well-oiled machine, and I haven't felt any need to get more involved myself. So happy for you to continue to serve on the 911 user board.
Well, and it may be interesting. Maybe we all get notified of the meeting and then confirm those ones, because, we are in the spot where somebody could be an alternate, somebody can make a meeting. We don't do that a whole lot, this happens once in a while. So yeah, I'd be honored to be able to represent the 911 user board. But making sure other commissioners know what's happening too, so.
Besides Sarah, your other county staff that's removed from me.
I don't see
Actually,
what.
right place on this part. Our day.
Yeah, police chiefs, fire chiefs, sheriff. It's user agencies.
I attend,
Right, needs there.
legal attends,
To the extent that there's something that requires all three commissioners' attention, then can you or Sarah make sure that we know?
and I think the meetings are the quarterly. Yeah, so they're meeting less than they previously. Great, so we're confirming Commissioner DeGoey will continue to serve in that.
And I was working backwards on the bullets here, so I see the bullet above says safety being butchered, so you can just drop the list.
Oh, there it is.
Yes. Or maybe we can put a slash legislative committee, that has been stuff, anybody will represent county proper intending that position.
And then just take me off of the legislative committee.
Yes.
I'm not
Is that right?
So you're, is that right?
I'm the alternate for the board of directors.
Okay, good.
When Patty Doro can't attend.
Gotcha, okay, great.
I had to run the meeting because her husband Jeff had had a stroke
Mhm.
after his back surgery. So she was, helping with his,
And she was on the copy.
yes, I've already confirmed with her that she would be.
So Commissioner Chairman, I was just leaving a little bullet for myself here, so maybe and that is going to get the because they oversees chair is trying to make a decision. It's Association Board of Counties on the topic. And then legislative committee is voting on any other topic, the position she can make a big percent. So just went full circle. So leave them just like you had them.
Leave it.
I mean, if you wanted,
I know what
I
you're saying.
do, that's fine,
Yeah,
but
that's right.
I think it's fine.
Yeah.
It's people, just
And Commissioner Adair, would you like for us to list the AOC board alternate?
That's fine, it's down below.
Oh, it is been, I missed
I'm
it.
an alternate.
Oh, there it is. I missed it. You're right. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, right.
We can take out one.
So then just now, I just agree some strategies here. Then I don't know what that is, because I'm thinking that's or we can maybe conspire committee,
Yeah, we should probably retitle that.
which is below, so that on your price, it's really, that's what I think it is.
So take out the cohesive strategy. Fine.
It's it. And use another, or maybe make my steering committee.
I think that was Commissioner Dare this year. I know,
No, I said I would not.
yeah, so I did
I'm still
this
clear.
year, thinking I was just filling in because you weren't, so I get clear on that.
But the body is the steering. Should say, or living with live steering. It's. Above it says piece of strategy steering.
Yeah, and that's fine, yeah, so just adding words, I don't know, I haven't really thought about the words and what it means, but Oregon Living with Fire. Is Jefferson, Shoots, Klamath. Think Crook, maybe participate, but it's kind of a buy-in deal, because the Forest Service and BLM are at the table, state forestry. And it is kind of that next level of Project Wildfire umbrella efforts that connects us to the national cohesive strategy. We have staff that will work on that. And basically everybody in the room except for elected officials are fire people, others. We don't have a meeting for a couple months in the summer, so I'll dispatch to the command teams.
I think last year,
Oh, yeah, I didn't do that.
because Patty was Project Wildfire and you were Living with Fire. And last year you guys switched.
No, we didn't switch. I got off the phone.
Yeah, so.
I was really clear.
But on the draft of all, you just.
Well, so.
I live with fire. Yeah. I don't need.
Commissioner Adair living with fire.
Yeah, I don't need it to be on the committee.
Well, Project Wildfire, I'm always trying to attend, and I can take it on here as a bullet point, we should all be participate as much as we want to figure. So I don't know if any thoughts about that for Project Wildfire.
In the past. I thought it was great to have one of us at Project Wildfire, one on Oregon Living with Fire, and one at the issues force. But if the time was. And kids, my schedule, I'd be able to be.
Well, my thought is, whoever had the bullet point, there's times where it's just valuable, like, the annual, event down at Sun River and some other times. It's just a good place to show support because it is a neighborhood association advocacy group. So the more commissioners there, the better. So I've always thought that.
It was not my radar screen in advance, but when the Insurance Industry Association, I can't remember what it's called, came and did a presentation in July. I heard all about it. Lots of people afterwards. We'll try to go on. Haven't made time to go back and watch it yet, but we should. That's I would be happy to serve on Project Wildfire.
Yeah, so that's fine. But I think the one would be like,
If the time was the meeting.
like Tuesday morning.
It's morning at 8 a.m.
The third Tuesday of the month, I think.
It is. And I did go to some of the meetings because the taxes were,
Say, I think
but it was not on events.
now I'm mistaken, the more commissioners, the more bullet points there. The advocacy would be making sure the neighborhood associations know that we're paying attention and care and want to help.
So what is the number of firewise communities we have? Does anybody have that number now that Kevin's gone? Does someone come back?
Told me it was supposed to be 90.
We'll be getting that number within a little bit.
Okay.
The working I got permission.
Good.
Yeah, well, it's nice to know that it's started at 35 when I came in. So we've almost tripled it.
Almost true.
And then we're one of the top in the state, are we not?
Sorry.
I think we're one of the top, actually in the nation.
I know
We
that
might
was
be
the
number
last,
one in
the last
state.
time they came before you with the performance measures, that was the last report, so I have no idea on the update between the last report and now, but we'll have that back for you tomorrow.
Tomorrow, okay, I know. Tell us what you got. Today's Thursday.
We'll have to really celebrate when we hit triple digits.
I know, I think that's, this year, maybe that should be my goal. Let's get
Yeah, that's true.
105. No, honestly, I would hope.
I'll look right now, see if they actually updated.
Okay,
Well, what time is the party roll where?
8 AM.
So I'm going to try to do coffee with the commissioner this year, and I'm targeting their Tuesday mornings. And it, it's no problem. It must run into all of our meetings, something else. Sorry, I took that out.
I think they're generally yelling.
Yeah, if whoever wants the bullet next to their name at this point, because as I say, I'll make it happen to attend when I can too.
I mean, if I know it can fix for something else, I'm doing that.
It's fine, we can have a meeting. Not a problem.
I'll try to pop in for something.
So the couple items on mine here, Historical Society, you can put ex officio in brackets there, so.
Oh, yeah.
As a board of commissioner, I am attending and I've enjoyed them. I didn't make it this last week. I was beat up 3 to 4 days. But I'm not a voting member per se. I do represent issues kind of for, and they like to have us there and then we can definitely stop into. Also, my last bullet stated interoperability executive council, that would be an expiring appointment. So for next fiscal year, July 1st, 26, we can take that off. Now we're looking for a commissioner on the state to. It is an AOC seat. And I've been in public safety chair at AOC, I've been mentioning that. I've attended a few master planning and steering committee meetings for the Fair Expo. We're all getting the same information. I don't know that it's too much more. I think there's maybe 1 or 2 meetings where it was, let's get some people in the room and think about, is this the right scope and where do we want to go? So that's probably the only thing I have found that would have been different than any other commissioner. But we're all seeing the work product and getting an updates also.
Is part of that process envisioning the public-private partnerships or whatever. How we finance. Those discussions, being able to provide input, not just kind of receive back what the planners came up with. I think those would be important thing, valuable things for all the commissioners to be happy with.
Yeah, so
I'm happy letting the experts figure out what facilities we need, but figuring out how we're going to finance that. I think that's we'll kind of commissioners.
if I came in as one commissioner said, hey, I got a great idea, we just need a $52 million bond, say yes or no. I mean, we wouldn't do that, we wouldn't do that.
Public-private partnership for a racetrack. Or something like that, yeah, like that, I would want to get involved in discussions.
Well, we have to, is my point. I mean, I don't think there's no way one commissioner is gonna be able, I mean, it has to be public. So, as I say, I understand what you're saying, making sure you're informed, and that's exactly where I started here. This is the Fair and Expo Master Plan and Steering Committee. We've already had the professionals around the country kind of look for those places where there's opportunities. If the ice rink came off, a sheet of ice was mentioned a few times, so having some hockey ice experiences. And now it's going to be a restart. Now they're going to bring a few directors. So if we have the professionals that have the package that have given us in an early form, now we'll have new directors. So there'll be a moment that comes up again where we say, okay, let's get together, talk about it, and then it'll be shared with us at some point.
they're really gonna go back and revisit analysis that they've done. Because of the new director, there's new director. I mean, I would think that, you know, the analysis of like what the market demand for things is gonna stay the same regardless of restart. I think just starting with restart and then.
Referring to the fact that Jeff Hines isn't here, we'll have Jeff, the new Jeff. And Jeff will get up to speed and then we'll do some work towards it. So I'm not saying we're not to go backwards.
So one of the challenges on the memo from their list was that, you know, they said we're not having the Federal Festival again, that's the news. Yesterday,
That's correct.
so.
They had a 3-year contract and this one was the 3rd year of their contract. They decided not to go forward. New contract.
And they didn't. They didn't give any reasons.
No, they posted a very generic statement on their website. So as we go through, as we put the budget for next year and their next over, we will not include the revenue or expenses for that.
I mean, we didn't actually, they didn't actually pay that much. For that, for the use of the facility.
I'd have to look, I mean, it's always a mix of payment and then percent of alcohol sales or they buy it out.
I don't know that revenue for that kind of thing is very positive.
Yeah, not only to the parents, but something about to the community, of course, because of yeah, the number of people that come from outside the region. Filling up the hotels and buying gas, grocery stores, PLT.
I guess. But my one other question about that, and same as for other kind would be. Is anything that we are doing with the fair master plan? Would that change their attitude without doing the event again? I mean, you know, if. I'm making an alternate, you know, alternate transportation routes in there and having the entrance gate moved. Alleviating all of the you know, traffic chaos and long waits and all of that. If those issues were resolved, would that, you know, would that maybe make differently about doing or not? And if so, I think that's an important and something for us to be thinking about. You look at the master and think about the prioritization and what needs to happen first.
And maybe somebody can take one of the bulldozers from the solid waste and make a road out the halfway. That would just really open up things when you're trying to leave at night and it's taking you 2 hours. So. Surely we could do an illegal road, couldn't we, personally? Get out of there on the backside? There's gotta be some land there. Are we landlocked in the back?
In the back, I think it goes into, there's real additional land beyond the Fairgrounds property, and then it goes where your military, right, after a certain point. And so that's not the back. Going south, of course, the city of London really wants a collaborative approach to extending the property down to serve a large lot industrial areas. And that's all kind of being contemplated as part of the visual improvements and then the market analysis and member of attendees and a lot of activities at a high level.
Yeah, please get back to the committee.
Down the economic development path, I did attend one into probably meeting, I think you mentioned you want to be able to make it, and it was in this room, yeah, so I did one meeting.
It was in September when I was at.
Yeah, so I did attend.
Yes, thank you very much.
I'm actively attending Center for the Planning Economic Development and the Ready. Last night we had Ready Investor Social. In fact, it was interesting because the Mazama people for the geothermal, they're speaking to the so and sharing, you know, the opportunities for what could be created here. The Ready Board meeting is at 8 o'clock on Wednesday morning, so usually I'm not able to attend the Ready Board meeting, but I've been involved with the legislative dialogue, is a call once in a while, just, you know, legislative discussion. So, as I say, north and south of development, economic development in that fashion. Commissioner Chang was always. In those plans.
And I would like to rotate back in on one of those eventually, but my schedule doesn't look. The ECHO board meeting, part of the reason why I will open that up or offered that up was because it conflicts with the Oregon Transportation Committee meetings. And the Friday meeting, as we all know, they made the time worse or coordinating with our commission meetings.
You don't think they would move that? Would you?
At some point in the future, I mean, really, when we have 2 more commissioners, then our committee assignment load, I think, is going to be much more manageable. I would like to take another thing off, so trying to balance all the responsibilities.
So I'm seeing that the Deschutes County Fair Association. I know that, I've been involved. I don't think myself as going to a Fair Association board meeting as a commissioner. Commissioner Chang, you have a fair answer.
Yeah, no, we all go to the annual meeting, we all are voting members, so that's fine. I think they got really all.
Yep.
Because again, for the Fair Association, I know. Commissioner.
Yes, the Monday meetings. Yes.
Yeah.
The good news is finally got the bylaws approved. So that the dinner was actually on the Martin Luther King Day anymore. That was so wonderful. And it was really sad. They didn't serve beef. I think that's the first one I've ever been to. They didn't have beef.
So, just to kind of get your advisory board, I have been attending, sometimes it's either a well, it's either, like, in the last 3 months, I think there was a canceled meeting and then there was a conflict, so we haven't even met in a while, but, I have been in a few now, I've been involved. Holly, was bringing the whole CFAA thing to us, and we was talking about the funding agreement for behavioral health, so that's been the topic. Sounds like there's not a lot of, I'm just trying to copy here, we can see if there's anything to move around here.
I mean, I've been interested in the project qualifier, but the schedule.
So
We
for
did
the-
that with for like 7 years or something, or 6 years. Big round.
So you want us to be a co-proctor staff?
Yeah, I appreciate that one. It was really great.
So as you say, the Sunrise Pine one and the Randy money, it's exciting on all things here, right? So I'm hearing and seeing some of the economic development activities. Especially with Prosperity Council and going to be involved in 2 people in year this year.
I'm not necessarily looking to add anything or drop anything from my committee assignment package right now. The things that the one that I would probably be most open to sharing would be the NPO, but there's also big reasons for me to be continue to be involved in that. Already Transportation Commissioner had on it. I've been as part of that role trying to be connected to area commissions on transportation and three different regions of the state. So, if there was another commissioner who was really excited about that, he'd be open to discussing what do you impact. So it gives you these.
There's any alternate opportunities, and that may be something to do. If there's any of that.
Would you like to be the alternate?
Yeah, I mean, that'd be fine.
Yeah, that's great. I served on one meeting as an alternate.
There was one where it was a real bitch. And with the NPO, the way that it's currently, the link in the bylaws for the NPO are. I also can designate, Chris Doty as the alternate. As needed, to cover. There was a meeting where I couldn't make it, Chris couldn't make it, and, he asked me to join it.
Yeah, so I know we do that.
But rotate in there as well, that'd be good.
Right. We're just about at time. Any other changes?
I used to call out last year, Chair. I don't know. That's for 1 or 2 years. I can't remember. So. We'll have to do that back.
On OTC, but you're trying to get me going. Anything, so. If you want to let that one go and I can do double duty, I'd be happy to do that.
No, I actually want to be engaged with transportation because I'm the one that has driven and I keep seeing the potholes everywhere. I think they need to hear from a different side of the story. And I'm not interested in letting go. I just don't know if I'm going to be the chair.
See the neighbors for Jefferson County getting $7.8 million for road work. It's in the paper today, so I'm getting qualified for. U.S. Department of Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy. Only county in the Central Oregon to receive this grant, so it's for Jefferson County roads, but $7.9
That's great.
For county roads and for some of the federal roads.
county roads.
Any other changes anyone wants to see? Community assignments that people want to talk about.
Here.
If not, we're at 11:44 and we have Doug ready at 11:45.
Okay, I do have a comment. This is for somebody in the fair and expo, Jessica. She goes, do you have to know any knowledge of what's going on at the fairgrounds? I've been sending many emails regarding the race. She has a fair race set up with no reply. I'm gonna be forced to go somewhere else if I don't hear from somebody. So where are those emails going now? Isn't somebody at the office answering them? Apparently not.
Before that. Follow on.
Sure. So what number should I send it to? I'll text it to you.
Yeah.
So what number?
The
Shoot that.
Write it down. I need to get it. Text it.
Well, yeah, I can.
I can share.
This is since the beginning of December. She's been sending emails, so it's a month and a half later. This was somebody who had a really bad contract that I tried to help. I mean, hopefully legal has looked at our contracts. So that would be nice. It would help. Okay, thanks. That's number 17. Thank you very much.
541.
And that's enough.
End at that.
We all could have guessed that if I could read something else. You really know. It's. What a perfect time for a text message to come in at 44. You know, Jessica, your ask is going to be answered.
Are we good to shift gears to? Oh, we need a chair.
I took them away, so.
Oh, okay. Oh, good. Okay.
Doug was joining us online, because he's meeting the Central Oregon delegation in person this morning, so.
Yeah, big
Decided to
days.
keep that priority instead of making the drive over.
Be a disembodied voice.
And Commissioner James, so you know, he will be on the video behind you.
Oh, so we can see that.
We can see him.
Oh.
Is that correct?
I know
Yes.
our video was working.
I'm gonna, well, I'm
It's
gonna,
not-
I'm
you
gonna
can see
stop
us.
screen sharing and we are gonna be able to see Doug.
And we can see you. We just can't see us.
Hello, can you hear me?
I'm clear.
Yes.
Good. The wonders of modern technology.
We'll
Well-
wait about 30 seconds. I think people are getting a quick snack break.
Okay, sounds good.
We have the commissioners here at the table, so quick introduction to Jeff Hudson, Strategic Initiatives Manager. And that will be your benefit. We have all three commissioners in the room, Nick, Whitney, Eric, and Brenda, and then member in the audience as well. And we're live streaming.
So we can see you, but you can't see us. Sorry, we just don't have a camera here today. Sorry, I missed you yesterday morning. I was in the building for just 45 minutes before I went back to the economic development meeting in LaPine.
Security.
As I mentioned, I had some good eye contact with a couple of legislators and some time with Senator Trotman at Tubin's office at 8:15 in the morning. It worked out great.
Yeah, that's great. It's been fast and furious in the building this week. It's legislative days, and I apologize for not being there in person. Jen and I had talked about me coming over, but then I got invited to attend the Central Oregon Caucus this morning, so felt it was important to be there and answer any questions they might have. So, lot going on. I would say my experience in preparing for short sessions has been that they tend to be, something unexpected always comes up in a short session, but it seems like there are multiple things that are coming up in this short session. So I thought I'd go through a few of the big topics, then we can drill down on any specifics that you'd like me to cover. And feel free to interrupt and ask questions as I'm speaking. On the tip of everyone's mind and the subject of a hearing last night, Chris Doty was there and testified about the role of county road departments and the number of miles that counties have to maintain and their priority systems. But at the tip of everyone's tongue is transportation. As you well know, close to 250,000 signatures were gathered in about a 5-week period of time to put the ballot measure put the transportation measure to a vote. And that has led the governor to ask the legislature to repeal the bill that was passed in September. I fully expect that they will repeal that bill. It just takes a simple majority. And then the question really is going to be, what replaces it, or does something even replace it this session? It's possible that they might not be able to come to an agreement and they might wait until 2027. I will say negotiations have been initiated. There was a meeting on Monday night. There was another meeting yesterday afternoon between the governor's office and Republicans to see if they could agree on something. I don't know the outcome of those meetings, but at least discussions are taking place. So we'll see where that leads. The other thing I note is that they formed a transportation committee on accountability. It is going to look at the major projects that ODOT has had underway and try to get a grip on why costs are going up so quickly. Obviously, that was a part of the discussion last night. They talked about inflation costs, they talked about tariff costs, et cetera, et cetera. But that was just the first meeting of what I expect will be several meetings in the next few months to try to get a grip and get a handle on why costs are going up quickly. So that's the transportation issue. Another big issue is the economy. The state has lost several tens of thousands of jobs in the last year and a half or so. A number of major corporations have announced that they are either not expanding here or closing altogether and moving their headquarters out of the state. And that has caused quite a lot of concern among legislators and members of the executive branch. The governor just yesterday, and I heard Commissioner DeMone allude to it, the governor just appointed Tim Knopp as the prosperity czar. So he will take over that role. his job will be to work with the administration and to work with the Prosperity Council, which the governor announced last week, to try to identify regulatory changes, statutory changes, business, friendly changes, workforce improvements, those types of things that the governor might be able to suggest to the legislature, or action that she could take by executive order. The Prosperity Czar doesn't have any real authority, but he is in a key position to make recommendations to the governor. So I do think it's obviously positive that we have someone in that role who's got a Central Oregon background, and someone we all know well and have worked with in the past. So if we have good ideas and things we'd like to suggest to Czar Knoop, we can certainly work on that in the next few weeks. So maybe I'll stop after those first two items and take any questions. Then I've got a few more items to kind of go through.
Just acknowledging yesterday the Board of Commissioners signed a letter in support of public health investment by the state mid-biennium. Basically, requesting that budget are cut. And I'll acknowledge, and we talked about this yesterday, that could come from many different directions, and it's awkward because, it's the right thing to do to hopefully hold on to this population health investment that keeps people in a foundation healthy. But I know that there's 5 to 20% type of discussions talking about for dialing in budgets right now. So I'm just acknowledging that. Maybe give us some guidance or thoughts about what's a strategy for us to do this, because we could end up doing this 5 or 6 or 8 times, and ways and means chairs are going to be in that spot.
Yeah, Commissioner, I think that's a great question, and kind of builds on the last point that I made, and also kind of leads into the next set of topics I was going to talk about, which is, a lot of the budget depends on a strong economy and strong revenues. And so hopefully the Prosperity Council and the Prosperity Czar can identify some things that will make Oregon more competitive and more attractive to businesses actually hiring people and employing people in Oregon, which drives the income tax revenue. There is a question, we're going to have a revenue forecast coming out here in a couple of weeks. And that will be the revenue forecast that will guide the decision-making process. So for any program, whether it be public health or community corrections or bonding authority, funding of things that, are important to folks in Central Oregon, it's all dependent on what that revenue forecast is. And I will tell you that there's some interesting discussion in the Capitol over the last day or two about whether or not the 34% increase in the stock market and stock market values in 2025 might have led large stockholders to sell and capitalize on that growth, and therefore owe a significant amount of capital gains tax. Now, this has some precedent in, I believe it was 2021. Maybe it was 2022, state economists had been predicting a fairly significant downturn in state revenues, and a $638 million capital gains tax windfall showed up in the calculation and really bailed out the state budget in that particular year. So we don't know if that's going to happen. That's speculative, but the DOR gets information on the public information that has to be shared when large stock transactions are going to be executed. So we'll see in 2 weeks. This is all speculation right now, but that will lead into whether or not the Ways and Means Committee will have funding to be able to address those things. The complicating factor, and this kind of leads into your discussion, which is that healthcare costs continue to just skyrocket. So the Oregon Health Authority came to the legislature yesterday with a presentation on the 500 and some odd million dollars in increased costs for the CCO programs throughout the state. CCOs were going to have to cut off coverage or leave markets altogether if they'd stuck to the 3.4% cost growth targets. And so OHA agreed to a 10% cost growth target. And that's about a $525 million, difference of what they anticipated spending and what now they need to spend to keep the CCO programs afloat. So, so even with, increased revenues, we could still see the state getting behind some of those factors. But public health, community corrections, obviously, things of that nature are important to the county, and they're cost savers long term, as we've talked about before. So good question. Yeah.
I want to put it another way. When you consider how many people couldn't afford a $400 emergency in this state, is there any chance that they're going to match the federal tax structure where no tax on tips, no tax on social security, where 88% of people on social security in this country will not be paying income tax? Are they going to match that? You know, people are leaving because our state is so highly taxed. We seem to waste a lot of money. We can't find it. I don't know where it disappears to, but we've got that problem, the perception. And then I'm hearing from people that cat tax is killing people. If they're in a competitive market, let's say they're competing with people in Washington State and they've got to add a cat tax onto what their bid is, they're going to lose that job more than likely. You know, Sharon Helt mentioned in our visitors meeting the other day, she would pay $42,000 in cat taxes. We have, you know, other businesses here that are paying huge, and it's really a sales tax. I mean, let's get real. What is that tax? So, you know, everyone's talking about finding more money, and I'm saying actually the people of Oregon need to be able to keep some of their money in order to survive living there. So, you know, other side of the story, I was on the call this morning early, and Mark Owens had a bill LC 136 regarding timber sales to make sure when they're actually doing their sales, and if they don't complete the sales, that what they said they would do at least carries over for the next year. That sounded like a really good idea to me. Senator Nash had a bill on housing and 50 acres, where people would build only up to 1,200 square feet to make it affordable. Other commissioners on the call seem to think that would be really helpful for our side of the mountain. So, and then the Japanese beetle. Big deal. Apparently we've let that get really out of hand, and the Nursery Association is going to cough up half of the $750,000 they need in order to fight that. But we had a presentation at AOC on Monday morning, and then also the farm stand bill, which Vicki Breeze-Iverson, it's her legislation. That sounds like, you know, we really need to be supportive of that. It's Sam Bayer was presenting it at the meeting, but you know how they attack the farm stands and, you know, farm agriculture. It's so hard to make a living as a farmer, and, you know, hopefully this will make it through.
Yeah, thanks, Commissioner. A variety of things there. I'll start out with the disconnect. The disconnect is a hot topic. I don't think that they've landed yet on, just as background, Oregon automatically connects to the federal tax code unless the legislature decides to disconnect from provisions. So the overtime provisions, the tax on tips, the depreciation schedules, et cetera, we automatically connect to all those reductions, which are, which may have an impact either positive or negative on revenue, depending on the perspective that you take on tax cuts. So the legislature can make a decision to disconnect, as they did in 2017. They disconnected from most of the provisions of the 2016 or 2017 tax plan in the first Trump administration. I think it's a little more complicated this time because, as you point out, things like tax on tips, tax on overtimes, tax on Social Security benefits are pretty popular with folks, and so I would expect that as they're moving towards a possible disconnect, that they're going to be very selective about what they disconnect from, maybe the offshore depreciation or the offshoring of assets. But none of us have seen the details. There's a placeholder bill in the House Committee on Finance and Revenue that could be used for a disconnect. But I was talking to the legislative revenue staff just yesterday. I don't think they know where the members are going to come down on that. So, but that will certainly be a discussion. On a couple of the other issues you mentioned, those came up today in the Central Oregon Caucus, and the Central Oregon Caucus is going to support the farm stand bill. That's a Vicki Breeze-Iverson bill, but it was good universal support for that. And then First I'd heard of it was Senator Nash's bill today, the housing bill. I'll get a copy of that, bill. I don't have an LC number, but I'll get that to you and we'll send that over for the commissioners to take a look at. But there seemed to be great interest from all the Central Oregon delegation members on that bill as well. So, and then they also mentioned the Japanese beetle is something that needed to be addressed. So those issues are issues that hopefully will get some attention to the session as well. And with that, maybe I could jump into some of the other issues that were discussed at the caucus today.
I definitely have some questions, but I'm keen to hear first about what the Central Oregon Caucus was discussing.
Yeah, so the Central Oregon Caucus met today. As you recall, the Central Oregon Caucus was kind of a initial partnership between legislators and the Regional Business Alliance. So the Regional Business Alliance folks, Jennifer Stevens and Sarah Oldendahl were there. Again, good attendance today from the caucus. I think just about everybody was there. Rep. Krupp was back, I think, in Bend, so he didn't attend, but the others were there. They talked about housing issues. And homelessness and shelter issues. Talked about OSU Cascades, the health center that is on was on the request list last year, and there will be a request for that Central Oregon OSU Cascades Health Center again. They discussed rural EMS as being a key issue of concern. Talked about Core 3 and the concept of a port of Central Oregon. They also talked about Central Oregon road safety, and Senator Broadman mentioned that he had conversations with some of the county commissioners about a safety corridor, which I think a number of you have discussed. The farm stand issue came up, and the battery bill, the EBR bill that we talked about for landfill fires as being a major concern. So that came up as well. Representative Levy mentioned that. So a good discussion. There seems to be good, House, Senate, House cooperation and coordination. So very, very positive meeting. And they want to continue to work with us and other entities in Central Oregon to advance a kind of a universal agenda for Central Oregon.
What did the Central Oregon Caucus say about housing and shelter? What are they tracking? What are they pushing?
Yeah, there's a Senate Bill 1537 fix, which seeks to adjust some of the rental housing standards and procedures. There are homelessness initiatives. There's the whole question of the state bill that I think it was 3415 or 3515 regarding the kind of the sit and rest standards that cities could or could not impose depending on whether or not there was shelter available for people elsewhere. That was an issue. And then the part of the discussion was over the decision of the Oregon Housing and Community Services Administration to set as the baseline for shelter funding as of March of 2024 rather than the end of 2025, after a lot of communities had added shelter beds, added safe parking areas, added shelter beds, et cetera. And so those were some of the discussions. And then there was a discussion of Senator Nash's bill as well.
Thank you.
So February 9th and 10th, Association of Oregon Counties will be full speed. We're having policy legislative position meetings on that Monday. Tuesday is going to be County Day of Capital, celebrating 120 years of Association of Oregon Counties. So we'll have a big moment there. Probably all of us will be there. It'll be in the rotunda, all kinds of fun stuff. So we'll be bigger than life as counties, February 10th.
Yeah, Commissioner, thanks for that. And I will say that, you were in the building a couple of days ago, but so you saw it firsthand. But the Capitol is largely open now. The front entrance is still closed. I don't know if the front entrances will be open by the time the session starts in February, but the basement is open. There's a cafeteria. You can sit down and have a cup of coffee. You can order food. There's multiple restrooms now on the first floor instead of just one restroom. There are 4 brand new hearing rooms in the basement that look like something out of a science fiction movie, and bright hallways and tall ceilings and places to sit. So I think the atmosphere in the building is going to be a lot better. And there are rooms for receptions and meetings for groups that come into the building. So I'm very excited about the fact that the Capitol looks like it's going to be functional again. That'll be just help the process of the public attending meetings.
Great.
People that are gonna be filing their taxes, I mean, because it was retroactive, that the tax on tips for the, people in the service industry. When is this decision gonna be made? It can impact, their tax structure. I would think you couldn't wait until, the end of session in order to make this determination.
Yeah, Commissioner,
People are, definitely needing more money. I mean, what was it, 60% of Oregonians could not afford a $400 emergency? That is huge.
Yeah, Commissioner, good question. My understanding is that because they waited, there was an option for them to come into a special session or in September, attempt to run a disconnect bill, and they chose not to do that. So my understanding is that any changes that they would make would likely be for the 2026 tax year. So for the 2025 tax year, since all those changes took effect on January 1st of 2025, you would be able to claim your deduction for your tax on tips and deduction for your tax on overtime and other things for 1 year. And then if the legislature decided to change that or other provisions, it would only be going forward for the 2026 tax year. So, which would be kind of a clunky way to do it. So we'll see what they decide to do, but I don't think it would be retroactive in repealing those tax breaks that people would have for the 2025 filing year. That would really complicate things.
Is there anything in the world of power? I know there's economic development and a lot of big plays out there, but this looks like there's a pending power crisis from the economic development people. And we have geothermal on the side of Newberry. They think they're going to get something online in the next year or two. But is any topics coming up over there?
Yeah, good question. The data center power use question keeps coming up on a repeated basis, as does the adequacy or lack of adequacy of transmission capacity. Those are hot topics. I don't think they have any solutions yet. One solution that's been proposed is small, micro nuclear power, like the New Tech generator that OSU has piloted and pioneered. But I don't think any final decisions have been made. But that's certainly on a list of things that we need to keep an eye on.
I want to ask about a couple of bills that we I'm tracking at least, and just curious whether there's any updates on where they're at. Those are the transient lodging tax bill and LC 94. The other bill that's going to tinker is Senate Bill 1537.
Yeah, on the TLT bills are LC 18 and LC 51. And those bills, one will be a House bill, one will be a Senate bill. They give a local jurisdiction the option to more flexibly use transient lodging tax revenues. I think the sense is most jurisdictions will decide if we are going to have an increase over what we currently have, we might take advantage of that additional percentage. That seems to be what I'm hearing from most jurisdictions. That bill didn't quite make it over the finish line last session. It appears to have a good bipartisan list of sponsors and chief sponsors. And there seems to be a sense that the bill likely will pass, largely because it's optional. So a community could decide to adopt those provisions, or it might decide to just leave things the same. So it's not a mandatory requirement going forward. LC 94, I haven't seen the copy of that yet. I meant to take a look at it. It wasn't posted Monday morning for the hearing. I'll go back and take a look at that as well. But that's one of a number of things that the Housing Committee in the Senate and the House are both kind of looking at as far as opportunities for change coming up in this next session. And I'll get a copy of that as soon as I can.
Yes, I know that LC 94, that's coming from the governor's office, but do you have any feel yet or sense yet of how much support there's going to be among legislators for that? Let's see.
I think there is support for anything that, hopefully streamlines the system, provides an opportunity for additional housing. There's another LC, it's kind of in a similar vein, LC 109, which is in the business world trying to incentivize things like the RISIS, Regional Significant Industrial Lands funding, enterprise zones, streamlining the regulatory process. So I think those bills all kind of fit into this theme that seems to be developing for the session, which is, can we do things a little better? Can we address the key challenges we're facing in housing and economic development and business recruitment, workforce? There's going to be a prosperity programs proposal. That's LC, I think it's 236. That Senate Commerce Committee is working on. So as we're going into a period of uncertainty with the economy, with housing starts, et cetera, what are the small things we can do to kind of incentivize that?
Thank you very much for the update.
I have one announcement to make. So we have set our weekly meeting, so we're about to get into that group again. We are moving our weekly legislative check-in meetings, bill chapter review, bill chapter report review meetings to Thursdays, just due to scheduling. So they're going to be every Thursday at 8 a.m. So 8 to 9 a.m. Bill chapter reports have come out the previous day on Wednesday. That is going to start on January 29th. We will have, with the exception of one day, which is February 26th, is Thursday. We're moving that one to Friday, February 27th, due to commissioner scheduling conflicts. So we will do those meetings January 29th through March 5th as necessary, every Thursday at 8 a.m. except for that 1 week that I mentioned that we took Friday. And it'll be, as of right now, the standard of what we've done for the last couple of years. If there's any suggestions for changes or process in how we're doing this, please let us know. But the calendar invites gone out. We will, all department heads have been invited to attend as well as any relevant staff.
Yeah. Yeah, go ahead.
This morning when we were talking about commission priorities, two of the three of us mentioned behavioral health administrative burden.
Yeah.
And I'm curious if you see any momentum, any initiatives, any legislative concepts related to that coming up this session, and places where we can pile on.
Yeah. Yes, that was a topic of a work group. I think it was a House Bill 4092 work group. I think Holly was on that work group for a period of time, and they've come up with a series of recommendations that's in an LC. It's LC 202, and we sent that around to the staff a day or so ago. I'll make sure we send it out again. You can take a look at it, but that really is a key. When an RFP from the state takes 18 months to get through the process, that's not efficient. And we continue to hear about the regulatory burden on counties in implementing behavioral health issues. So clearly the state needs to be more flexible and more nimble in responding to local concerns. So that LC 202 is designed to take a look at that and will be, I think, very likely to pass this session because legislators on a bipartisan basis all stressed the need to fix some of the current problems.
Yeah, if they can't give us more money, they could at least help us reduce our costs on non-service delivery components.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Exactly right. Yeah.
Thank you. Hey, we'll look forward to further discussion with you in the coming weeks.
Great. Thanks.
And then we're still on track for bill tracker or bills to start tracking next week, so we'll get a good sense of.
Yeah. That's a good point. And one point I wanted to make, I think I mentioned this in the December meeting, but we expect about 350 to 360 total bills. That's about 10% of what we see in a long session. So, hallelujah. We'll have to review 10% of the number that we had to review last time. A lot of those will impact the county. Probably, typically, a third of the bills have some impact on county functions. So I would anticipate close to 100 or maybe a little more than 100 bills that we'll have to have staff take a look at. We'll try to weed that down. We expect that the only bills that have been, publicized on OLIS so far have been the LCs for committees. Each committee gets 3 bills. But the personal bills, each member gets 2 personal bills. And those have not yet come out for the most part. So we expect that perhaps on Tuesday we'll see those bills, all the bills pop up on OLIS. I hope so. And we'll start reviewing those and we'll get the bill tracker out as soon as we've been able to go through the whole list and categorize. And then if you hear of bills of interest from other parts of AOC or associations that we're a member of, make sure you're sending that to Jen and to Corey and I, and we'll take a look at those and add those to the list as well.
So, Doug, I'm hearing that they want to, I cut away almost $1 million to the FFA program. I just talked to the director yesterday from Redmond, and does that really have for the kids of Oregon to cut away their FFA funding? And then Todd National, Senator Nash mentioned today too that he had a TLT bill, which would give wolf compensation, some kind of funding. It sounded like it might be harder to get through, but with the damaging effects of the wolves in the state at the moment, it seems like, the funding is definitely way short.
Say, I want to see that additional wolf, I think, but there's a lot of pushback because it is it would be adding 1% tax, or I can't remember what the increment is, but it would be adding taxes to the existing TLT state tax that was already changed. So if we're concerned about our local hotels and other businesses being unhappy about paying more TLT or turning over more TLT, then we want to evaluate. We would want to think about that bill very carefully. I mean, individually, personally, I think it's charging some additional TLT at the state level in order to find wildlife conservation and to support degradation compensation. I think that's an appropriate thing to look at, but and people who are concerned about tax burden are going to have a lot of questions about.
Yeah, but it's our tourists that are going to be paying. So, Doug, can you please follow up with the FFA for me? I really feel like, we have such fabulous FFA programs here, Mountain View, Redmond High. I just don't want to see those programs impacted. And they do fundraising on, in addition to state funding, so.
Yeah, as a former FAA member, I agree in the value of FFA and also 4-H. I believe that those cuts were, every agency was asked to put together a list of cuts and potential cuts, but those cuts don't go into effect unless the Ways and Means Committee adopts them. And there have been previous recommendations for cuts in FFA, in past legislative sessions, and they've not made it over the hump. So, but I'll double check on that and follow up with the folks in the building.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Doug.
Great, thank you. So we're about 10 minutes early. At this point, we can adjourn for lunch if we wish. Is that?
It's on its
appropriate?
way.
It's on its way. I'm just not sure. Is there any chance we could start 10 minutes early this afternoon with 5 departments, or perhaps not? I mean,
I think so. Polly is gonna. So I'll reach out to her, see if she's able to arrive by 12:50. So they're meeting all of them. Sure. Timber. Peter. Legion. Tim's time, fortunately, Todd is available, can't make it today, but Peter said he's prepared to.
Yeah. I thought it might be. So the commissioners, does that sound like an okay schedule for the next couple of hours?
Please spend it, Tim, Peter.
Thank you. And before, I don't know if there's anything else we would do anyway, but I guess the lunch will be here momentarily, and so we can go ahead and break down.
Yep.
Great. Okay, let's go ahead and break down now, and we will aim to reconvene by 12:50 or shortly thereafter.
Wait. I'm gonna stop audio. Wait, I'm gonna stop audio. Hold on.
What's going on, Brent?
I'm gonna stop my audio. Hold on.
Branch this organization.
Sorry.
There we go, okay, sorry.
Fine.
Public health, behavioral health, legislative session is gonna be, coming at us like a freight train here really soon, so just really comparing them, so, you know, what we have in preparation for the legislative session. We signed that letter yesterday in support of, please don't cut our funding in public health. And we could do that about 5 or 6 or 8 times, like I already said that today, we talked about it just now about that, so. But yeah, any thoughts about, this leadership opportunity you got, these days?
Yeah, I mean, definitely, thanks for having me, good to be here with all of you. I did listen in this morning, so appreciate hearing about your priorities. Yeah, I mean, the health department's got some big challenges ahead. We're gonna be watching legislative session closely, though I don't expect to see what we would normally see. I mean, we'd normally be advocating for funding. Right now, we're just hoping nothing gets taken away. So some of the bills that we're monitoring are around admin burden, but the one that's out there doesn't really do a whole lot in order to reduce the administrative burden. So I appreciate you all talking about that this morning, and obviously our efforts with Dr. Coffey. That's a big one, I think, not just for behavioral health, but for public health across the board. Because I think as we are facing reduction in resources, our ability to even keep up with what we're doing now is going to be really challenged. And I continue to see the state even attempting to add more on top of that in this moment. I saw an email yesterday about a new reporting requirement. So it's not landing. And I think that's going to be an area where I think advocacy could potentially really help, because I don't know how much advocacy there could be to get us more funding, because this funding isn't there. So I think, you know, strategy around just not letting it get any worse and trying to help us get a little bit better so that we can continue to maintain our core service.
We have the ODAC meeting on the 23rd.
I'm gonna be there, I'm gonna attend, not in person, but I'll be
Okay,
there.
I'll, if the weather's okay, I'll be there in person, and I'm gonna bring it up in my public comments.
Thank you.
Do you think?
I think that'd be
I should?
Yes, we have to keep talking about this. I mean, we've been talking about it for 5-6 years at this point with very little progress. There's been a whole work group around it, very little progress. So I think it's gonna come to a head if we just won't have the ability to do some of these things. And so what's the consequence? What is the state gonna help us with? So yeah, that's a big focus. I think, you know, we're right in knee deep in strategizing around the various impacts that we're facing. We're just beginning our CCO negotiations. not looking great. Kind of as expected, proposals, including reductions. And so those are sort of the immediate things that we're working through, and then knowing that sort of other hits are going to be coming in fiscal year 28. So we're trying to be really proactive with our budget planning and not just trying to solve for this year, but trying to set us up for success, or at least to be able to navigate it for the next 2 years. So that's where we're in the middle of. Public health and behavioral health. They're meeting actually this week separately to work with their managers and look at every possibility of where we can find savings. The FTE reductions that we've already done for vacancies have helped. So we just instituted a hiring pause. We're restructuring some things, looking for efficiencies, all of it, everything's on the table.
Going back to the administrative issue. The governor has policy advisors. Patrick Ball from housing, we know Kelly Brooks from transportation, we know John from Ferrari from natural resources. Is there, I assume there is a policy advisor for health issues, and I don't hear us. I hear us talk about legislators, I hear us talking about the director of OJ, and I don't hear us talking about the governor's policy advisor for health and human services. Is there a person?
There's one for behavioral health. I don't know of one that's specific to public health, but there could be one that I'm not aware of as I'm just entering that space in a deeper way. But Amy Baker is the behavioral health liaison to the governor's office, and she's wonderful because she actually used to be a community mental health program director in Clatsop County. So she understands the system we work in very, very well, and she's a big advocate on our behalf and understands the challenges. So we work with her very closely in trying to help, and she was very involved in the FAA negotiations and helping us get to resolution on some of that. So she could be very effective, and we've been talking to her about the administrative burden. She knows the administrative burden all too well from having been a CME director. So she's definitely at the table.
So she's driving in, but she hasn't been right in the middle of that policy discussion in the past.
No, I mean, she's just, we bring her in when things rise to the level. I believe she attends LGAP, I believe.
Who is it?
Amy Baker.
Ooh, that name doesn't ring a bell.
Doesn't ring a bell. She's the behavioral health liaison to the governor's office.
She might be on Zoom.
She might be, yeah. So she would be another
know.
person we could certainly loop in as we're trying to make some headway on this issue. And she's somebody I'd reach out to. Thank you. I'm now looking at the public health one. I don't. Yeah, I don't know.
It's similar.
It is, yeah. And you don't hear, I mean, they have administrative burdens for sure. But they don't, I don't hear it quite as talked about at the level that we hear in behavioral health, with just the amount of documentation required to do just basic services.
So kind of policy discussion needs for all of us a little bit, unless people are sanctioned long-term camping, supporting people, subset of people at TSSA, decided that in public lands around us. I just feel like there's another step we can take here about getting clear, because I worry that we're stabilizing people, trying to make sure they're making good choices and doing whatever we can, but like an open-ended, or as I say, I don't know if there's a way we can get into that conversation a little bit here or not. And I say this because as elected officials, we're just in an awkward spot, county, city councils come to this conclusion, hey, let's be a partner, let's go fix it, you pulled this hot potato, and then now we've got these areas outside of the city where people are settling in, and we're breaking land use law by doing it, and we don't need to answer any of these questions right now, but is there a way we could set up a little bit different structure? And as I say, this is kind of for my fellow commissioners too, because we've got advocates that are just like, hey, we just need more money, we don't fix it all. We have a homeless services team offering services to the subset of people that qualify the best or whatever, and as I say, I mean, it's kind of for all of us, but any thoughts or is there anything that you mean that, like, oh, maybe we could try something?
Well, we have started to try some other things, but.
Well, and I'd like to understand one. So
Yeah.
maybe that's, bridges here for, I'll go hang out with whoever and learn about what the planning is or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, I think you and I talked about this before, like there's obviously a range of people that live within encampments, just like there are in communities across the country and that.
Just like-
I mean, just, yeah, so there's a spectrum, and so our very, very limited resources around people with behavioral health conditions that are experiencing homelessness. We really do focus on the most vulnerable, the people that really don't have anyone else, that will likely have a very bad outcome if we are not supporting them. So we're not really spending our limited resources on the people that are not behavioral health involved in a criminal activity.
We're breaking land use law by doing this long term. Next week, we're gonna sit down with the city council and go, hey, we have a great idea. How about we keep doing this? Let's extend it by 6 months. So in January, we're gonna extend December's deadline into next year. I don't know that it's gonna happen, but that's gonna be the proposal in front of us. And I'm like, what can we do that's a little different here? So, I mean, I don't want you to have to defend yourself. I'm thinking, what else can we do that's like?
Well, I think it's tricky because the health department, our focus with our small little home health outreach team is specific to behavioral health. Like it's not a team that's gonna have ideas around how to manage the TSSA in terms of like, land use or any of that.
Responsibility, simply sits within the realm of response. Is the slides. If we wanna talk to the department heads about what do we do about homelessness, we should have, community development department should have property management, they're, we should have the sheriff's office, basis. It is.
But yeah, so that's why it's a conversation problem about something.
Amy never comes to our meeting. I just asked Jessica. No, I always let the governor's staff know, we'd love to see them, but they rarely come, and Amy never. That's not right. I mean, she should, that's such a good meeting, and you can get such great feedback from that group. So, I know I was like, anyway, that's really sad.
We directly. Carry out insurance. And our annual on.
I think it'd be worthwhile sharing the document that we share, and I'd be happy to make that, I mean, I know Amy well, so I'd be happy to like say, we've reached out, here's what we've done. Yeah,
Can you please?
I will do that. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Yeah, we could get somewhere with this, because, they're telling me 6 or 7 years, and I'm thinking, wasn't Steve Allen that had an OHA for a while, and what did he really, where was his expertise, right?
Yeah.
And then he's gone, and then we have Dr. Happy, and, we just keep turning the same treadmill. Yeah, we need to like get it readjusted.
Well, it's really clear to me the message isn't hanging, because like I said, it keeps increasing instead of going the other direction, so. Thank you for the support on that. Yeah.
No, definitely. Sorry to interrupt, but I was just like, I'm thinking, I don't know that Amy, and I usually try and write down everybody that's on the call, and try and really figure out who are the players.
Okay, we have to different topic. So as I say, we've got permanent supportive housing efforts that are happening, and I don't know how real those are, and that's more challenging service and stuff. Do you have any insights into that? Is there, and is that a different world? Maybe.
It is somewhat of a different world but it's not our area of expertise, although as you know, we were looking to develop a permanent supportive housing unit in La Pine in collaboration with Housing Works. That is absolutely not something we're going to pursue in the next several years. We just do not have the resources. The funding that we were going to be using to help support a project like that is federal, it's state funding, but it's in conflict with the other federal funding that we were going to braid. And so the two funding won't work together because they have different criteria and mandates. And so that makes that project impossible at this point in time. But we are at the table in terms of talking about what support we would offer to people that are involved in the community mental health program in a permanent support unit. We will always support our people that we serve in those settings and many other settings. So that's sort of where the overlap is. But our expertise is not in developing permanent supportive housing.
Oh, I understand. Yeah, no, I guess. Because I think of it, there's the spectrum and then the big trans. medically fragile, somebody that's not going back to be a working adult or whatever. Addictions, mental health specifically, free range folks that are just like, hey, I'm gonna hang out here, whatever, so there's all kinds of things going. But for what the subset there, permanent supportive housing, low cost supportive environment to be able to, live out your days is very important. So I don't have a feel for how many that is. We've got an effort up in Redmond right now, just saw an email that said, hey, we just got qualified for X amount of $1 million. I don't know if that means it's gonna be a going thing or not. And it's awkward when it's like, well, we qualified for half of what we need, but we really can't do this project, or maybe it's a go. I don't even know. So.
Maybe it's uncertain because a federal funding commitment doesn't mean anything in this day and age. I mean, with the decisions of federal awards of funds, I don't think anyone has a grant agreement from the federal government can believe it. But I think to answer your question of how many people are there, I do recall back when we were evaluating whether to invest in Cleveland Commons. The Central Oregon Few is the group that really helped to lead the creation of permanent supportive housing. They were estimating at that point in time that Cleveland Commons would be able to provide permanent supportive housing for maybe 35 people, and that the total population of this chronically homeless, hardest to house, people with various disabilities or severe and persistent mental illness, the qualifying conditions might be 200 people. So between Cleveland Commons plus maybe 50 or 60 units in Redmond.
The 75 units, of which 7 or 6 are going to be allocated to people that are not part of that population in order to set the standards so they don't have the problems.
Is that really a go or not?
Yeah, no, they've gotten their funding. The permanent, yeah.
They've gotten their funding, but I mean, to the extent that you're dependent on federal money, I mean, there are federal awards for things that have been rescinded or I forget what the word is, but clawed back. I mean, there was, on the Oregon Transportation Commission, we had a signed agreement for $400 million for a cap over the Rose border, over I-5 and the Rose border, and the federal government disregarded the signed agreement clause in money. So there is no, even if your project is a go and you think you're off to the races, there is no guarantee that in this moment that any federal funding commitments are being.
But then look at the other side of the story. We gave 500,000 to the project in Sisters to build those apartments. And did you hear what the apartment cost was going to be? You could build a small house for God's sakes. It was huge. It was like 600,000 or something ridiculous per unit. And I'm going like, wow, that's a lot of money for an apartment building. It seemed like nobody was watching. Like revamp it, do something, but those costs went crazy.
Well, so I guess for the health efforts, I would like to make sure we're aligned, because if and when there's a big choice about, okay, well, we can't do this here anymore. There isn't resistance. Well, the subset of people that we serve mean something. So, I mean, there's just maybe a moment in the future where let's have a good conversation about how we're going to proceed.
Let me just ask
because we all go different directions on it.
A little bit more about that. So, do you have a sense of how many people are in companies are being participants of County behavioral?
Oh gosh, I don't know that number off the top of my head. I could start to get that to you before the end of the day. The text Colleen probably, she probably knows off the top of her head, but we're in there all the time. I mean, we are very connected with those units, and we're like, as we are with Bethlehem and as we are with Shepherd's House, as we are with all the health resources, we're we are integrated into those systems. And I mean, how can I remember?
Veterans Building.
Veterans, but yeah, I mean, if we have clients in, I didn't mention it, but if we have clients there, absolutely. If we don't have clients there and they haven't connected with us or we haven't been called out there, then maybe not. We don't just go out there to make rounds at places because it's such a small team. And I think one thing to really remember in this conversation is this is not a requirement of behavioral health. The homeless outreach team was something we developed internally to support individuals that we serve that are houseless. And, you know, we don't get funding for it. We get ARPA funding, we've helped it, and we found a way to include burn funding to help support that team. But short of that, there is no funding to support those programs. So I think that the more that gets added to those teams, it gets trickier and trickier, and we have to cover the whole county with just a small group of people, as you know. So we have to be really strategic. I think there's like, it's a 6-person team.
6 person.
Yeah, I think 6, 5 or 6, something like that.
Because that one of those young someone.
Yep, and then we got the burn grant, but as you remember, we got way less than the burn dollars than we were anticipating. We had to end our harm reduction program as a result.
We're gonna make it less now too. Is that-
And I feel that there may be even less coming, so it's just everything's going backwards, and so when we think about what we want the health department to do, I just, you know, ask that we also, you know, think about what are we required to do? What do we have to do per our contracts and statutes? And then, you know, then there's kind of everything that flows from there. And so that's what we're really taking a hard look at right now. And certainly all of these types of ancillary services we do, we have to make the most efficient use of them, if they're really limited.
No, I just said, I mean, I want to thank everybody in the department for doing what they're doing.
Yeah.
And we're just trying to stay at a high level here about, are there strategic things that we can do here and just move the big picture forward.
And our focus with that team has shifted over the last couple of years. You know, we were kind of spread really thin, going out into all the camps, in the navigation center and all these different places. And I think we have really shifted to focus on Horizon House, which is the housing unit that we support. And we really heavily focused on getting people out of houselessness and into that unit that are chronically mentally ill and have significant health conditions. So that's been a really successful transition to really kind of narrow our focus as opposed to spreading out and trying to serve.
They do a really good job, you know, at least get some people help, right?
Yeah, it's tough because you want to help as many people as you can, but at some point you only have so many resources. So how can we make the most efficient use of them? And that's been a good move for us.
Well, Jessica thinks our plan to go to her is really
Great.
Outstanding.
Great.
So, hey, this could be the year.
Yeah.
Patience is wearing thin. I really.
Yeah.
It's Veterans Village. It's about the Veterans Person
Oh,
position.
yes.
I'm under the impression that position was carried pretty substantial, pretty slow, like her staff person caseload is pretty high. Really fun.
It's a grant. It's through the Oregon Health Authority. So yeah, that's again, you know, whether that continues at the same level. Right now, we haven't heard that it's not, so that's wonderful. But yeah, that's how that's done. We were able to secure additional funding, and they really liked our model that we proposed, and so we got more than I believe we even asked for. So yeah.
But I mean, you know, it's other organizations. Oh, that position is so
It's
important,
amazing.
you know, in serving the veterans community that has behavioral health concerns. And you know, it's good to understand how it's funded, and it's good to understand, you know, if that staff person is carrying a heavy caseload, that, you know, there's only so much resources that we are able to allocate in that direction right now, and that's something that we could think about trying to address.
One peer support for the entire county is clearly not enough for all the veterans that we have here, but that person does an amazing job, and we do focus it, you know, specifically on kind of our highest need, you know, population. And so thanks for acknowledging that, Mark. But yes, it's grant funded.
public health, restaurant inspections and environmental health for Arizona. Yeah. I already mentioned earlier, but, what's that org chart look like or complete man?
Yeah, I mean, we're in the process of it, and they're still working, every position that becomes vacant, we look at hard, but I don't know actually if it's officially posted yet, if it's just still in the process, so. We're still in the session spot.
Yeah, so like I say, and we talked about that as a budget and policy discussion, whether it be backfilling, should be backfilling. Do we raise fees and, it's good, and then, food trucks. Explode. It sounds like they're still coming online too, just hear advertisements from, so it's just amazing.
There's no shortage of work for that team, for sure. So they are very busy. And I think, the thing that people forget about environmental health is all the other things they do besides the restaurant inspections. I've been doing tours of all the teams within the health department, and I was able to spend some time with that team, and I just learned so much. It was, even just from squirrel bites to to just, the cool stuff that happens.
Going down in South Bay.
Yeah, there's so many one-off things and it floods them from community calls and then the education and training and support that they offer to our community too. All of that activity, none of that really tied to these restaurant fees. And so that's the part that's always a important narrative to remember is that the restaurants, that the fees could maybe cover some of that, but there's all the other stuff that really is kind of unfunded mandates to some level and requirements that are very time consuming, but important, and our community depends on.
So before Eric retired, I talked to him about the tamale stands because I had some people in the community that really are irritated. Those people are not inspected, they're not certified, and they're out there and they're competing with other people who have to pay all those fees and follow the rules.
Yeah.
And Eric didn't want to do anything. So I was still
What I thought is that there's no intention, but it's just a moving situation.
And my understanding around all that is there is actually a meeting with legal about to happen around just understanding roles, responsibilities, authority, all of that. That really is quite complex. And so we need some guidance. And so that's in the works. I saw some emails about that. So yes. So those conversations are happening internally, so that we can get a handle on, what should we be doing? What does the county want us to be doing? What are our responsibilities and requirements around that? It's not as black and white as it kind of seems on the surface. There's what do you do when somebody doesn't follow through with what what's the recourse? We need to understand all of those details, and whether or not the county wants us going down those paths. Yeah.
Definitely, it can be stopping by and say, show me your.
Right, it's just, how far does that go and what is the county, so we'll need guidance.
Well, it's like the county being code enforced on our own land, and yet people I know that pay their taxes and follow the rules, the county jumps on them for code enforcement, and yet we're not following our rules, and then, we pick and choose, right?
Now, I can promise you, we're gonna explore what options are available and appropriate for us to do, and those conversations are happening.
So you heard what I said this morning about maybe we could negotiate for more than one school trying to get a healthy menu.
Yeah.
Honestly, what do you think that Fruit Loops were on that food chart like a year ago? Oh my gosh, I am going awful. And I found out that my husband has been eating 3 of the really worst things: Big Newtons, Oreos, and granola bars. They're awful.
Keep his energy out.
No, but I'm no, those were his favorite things. I put mine on terrible. But those were his favorite things, and they're supposed to be a really bad list. But I just think we as, we're always the front of things, the good side. We're very progressive. I would love for us to get our kids schools. I'm hearing that they're still serving, non-fat and 2% milk, and that's where all the sugar is.
You know how I feel about this issue. We've talked about.
Because I know,
I very much value, I very much want a health community. I care deeply about childhood obesity. Nutrition is incredibly important. I think the challenge that we're facing right now for us to be able to take on projects, additional tasks like that in a moment where we're primarily focused on maintaining as much of what we're doing right now as we can.
But we're giving the schools money for that successful program. we're giving that money without like, oh, please, could you like implement some healthier things for your kids to eat? I mean, they've been getting money from us for how many years now?
They are, and we're making some, I mean, we're focused heavily on suicide and substance use and some of those types of activities. And the money is, it's a small little program. So to be able to expand it for nutrition at this point, I don't think is feasible. But I do think, I mean, it's on my radar. I hear you. I just think the next few years are going to be incredibly difficult for us in terms of just maintaining our core services that I don't know if we're going to have the resources to be able to add a pilot project or tackle something new in addition without additional resources.
My son walks over by the hospital, by a school, and he goes, Mother, there's a couple kids there that are so obese. And this is like an elementary school. And I mean, to me, that's really tragic.
I said this before, but your congressional campaign is a great platform to work school food and school nutrition, because what shows up in the cafeteria line at a public school in the United States is tremendously affected by USDA policies, federal subsidies for certain kinds of crops, and federal purchase of certain kinds of food products from American farmers. So the federal level, the federal policy level really is a great place to work on school nutrition and school food programs. So I very much encourage you to get more to talk about that on the congressional committee. Sure.
Well, I'm having lunch with someone from the USDA tomorrow. Would you imagine that? I know, what can we talk about? No, I mean, really.
Yeah,
I know.
that would be a wonderful thing.
Yeah.
Just legislative sessions coming up, everybody knows. Getting more sponsored, all work together for years on this. Short session. I'll be at the table with the Association of Oregon Counties Legislative Group, one of the committee chairs. And we already found out about yesterday. So yeah, just let you know, let's all work together and teamwork on that one. And yeah, it's interesting to see what happens.
That'd be great. And I'm going to say point for behavioral health on legislative committee with Oregon Association of Oregon Community Mental Health Programs, as well as the county legislative activities. So I'll be able to coordinate the behavioral health side of the bill. And Tom Community, of course, will be our lead.
Well, next at that meeting, also representing the National Association of Planners.
Oh, great.
Planners.
County administrator.
County administrator, sorry. But yeah, so we'll have some voices in the room, and it'll be exciting to be able to say, hey, this is what we need, this is where we need to go, and I'm sure we can get some people going in some direction.
It's going to be fast and furious, I'm
So
sure.
there won't be nothing in the checkbook, but we're going to be asking.
Yeah, as long as we, just can't take any more hits. We really need to hang on to anything that we've got, and really grateful for, some of the things the cities are proposing around opioid dollars. And again,
Well, like Rick said, there may be a moment where capital gains pop up on nowhere because of the rising stock market on stocks at a larger level. So that's biennium, we're all in the middle of the biennium, but it might balance out, and we won't know that for a couple of weeks during till the next revenue forecast.
we'll take any good news we can.
All right, no, but maybe it isn't as bad as we're expecting.
I hope that's what I mean. There's just so many unknowns. So we're just kind of taking it day by day. And I think I was talking to Commissioner. We had a scare last night around SAMHSA cuts that were coming. 1.9 billion was cut from SAMHSA. And we got notice that some awards were pending. And then this morning it was rescinded. So that was a relief because that would have really, when you think about our prevention efforts, where, Garrett Smith grant, and we got a substance misuse grant that's really important to the work that prevention team does. So that's thankfully safe as of this morning. So but we're, kind of day by day, kind of watching what's happening and just hoping that no more negative news comes.
That precision follow through, and literally we would have had to been laying off people.
Potentially, it would have been really dire to that point.
Maybe one follow-up is when do we expect the CFAA might come before the board?
Yes, it's coming on the 21st, I believe.
Oh,
Is that next Wednesday?
Okay,
Yeah.
that was the agenda item that was for the mental health
Yeah,
programs.
yep.
Okay, I just didn't see CFA.
And I'll be there for that. Very well aware of that. So.
Yeah, and Gina Nichols shared last week a couple of times, or earlier this week, and a couple of times in a couple of the meetings I've been at, we're in fairly good shape for 18 months, but be prepared.
Be
because
prepared. I know.
we just need to continue to monitor that very carefully and closely.
Agreed. And we'll see how the next 18 months goes. I mean, they've put a lot in there that, we still weren't happy with.
Yeah.
And so there may be opportunity around administrative burden in particular, lots of new reporting requirements and so forth. So we'll have another opportunity in 18 months to do it all over again. So that's not something I'm looking
But starting like 12 months.
right.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
Yeah. Can't wait till 18 because then whatever.
it'll get extended.
They'll,
Right.
they'll stick around.
Fine.
It is. Because we had an extension from the first one because we couldn't get to resolution.
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate
Great.
it.
Thank
Have a
you.
good rest of your day.
See you tomorrow.
I'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Yeah. Such a baby. It's not. Who's next? Yeah.
Tim, or maybe it's Cheryl.
Thanks.
Sure.
Done, Taylor, you want to leave?
So for the official recording, do we have to introduce ourselves for the record or anything?
Yeah, it's a live meeting in Honolulu today.
But yeah, I mean, give me your name and detail.
I wasn't sure what the format is, so Scott Langton, County Assessor.
So this is our annual retreat day, and just ways to make sure. Maybe you sent me a level about what we're gonna do here and technology investments. I was thinking.
Technically express particular interest in asking a company to make it.
Yeah, as I say, so. Technology is what I want to get to, but also Association of Oregon Counties, we had, what was his name, Eric? Chancellor come in and explain that they're not going to proceed with the bill proposing funding until the long section, so that the AUC group heard all that. We're going to do a lot of good information to all of the local jurisdictions explaining the scenario. How we need to, fund this for the assessment function and defending appeals and the whole big picture. So that's what we might be up to speed on all that too. So that's definitely where we're at there. So then, what does Deschutes County look like today and this year and next year? I guess is kind of where we're at.
Okay, yeah, you wanted to speak to that?
Yeah,
Okay.
This is.
Yeah, and as you guys are aware, over the last 26 years, the amount of growth we've seen. And we've only added 2.5 to FTE, and a lot of that is because, we're constantly looking at business processes. We're constantly looking at leveraging the technology. So case in point, Dan and I identified the laptops that we used in the field. She had those installed. That probably saved us 2 FTE that we wouldn't have been asking. Yeah.
The boxes part of
iPads, yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah, iPads instead of those boxes.
Yeah.
And that really did save us, and that's the way we've been able to get there. Now we continue to grow, so that's where we've been when we look forward, as far as new permitted activities that appraisers are going to be working on for this next fall's tax year. The permits are up 12% last year, so the volume of work is not. When we look at 2 years, right now, anything, new subdivisions that are filed right now, this year, when we look at halfway through the year and we project that out, and that's a crazy work that's going to be done next year. That's a 26%.
So just kind of putting the mindset on this. So this is all activity in the county because we keep getting updates about what happened in our community development department and 240 something homes or whatever we heard about. This is all activity in the county. So just a reference to remember that.
I appreciate that because not that what CDD does isn't something we look at, It doesn't drive our business. Oregon land use laws, whether you like them or not, designed to infill the cities. And that's where the vast majority of the work comes. And of course, the county's rates applied across the uniform city and county. So a lot of our work is there. That's where we're seeing the vast majority of growth. So this year, next year, we're seeing increased activity. So we're just trying to maintain, as we have over 25 years, not having to add FTE. How do we do the job as good or better and leverage technology? So when you say, you know, a technology fix, we've got to first keep our head above water. We're right at keeping our head above water now. So if we have to cut, it's not a, you know, you've got 350,000. You gave it to us for technology. That's not a one-time fix. That's an investment into the future. That, yeah, there's going to be some, whatever that technology looks like. We still have to maintain that in the future, but with the intent that we're going to save money overall because it's going to be less expensive than employees, and it's going to give us a better product.
How many people are in the office?
36.
Okay, I was thinking that. Not 40.
No, and that's only 2.5
Yeah.
positions higher than it was 26 years ago. So, so we want to leverage that, but to be able to do that, we also have to maintain the current staffing. Now, if we do it right, we're not going to have to add staff. I mean, if the technology lends itself to that, we very well might have to put staffing as well. So when we're in these budget scenarios where, you know, through unfilled vacancies, make the savings, balance your budget. Well, that doesn't allow us to fill those vacant spots. And when you look at the vacant spots now, we just hired 2 new people. We're in a transition. And, you know, that started probably 6-7 years ago, where I come to the budget committee and say, you know, we have 15 to 20% of our staff eligible for retirement. Well, we're still cycling through that. I mean, classic example, how do we do transition management to ensure that we can keep that continuity? We have a key person leaving that basically organizes this whole appraisal section. She's gone on July 1. Well, we've been able, hopefully we balance the budget, but we went ahead and made the decision to overfill that stuff. So we could do that transition and get that training. That's highly, as hopefully Tanner is the one that comes in, they'll be in the assessor. How do you keep that continuity through there? So it's much more than just throwing dollars at technology. It's how do we keep that basin? So, yeah. You might tell them a little bit about what we got on the horizon, exploring the technology, like you guys are going to.
Yeah, we're going to go bring a conference in March. It's a evaluation technology conference. And every year there's kind of different thing this year, the things AI, which is evolving, you know, rapidly. And so we're going to go there and you know, look at tools, look for ideas, you know, see if there's anything else that's coming down that we can leverage. That's how we found about the iPad, you know, years ago. So we're excited about that, and it seems like the East Coast is always ahead of where we are. So we're, you know, hoping to not recreate the wheel, but you know, get ideas and try to bring back what we can, whether it's, you know, software, you know, for fields or for saturation program, anything that keep us efficiency, you know, going.
And when she says we, the 3 that are going for Montana, it'll be one of our newest managers that's in the appraisal section. Just that transition management again, how do we do that? And then remember when I've been using Jim Pfister's word, rejiggering. You know, when we changed that one appraiser position and did an IT person, that person. So we've got our eye on the ball. We want to make the right move. We want to be on the leading edge, not the bleeding edge. So we want it kind of proven, we're gonna make sure it has an ROI. But in the meantime, we really do have to maintain what we are doing. It's crucial. We get the values right the first time. Like I said, we're seeing a 12% increase on the workload of what we're gonna be doing. We haven't asked for more staff. We're not going to. With that, we also have to be able to then defend those values. Case in point, here in 2 weeks, we're going to trial and tax court. We have property 87 million. They think it's worth 50 million. That's just one property. If we can't defend that, so we have to have the expertise and staff. And in this case, we're going up against those kind of dollars. They're bringing an outside expert appraiser. Well, we have to use inside, and not that they're not expert, but they do so many different things. They don't specialize in this. So we have to be able to recruit, retain, train, leverage those individuals. So we have to be able to do that. Along with this, we need an attorney. So Dave's office is providing an attorney. We spend a lot of money on that. Other counties have the same thing, where sometimes, and we've done this in the past, had to hire outside appraisals to come in. Manvel County is doing that right now, and they're into it for about $100,000. Multnomah County, as you well know, is in all sorts of litigation. They're having to throw a bunch of extra dollars into legal, because if we don't defend these, then it's just direct lost dollars. And there is a lot of case studies where a county doesn't defend, or they don't defend adequately. You got one appeal this year, you're gonna have 10 next year, and you're gonna have 100 year after that. Because they'll see, hey, we can get a break. Can't blame a business. We can set that base maximum assessed value in the first year, you only get one shot. So you need to make sure it's right, defensible. So there's a lot of those complexities that we're dealing with, plus the increase in activity, which, granted, I sympathize with you guys on the tight budget constraints you have, but the property tax revenues really are at jeopardy if we can't maintain what we need to be doing. And we really don't have that width to be able to cut anything.
So did you say someone in our legal department is going to actually be defending their case?
Yeah, when you go to tax court, you need an attorney.
Well, no, I know that. I mean, the precedent established could be horrific. Well, I mean, if the other side wins.
Yes.
Yes. Do you
correct.
think 10 people are going to sue you? No, I bet 100 people would sue you the next year.
Yeah, and case in point, when Measure 50 first came in, Lane County was already really drastically underfunded in their assessment department. And one of the things they had to do, they didn't want to, is they didn't defend appeals. And those appeals exponentially increased every year, and they dug a huge hole, lost all sorts of revenue, and then said, we can't do this. So you're exactly right. And that's the reason we go ahead and these big dollar ones, this is an apartment. We have a lot of new apartments. If they win, why wouldn't every single apartment appeal?
Oh.
They should.
Oh, of course they would.
Yeah.
They're
Yeah.
doing
So,
their job.
and actually, we're fortunate enough, Dave's actually the one taking this one. We've had Kim in the past, we've had John, and Stephanie. So we really do need more than just ours. We need to make sure Dave's got the bandwidth to be able to support us as well. Or contract it out like some of these other counties, and like Yamhill County, 100,000 into a big box deal. And it's a lot of money, but if you don't, there is an ROI on that if you can prevail.
That's really basic question. That it will help me think about like your staffing levels. How much of the work that the assessor's office does is focused on raising new property, and how much of it is working on stuff that's already part of the tax? So going back and revisiting, dealing with new property owners, asking questions, things like that, because if if a lot of the work is related to new development, then as growth slows in county, then then we can sort of expect that a tapering on, some kind of a tapering on the working. That maybe a lot of it is really just about, the the more that's in your assessed property tax base, the more maintenance and other things you need to do on that, then that's just gonna constantly keep growing.
No, really good question. And we are unique, as you know, in Deschutes County with the amount of growth we have. So a lot of our focus really is on that new growth. We're not at a point with technology where we can have a computer do those new construction. We need an appraiser on site. We need, to figure out the complexities and measure 50, taking the market value to put it to what the assessed value ultimately is. A lot of our focus is on that. So, and as I say, we're projecting increases of 12 to 20% over the next 2 years on that workload. What the future holds out there, I don't know. I know in the Great Recession, and hopefully we never go through something like that again. Permit stop appeals exponentially increased. So our appraisal staff shifted from getting new construction to defending the value that was on the tax roll. And you look at other counties and you look at staffing levels and you look at all that, they don't have that new construction percentage increases that we've experienced historically. So it is a little unique in that. That answer your question?
Yeah, no, and that's helpful to understand that. Even when construction slows down, there might be like the maintenance workload might dramatically increase.
And right at this point, as far as leverage technology, because we still have to maintain those values each year on every property and stuff. That's where, at least initially, AI and things could be of a benefit and help us so we can maintain those, keep those accurate. And there's multiple reasons that that's very important and crucial beyond the law says we have to, but there's valid reasons on why on that. But that's where we'll be leveraging, at least initially. I mean, we've done a lot of stuff and I didn't realize other counties hadn't gone to this point where, we've had blueprints for years. We get online access to inspection reports. There's a lot of tools that we do. The iPads in the field now, they have access to that. So it's just how do we keep building on that so we can be as efficient and effective as possible and still get quality, timely, accurate, dependable product out.
Excited to hear what you learn about at this conference.
Yeah.
So again, statewide, I know it's really important to bring us all together and hopefully advocate one voice to be able to get the state to back us up here. So we have some kind of a foundation for the system. State legislators, I've seen a few times, they're like, well, our money and your money. I'm like, oh, wait a minute, we're all in this together. We're the middleman sometimes with the state policies and the job services on the ground. But this is going to be important. This is all the local jurisdictions. They be losing out also. There's not an optimized system here, that's for sure.
Oh, I agree completely. I mean, there's many different
like the Parks Recreation District.
Yeah, there's many different entities that are working very hard on that, me included, as you all know. Hopefully we get that. But realistically, the short session with nobody had the appetite. AOC decided that nobody has the appetite, so we're looking for the next general session. So even if it's successful, hopefully it is, we still have a 3-year gap at the earliest before we're going to get those additional funds. So when you're looking at the next 3 years budget, yeah, hopefully we get some relief in sight, but I don't see that. And I guess I can't stress enough too, we want to leverage this technology, but we've got to maintain what we have. So push comes to shove, we might have a great tool, but if we don't have the staff, or if we have to choose between, we got to keep the staff we have and maintain what we have. We can be efficient, effective on how we grow, but it could be a lot for nothing if we can't afford to do that technology, let alone feed the staff we have.
Back to the tax court real quick, you say you're going to court on one of the topics. I know there's multiple for here. The tax advisory committee, the volunteer group. A lot of those bills get resolved after they end up in front of the tax court judge, or what does that look like?
Yeah, and it's Board of Property Tax, UBAB, whatever, they just changed it.
I know they changed it.
But that mainly solves probably 98% of the residential. Yes. The commercials, the big dollars, like what we're going to tax court with, a lot of times they don't even show up. They're pushing it on the tax court by design. So very, very few of those are ever resolved. And so the big expensive ones that have the biggest input. So like this year, just going before PBAB, just commercial, we have over $125 billion in investment value. And that's only in a handful. Most likely those will go to magistrate. A lot of times we don't have to go through trial because we'll go through the formal discovery process. We'll have those conversations, we'll get the information. But like this one, we even have a appraisal from their lender that we have tools that we need access to get that supports our low value. They are still taking it to court. We still have to go into court with an appraisal, with an expert witness, with an attorney, knowing full well we're going up against hired guns, and that's their job, is to tear us apart.
Yeah. Okay. But you say for that house though, for residential, they get resolved far at that.
Yeah, and a lot of those get resolved in our current county, because if somebody comes in and asks me, we have something tangible that we can put in our files that indicates a different value.
Yeah.
Recent sale, bank appraisal. If they do, we'll stipulate. A lot of times they'll come in, they just don't understand how the system works. We'll explain it to them, and then there's no they don't bother filing an appeal. The roll value stays the way it is. So we do 90% plus of the work that could have been an appeal. We get the appraisers in, we need the staff to do that as well during tax season to try to resolve all that, because it costs so much more in one more time, even if it's the local property tax board or then tax court.
But we can moderate that process with Danny, with our new idea. And we used to always, paper, and we have to mail them the paper, and we let the paper back, and we'll streamline that as well.
So then local small jurisdictions, maybe there'll be a big outreach effort at the end of this year to advocate for a legislative effort for next year. I was talking to the city manager at the time and explained it to him, but we hadn't heard about it at all again. And even if we did, they didn't know. So yeah, I mean, every little road district, every district, schools, parks, everybody, just education is going to be important. I think this year for a legislative push for the next long session.
And that falls onto all of us. I've been doing that. And AOC is pushing that. We've got actually jurisdictions around the state that are very supportive of cost sharing because they see the ROI that their organization, LOC, or special districts was opposed. So they have to actually then advocate within their own state organization on why. And we've shown that there is a return on investment. You need to have stable funding for assessment and taxation. There's actually a return on investment where there's going to be more monies, typically statewide. It's just they've got to believe that. So really, this session, what the big push is, assessors and tax collectors did an outstanding job quantifying that. We testified to it last year, hand in hand with AOC. But it's like the tobacco company potentially coming in and saying, hey, we did this study and like tobacco isn't bad. I think it's good information, but it needs a little more credibility. So what we're asking for is to actually have legislative revenue office who is staffed for the revenue finance committees on behalf of AOC and our associations to take on that study. They can have all the information we had, they can come up with whatever they want, but they're an independent, very credible body that hopefully they can have a report. So then next year, it's like, yeah, that was accurate what we were being told. So that's the big push now too, as far as that. And of course, we have a local representative or senator that happens to be the new chair of the Senate Finance Committee. So if you get a chance, might encourage that.
One of the political tricky pieces with that push for better state support for assessors offices, there's potentially conflict with the overall. There are a lot of people who are concerned about overall tax burden. This is a hard time for a lot of people. Affordability is a big concern. When I'm asking a lot of questions about raising taxes, which I think it's legitimate, but what I think is important about this particular discussion about increasing capacity within the assessor's office, and you all can speak to this better than I am. I'm going to ask you to, is in my mind, it's actually a lot. This kind of an investment in an assessor's office is actually a lot more about fairness. Because there's people who are paying an accurate assessed tax on their property, and there's people who may not be. So can you talk to that a little bit and how do we explain that to people who are just generally concerned about keeping tax burdens low for everyone?
Yeah, no, I think you're spot on. And really, we're talking value here. Taxes are a result of what the voters want. So as a budget committee, you can lower your tax rate. You could collect less revenues. Of course, can you provide the services? And voters keep voting in new stuff. So the taxes will do whatever the wishes of the voters are. But you're exactly right as far as the fairness, that we've got these limitations, and the voters put it in the Constitution intentionally to make sure there was those limitations. But what we're talking about here is we want to make sure everybody's treated the same under those limitations, that you're not getting a break because we're not doing our job correctly because we don't have adequate funding, but the rest of us are all paying exactly what we should be. You want that equal treatment across the board and that equability given the system that we have.
Equal treatment, but yet, I think my property tax bill has doubled in the last 10 years. And I'm talking to people in the county. We have a lot of retired people that live in Deschutes County. And if their income is limited, and with inflation being what it is, the property tax, and it's not your fault, because you say people keep getting those bills. Everything keeps passing because no one knows how to multiply, 59 cents a thousand times how many thousands. They don't seem to know how to do that. And yet, the property tax bills. And then my bill got split out. And I thought, well, wow, how clever is that? Because I only look at the big bill, and then but underneath it is the little bill. What a special thing that is. So yeah, I mean, I feel like with all the accumulation of all the other taxes in the state and the CAT tax, which is really a sales tax, people are really they're feeling very disadvantage. I mean, when you hear that, what is it, 60% of the people in the state can't afford a $400 emergency, that's really frightening. And Social Security is only going at 2.8% this year. So, you know, whatever you're doing, I really appreciate that you haven't added employees and you added technology. I think that's great. But overall, hearing from Doug an hour ago saying that our state probably isn't gonna match, the no tax on tips, the no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security up to a point that is supposed to affect 88% of those people on Social Security. It's not gonna retro it in, and maybe it won't even bring it in this year. And those people are really struggling. The accumulated factor of inflation the last couple of years, it's horrid. And, I feel really badly that we can't do more for people under a strict budget with the property tax bills. And I know you have somewhat of a program, but it seems pretty immaterial, isn't it?
Well, and that's part of a much bigger conversation. I'm speaking of property tax piece where, yeah, it's a statewide system. So the same set of rules apply here. We don't have latitude to do something different here than any place else in the state. So really, it's a legislative responsibility if they want to do other programs, but then you have the competing interest of the district saying they're not getting enough and the taxpayers saying they're paying too much. But just a little history when we look at when we've had these tax revolts and constitutional amendments through the initiative process. The first one was Measure 5 back in 1989 and implemented 1990. And then we have Measure 50, of course, that came in 96, implemented 97. And you look at Portland, and they do have a big sway on the way a statewide vote goes. Because of the numbers, their tax rates were pushing up $30 a thousand. Our highest now are like 20, 18 to 20, typically. Their voters voted in all this new stuff, pushed that tax rate up to 30 plus, and then the bill came due and we had tax revolt. So that happened both with 5 and 50. And if you look at Portland right now, their average tax rate is somewhere between $28 and $30 a thousand. And they just passed I think, $1 trillion or whatever billion. It was huge. Yeah, billion.
It was
billion. Yeah, no. It was, I'm just trying to think. No, it was $1.5 billion Portland school bond.
Right. Yeah.
So I mean that,
30 million.
if we look at history and history repeats itself, we might be just on the verge of another tax revolt.
Well, just think Oregon was one of, I looked at 5 states that took your house, if you didn't pay your property taxes, they took your house. And then we also have the worst inheritance tax of the nation that starts at $1 million. It's very progressive. So, the Supreme Court got rid of the taking your house then. But
we'll still take your house.
Well, we will, but
and all states do that. It's just where the excess revenues from that sale.
Yeah, well, we were keeping everything.
Yeah, there was 6 or 8 states, and I never understood that. But,
Well, we were one of 5 that did both, but we're the worst at our inheritance tax, and there's definitely going to be a revolt.
Okay. Did that help?
Oh, yeah, I love this discussion today. Thank you so much. Yeah.
So glad to see you.
Yeah, I want to say thank you for everything she did. Assess valuation.
Thanks. We appreciate your support, but we're looking for your continued support that we can accomplish that. Thanks.
Thank you.
Yes.
I didn't hear, did you go on?
No.
No.
Yes. Yes.
Let's do the yes.
Yes.
I get picked on enough, I don't. How is everybody? Good, good. I'm busy, very busy.
Well, thanks for taking time to join us here. This is a high level retreat day. Thanks for serving to share. Congratulations, being appointed, and it's just high level. Compared notes. So we'll go from there.
Doing a wellness check. You know what we're doing.
Yeah, well, we were checking that.
Yeah,
Wellness.
Well, and I saw somebody get pulled over this morning coming north and red lights for speeding or something, and he was right behind me, and I have not seen that. I don't know if that's a policy choice or, there's a rig out there with the speed gun and they pulled somebody over this morning.
you're gonna start seeing a lot more of that.
Okay, yeah, so this is the news of the day here. We should have cameras here for that.
Yeah.
Well, because as I said, I've been, commuting Southern Sioux County for 20-something years now. And I don't usually see that. Today I thought.
Yeah, the town halls that I've been doing, I did Lapine. I also was up in Terrebonne last night, so getting out in the community and listening and learning to their concern. It's interesting, the three biggest concerns I hear is traffic, obviously speeding, distracted driving, whatever is traffic. The second one is wildfire, and the third is school safety or school zones. And so obviously we're listening to that, so you're gonna start seeing more of the traffic. One of the folks that brought up the traffic speeding in the school zone in Lapine recently, we said, absolutely, we'll address this, and one of our sergeants was out working traffic and happened to stop the same person that had complained about it. And they were horribly embarrassed, and she goes, hey, I asked for it.
Yep.
So he didn't issue a citation, he'd say, but. As far as sheriff's office, we've been very busy, as you know. We're making tremendous headway in my book. I looked at our burn rate on Monday, so we're at about 44% of our budget, and we're 6 months through, almost 6 months through. So I'm very happy with that number. I haven't seen the report. I was told the other day our overtime is down about 14% from what it was this time last year. But I haven't looked at that report, so don't hold me to that. We have some big expenses coming up. It seems like for many years, maybe the can was getting kicked down the road with some of our technology and some of our things. One of the biggest ones right now is our body worn cameras and our in-car cameras. So the system that we went to in about 2020 was a Coban system. It's not the greatest system. We've had struggles with it. It's not the most user-friendly. Interfacing with other departments like the DA's office and such has been really difficult with it. We're looking at a new system. We integrated, as you saw when I put in for sheriff last year, one of the things that we had to get done was our evidence storage. Because the system that we had was not going to work anymore at the end of last year. And so we had made that transition over to evidence.com. It's working flawlessly. The employees love it. The ease of operating, it's taken off really good, which is good. That's an Axon product. That's the same company that we're looking at for our body worn cameras and our in-car cameras. So this morning we had another meeting. We looked at the total expense of what it's going to cost to replace the cameras and the body and the in-car cameras. There's some things that we feel we need to have, and then there's the nice to have. And so we left all the nice to haves off. We're trying to go with the bare minimum to save money without sacrificing things that we know we need. Right now, and this is before we've gone back to Axon and really negotiated hard, we're looking at about 2.4 million. They're willing, my understanding is they were willing to pay or buy out our current Coban contract. There's only about a year left, so it won't be a lot of money, but it'll be money. And so we're working through that right now. The biggest thing I'm up against right now is the fact that the Coban storage is completely full. So our system, when we had the really bad homicide that we had last week, just north of Bend, the Coban storage was full to where we couldn't accept storage. So our IT department had to scramble to create storage room in order for that data to be able to be captured. That's not a good place to be. That's a problem. So now I'm in a position, do I try to wait for Axon through this next budget year? And if it's approved, purchase it in July. Or we know that we're going to have to do a budget adjustment. Right now it's about 175,000. We're going to have to ask for a budget adjustment. That's mainly all because of the pay equity study. So it may be that depending on where we're at, we're going back to Axon right now to see if they would reduce the first year cost for us to help. If we end up having to do a budget adjustment, we may try to put that in at the same time and ask for the commissioner's blessing on that. So I'm working through that right now. Financially, you've probably heard me say it. If you haven't, we're keeping a running spreadsheet. In 6 months, we say the taxpayers a little over $1 million. We're at about $1,039,000. We've done that by not backfilling certain positions like the undersheriff. We had a lieutenant left. My assistant came from evidence. We didn't backfill her position. I'm really taking a hard look at our entire office, and we're focusing on efficiency and not having overstaffed in areas that we don't need too much staff. I will never sacrifice service or quality. So I'm looking at all of these hard to make sure that, we're not going to short the office. So with those 3 positions, also reached out to all of our vendors, asked which ones would be willing to give us a discount if we paid them in net 10 days instead of net 30 days. We've had several local vendors take advantage of that, which I'm very proud of them. They recognize the situation that we're in as a county, and they also want to help their county too. Those percentages range anywhere from 3 to 10%, which can be substantial when those are pretty large contracts or vendors. We eliminated outside. We had a company that was booking all of our travel. We eliminated that. That saved us almost $60,000 a year. The graphics on the police cars are $400 a car less than what we were paying for the other one. Also, they gave us a 3-year warranty. So if they peel, they replace them for free instead of us having to pay to have them removed and then paid $1,150 to have them reinstalled. The new graphics are $750 versus $1,150. We've done about 30 cars already. The radios you've heard me talk about before. So in grand total, we're a little over $1 million. Last week I had a meeting with all of the staff on the top floor, and traditionally in the sheriff's office, the ladies have always worn a uniform. And so the conversation come up, our uniforms are not comfortable for the ladies. They don't wear good. They're hard to get. They're very expensive for low quality. And so they asked if I'd be willing to allow them to wear professional dress. And so I made the decision, yes, we're going to professional dress. We found clothing that they all like. We picked 4 colors. The advantage of this, we reduce the cost of the uniform. They're happier because they get to wear comfortable clothing. They get to launder them at home. So we reduce the cost of dry cleaning. So it's a win across the board. I'm telling you all this because we're looking every place I possibly can to save money, because I know the shortfalls that we have and the things that we're up against. I'm very proud of where we're at right now. Staffing wise, as of today, we're at 239.5 people. The 0.5 is funny because part of that FD is funded by the federal government. The other we fund it on marijuana side. I gave back, as you know, 11 FTEs. We looked at that. We took a hard look at that, and we know that we could never afford to fill those, and we were paying roughly $6,600 fee a year for each one of those. That saved me about $73,000. Right now, we have brought in about 6 deputies. I'm a 2 away from being full on patrol, what I consider full. Our number will be the highest, I think, that I've seen in 20 years that I've been here. Our target right now will be on track to have 11 patrol deputies per team and 2 sergeants. I can't remember a time in 20 years that we've ever had 11 deputies on a team and 2 sergeants. Yesterday, they operated with 10 deputies and 2 sergeants, and they didn't know what to do with themselves.
They can go do speeding,
They can go do speeding, and that's the goal. And what we're doing with that staffing, it's reducing the overtime, but it's also, it is, and with that, 100%. The same thing on the correction side of the house. So, actually, let me get back to the patrol. So, the health of the agency, it's nice to go to work every day and see the people I care about happy. They're smiling, they're happy. The interactions I've had with community members, and I talk to a lot of people, I have not heard anything negative. They like the fact that they're not seeing us in the headlines. They like the fact of the money savings. They like everything they're seeing, what we're seeing on Facebook with showcasing our employees, the canines, everything we're doing. Everybody seems to be very happy, which makes me happy, which hopefully makes all of you guys happy because you put your trust in me.
Are you having fun yet?
Pardon me?
Are you having fun yet?
Not yet.
Okay.
We'll get there, man. I'm working a lot. I'm down 29 pounds
Yeah.
intentionally.
But we whole milk, right?
29 pounds I'm down, so that's good. I had to buy a new, or we had to buy new uniforms because my pants are too big, so.
That's a great problem.
It's a great problem. I got about 25 more to go, but I need that for my health, and it's important to me that I look professional for our community and that they look at me as, the cool thing is that I started a little trend in the office. Now I have a few other people on the decline also. So Captain Sunberg now weighs more than me. First time in history. I'm getting some mileage out of it. I'm getting some mileage out of this. So that's kind of the health report. Like I said, financially, we're doing very good. Employee wise, with giving back that 11 FTEs, it took me down to 260. I originally wanted to give back 16, which would have brought me down to 254. I didn't want to run myself that thin in case we come into a stream of money one day, which we probably won't, but I wanted to leave a little bit of room so we can overhire when we know we have retirements. We have at least 3 retirements coming up this spring. So it gives me a little bit of room to overhire, bring those folks on board before that retirement goes away. And so we settled at the 260 number, the magic number that I'm comfortable that we can afford. And still see daylight between the 2 lines of the budget is 251. We're currently at 239.5. I have 3 actually currently in background from Ben 2D. We have first time in 20 years that we had 4, they were able to salvage one. They promised him something and he stayed. I hear rumors of 4 to 5 to 6 more at Ben that want to come to work for us. We're not the
relationships.
No, it's not us. We're not the bad news bears anymore. And people like what they're seeing. The deputies feel supported. The supervisors feel empowered. They have the freedom to go be cops and do what they want without feeling micromanaged. And that's what I see every day when I go in and they're smiling and they're happy. And my lieutenants on both sides, my lieutenants on the patrol side of the house are absolutely rock stars right now. The amount of work and what they're doing to develop the troops is incredible. The correction side for many, many years have been very restricted. They weren't allowed to be empowered and do a lot. So we're working through that. I recently, as you know, made Mike Gill the acting captain. Captain Schultz is going to fully retire in July. So it gave us an opportunity to transition over a 6-month period so we don't lose anything in that transition. In about April, I'm short on our Marine Patrol side on people. And so Captain Schultz is certified Marine Board from his job in Multnomah. So I'm going to plug him onto a boat for 3 months, which I get to get reimbursed on some of his salary from the state grant. So it offsets that cost of that 3. So I only have 3 months that I'm really eating instead of 6. And he's happy because it gives him a transition out. Gil is doing great. He's been there 30 years. He knows every working part of that jail. I made a couple of shifts with lieutenants over there. We had a lieutenant that didn't have any subordinates assigned to them. And so we made that adjustment. So for the first time, we have a jail lieutenant's a District 1 function overseeing the civil department, which is a District 1 function. So trying to keep some of those together makes more sense to me. And then I moved to lieutenant it was a position that we hadn't had forever that was created last year. That made no sense to me because there wasn't enough responsibility for that lieutenant. So I reassigned them as the administrative lieutenant when I moved Gil and the captain. So that is part of the efficiency plan, and I'm not backfilling that. 1, I can't afford to, and 2, we don't need it. So we're just taking a hard look at everything. We're trying to save money everywhere we can. We know the pay equity is going to hit all of us hard, but also with the body worn cameras, I tell the voters, there's going to come a day that I'm going to have to ask for more money. It's inevitable. But before I ever feel comfortable asking, I want to make sure that I'm doing everything I possibly can to save as much as I possibly can to show them that we're being responsible with the money. Simple things, our MDTs that we had to replace last year and upgrade with all new MDTs. They were just going to recycle those. We pulled the SIM cards out of them and we sold them on the government website, and we're getting $300 to $400 per lot that we sell. Either way, it's $400 that I get to go back in somewhere, so. Trying to think, some other expenses that I have next year besides the, let me just look at my note, besides the, Axon body camera, our digital forensic lab, as you know, they do all the digital forensics for us. It takes up a tremendous amount of space and storage. They've been limping by for the last several years by buying portable storage. And at some point, we're going to start losing data because it's just not a feasible or responsible way to manage that. So when I was at the Code and Coles meeting last week, we've done a lot of digging into the Code and Coles, and I found out that the sheriff's office has been paying a large portion of a lot of things for a lot of years for other agencies. And so I made it clear last week to everybody, all the chiefs and sheriffs in the Tri-County area, we will always be a great partner and we will always be here to help you and support you. But we are no longer going to fund everybody else. I found out that we had been paying to upfit cars for all of Code at $6,000 a car, and we were not being reimbursed for that. There's other things that we've been paid that we're not being reimbursed. We supply 3 detectives plus a marijuana detective plus a captain, which is Brian Husband, plus our finance department, plus downtown finance, that they do get reimbursed. We have definitely done our fair share. And there wasn't a chief or sheriff in the room that didn't agree with my statement that everybody needs to share the cost. With that being said, our digital forensic lab is in our building. We have personnel from other agencies in the Tri-County area that are in our building and they don't pay any rent. And I'm out of space. And so we're currently looking at moving that digital forensic lab off-site to another building. Maybe we put them in with Code or somewhere else. That way it's a shared expense amongst all the agencies. With that shared expense, we drop the good news on them that the storage that we're going to have to look at is going to cost around $500,000 for storage for the digital forensics, but that is going to have to be a shared expense amongst all the agencies. So they're aware of that. As you know, I'm a Deschutes County employee, I'm a sheriff. My responsibility is to the employees and the taxpayers of Deschutes County first and foremost. But I will always be a good community partner amongst all the other agencies. We will never walk away from that. But everybody has to be able to share the expense because we're not flush with money. The last sheriff completely cut out giving any money to the stabilization center in this fiscal year. We're the second largest user of the stabilization center. I don't think that's right. They provide a service to us that really helps us and reduces our time that our deputies are off the road at the hospital. And so I'm looking at what I can afford this next budget cycle to give the stabilization center. We went from, I think, where Sheriff Nelson was given like 600,000+. You guys will know more than what I did, or I do. And then Kent went to 0. And it's just unacceptable. And so being the second, Ben PD is the highest user of that. We're the second. So I had to look and see how much we can afford. The Core 3 project, traditionally we've given 50,000. I have that slated also 50 for the Core 3 project. If I can do more, I'll try. The savings of the $1 million that we have is great, but it's going other places already very quickly. In fact, it's already gone, which is fine because we didn't have it. So, if we're able to move it somewhere else. I think that's all on the big expenditures we're looking on. This year,
are you thinking about an amount yet for the stabilization center? Do you have any projection where you think how you can help it out?
150,000, between 150 and 250 would be my goal. I know it's less than what Shane was giving him, but it's.
We have to be realistic and get your budget.
Yeah, so 150 to 250 man is what we're thinking of right now.
And
That's great.
And preview for any other commissioners, but I think when we come to our joint meeting next week, that the state of Valley is going to offer some kind of, long-term predictable contributions to crisis services, the stabilization center as well. So, it's great to see these pieces lining up and as Jared just said, so NVD is the number one user and Jared's on the system too. So, having those two, heavy users of that stabilization center, and it make commitments is really helpful. So really ensuring that stabilization center is going to keep being there.
Jeff, I was just curious, the use of the stabilization center, is that on the patrol side or the jail side or both?
Most of it's patrol. The jail does have times that they will use them, but normally it's gonna be from patrol. Bringing people in that, it really reduces our time, because if we can take somebody there to get them assistance versus us taking them to the hospital on a POH. If we take them to the hospital on a POH, sometimes the deputies are tied up for 3 to 4 hours before they're seen, and they won't let us leave until they're seen. And so having the ability to bring them to the stabilization center, they're there for maybe 20 or 30 minutes. And as long as they're comfortable with the deputy leaving, they can leave. So it's really, that turnaround time is a lot faster for us.
And I mean, I understand correctly, you can that having the stabilization center, one possibility for MED when they picked up someone who was having a mental health crisis was to take them to the hospital, but the other possibility was that they would actually go to jail. So even if you're not having people who are in the jail go over to the stabilization center, I think the stabilization center as a first place where you would go instead of taking that person to the hospital or to jail is a benefit to the corrections.
Yeah.
So that's great.
I had a question. Today they announced that BPD had 1 DUI, 2 DUI arrests almost every day. How many has Deschutes County Sheriff's Office had last year? Do we have that number?
I do. In fact, I just got the stats yesterday, so I haven't looked at total amount.
Because only 54% of Americans now are supposed to be using alcohol. So I'm just wondering if we're seeing a difference anywhere.
Yeah, I'll look. I can let you know. In fact, Captain Sunberg just emailed out the stats yesterday. For the first time ever, we sent the stats out to all the employees, because we want the deputies to see who's working and who needs to pick it up a little bit. And so self-motivation, peer pressure.
Yeah, here you go.
I can email. I'll let you know what the total is.
Okay, I just thought it was 2 a day, I believe it.
Yeah, it's, we've, as you've seen in the news, the sheriff's office has some really, really bad calls in the last month and a half
Yes.
between
terrible.
McCall and Terrebonne. That was a bad person. He needed to go to jail. The young lady, the 9-year-old little girl that was kidnapped from the valley, from Portland area, our deputies, ended up pinning the car in Redmond and got her into custody safely and back to her parents. One of them was her parent, but back to the right parent. The next day we had the shooting in Sisters where the person shot the person in the eye. Within a 12-hour period, we damaged 6 cars. So I kept seeing the damage reports coming in, and the good thing is they're not wrecked, they're just damaged, and it's, unfortunately, there's a cost to doing business in our line of work. And then most recently we've had a couple of homicides just in the last few weeks. The most recently was the one in Bend. That one's really playing hard on our detectives because it wasn't a good scene at all. So Sunday, we had, the other thing that we're really working towards right now is taking care of our employees, the health and well-being of our employees, especially the mental portion of it.
Oh, that had to be just, I just can't imagine. I watch Forensic Files too much. And so many times in domestic violence, the husband is just.
Yeah, this was a bad scene. And so Sunday we had.
Terrible, just the little thing on the news,
Yeah, it wasn't a good one at all.
a tragedy.
Sunday we had a debrief. The captains and I weren't there. We didn't go intentionally. We sent a message, Captain Sunberg sent a message saying, we're here to support you. We're providing this, but it gave everybody an opportunity to come together with the peer support and just kind of vent and talk about that scene. I have a meeting next Wednesday with a person that oversees the wellness program for the city of Phoenix PD and the city of Phoenix Fire. I also got a quote the other day from the person that does our background investigations on counseling. One of the things I'd really like to do is put in place a program where once a year, our deputies, especially our sworn staff, are required to go see a counselor for an hour. Another sheriff in another county had put that into place several years ago, and he said the first year was they were very unsure of that because they were afraid that whatever they talked about would get back to command. Once they figured out that that wasn't the goal, he said the second year people actually started looking forward to going, and then they started branching out and going more on their own medical insurance. So I have that meeting next week, because it's critical, especially with some of the scenes that we're going through now. It's important that we take care of our folks. So
Don't forget Valentine's Day is coming up, and we do have the massage benefit through our health program. So anyway, you should make appointments now because it'll be very busy. Right, Brenda?
I don't have time.
Haven't done it yet.
Yeah, it's about, one other indicator for me is recruitment retention. Give us a feel for how getting on those two fronts. And I really mentioned so many retirements, so well, that's 225 minutes, I'm thinking that that's probably part of the retention, the retention picture, but.
And these are retirements due to age. They've been here a long time. We lost a young lady to Redmond PD. She wanted to go to patrol. So she went to Redmond PD. She'd worked in the jail. And then we had a young man that just left the jail because he wants to be a paramedic. So he left the jail to go be a paramedic. Other than that, we haven't lost anybody. Recruiting has been, I don't have enough spots right now based on the people that I know want to come to work for us. So that's a great problem to have. We're in interviews right now for correctional side. So the correctional numbers will be at 14 and 2. So 14 deputies and 2, which will allow us to have the South Control Center monitored all the time by a deputy. Right now it's done by a monitor, which isn't a good place to be in. And so those are our target numbers. So we get patrol at 11 and 2, 11 deputies, 2 sergeants, corrections at 14 and 2. We're adding 2 extra for the courthouse extension because they're going to require more for the courthouse. So with in grand total, the number that I'm comfortable with that we can afford is 251. Originally I was going to do 254, but that gives me a little bit of buffer right there for that. So we're going to run at 251, which seems to be a safe place right now.
We just kind of quick with that one.
It's coming very quick.
So are you still using the Terrebonne office?
We are. In fact, we're getting ready to sign a new lease on it to extend that out. There's a new owner of the building, and so we've already met with them, and so we're getting ready to sign a new lease to expand or extend that for a few more years.
Yeah, and I was thinking about your officers and that latest murder, and
Yeah.
we just found, somebody has to go there and
Yeah.
the vision.
So what about generically, and I don't know anything about this, but drug cases, you had 97 corridor fentanyl and just the crazy world there, and we legalized marijuana and other things, but what's going on? I just don't know.
So the narcotics, we had the code team, multi-jurisdictional with SciCounty that we all pay into, and then there's federal money. We have our marijuana team. The state cut our marijuana money incredibly large amount. I think we ended up with like $260,000. We used to get well over $1 million something. So, and then I don't know if we got the final number in yet for the county. Last year was 95,000. With that being said, with the tremendous cut that we took from the state, we had 2 marijuana detectives, Ramos and Riding, and then we have Danielle, who's our analyst. If I kept both of them in that position, we were only going to be able to afford to keep them there for 6 months. And so we pulled one of those detectives back, Ramos, and we plugged him in being a criminal detective because our criminal cases are going through the roof. And we left Detective Riding over there with Danielle. If you remember, for several years, we had just Detective Miller over there. So he has the support of the code team, so it's not like he's by himself. That gave us the ability to push that expansion out until at least this time next year.
You did unregistered grows, or what?
So the number of grows,
That's what I feel for. The activity they-
it's actually on the marijuana side, it's actually gone down by a substantial amount. And that was part of the reason the state got our money, is our total poundage that we seized last year. I want to say it was 1,900 pounds versus others.
Unregistered.
Exactly.
So that's-
Yeah, and I truly believe that the work that was put into the marijuana program early on, that hit the big ones that we had, is what have stopped these. That's why I can't take my hand off of it, because I don't want them to come back. But a lot of it's gonna come down to funding. It's hard because the funding from the state is based on what our, how many of them we stop, so.
But what about the Josephine County? Is it someone problem there? I was reading that 75% of the illegal marijuana grows in our country were actually run by the Chinese. So,
The one we had in La Pine was ran by the Chinese.
yeah.
Yeah, in Josephine County, some of the other counties, they got substantially more money than us because it's still a big problem in those counties, but Deschutes County really dropped off on marijuana. As far as narcotics, we've seen a decline in fentanyl, which is a good thing. The code team, I want to say, was 30 something pounds of methamphetamines. I don't remember the other, but the fentanyl number had just dropped off. We just went over these last week. Narcotics, it's hard. Narcotics is always going to be here. We're all going to be gone off this earth, and then we're still going to be chasing narcotics. The frustrating thing in law enforcement is when I first started as a police officer, we call it a dirty bag. You catch somebody with a plastic bag with methamphetamine residue, and it was a felony. Now we'll catch somebody with a pound of meth and they might get 30 or 45 days in county jail, and that's it. And so that, it's sad because the return on investment for the amount of time and money that goes into these investigations versus what the criminal penalty is just not right. The criminal penalty has to be higher because it takes a tremendous amount of time to build these cases. So, but we can't give up on it. I didn't tell you, we had funding that we had set aside in this year's budget for a new patrol dog. And so the narcotics team, the code team, Bend PD pulled their dog back. They're right on rotation. So when they're at 2 years, they pull them back. We can't have a narcotics team without a narcotics dog. It makes no sense. So I took the money that we had slated for our patrol dog and we bought a new narcotics dog. The name is Dozer. It's a Springer Spaniel. It is a phenomenal dog. In fact, the other day it found some narcotics that the other two dogs didn't find. So being a brand new dog, I was very impressed with that. So that is in the hands of Chris Lawrence, Detective Lawrence. So the narcotics team has the dog. A friend of mine that donated to Search and Rescue last year for our new inflatable jet boat came to me this year, him and his wife, they live in Sisters, and said, "Sheriff, what do you need this year?" And I said, "I need a patrol dog because I use my money for a narcotics dog." And they just wrote us a check for $20,000. And so we're now able to get our patrol dog also. So having those relationships is really nice. So.
Thank you.
Forget, we're at 2:34, so.
Yeah, I talked a lot. I'm sorry.
No, we asked you about questions.
Had to give you
See you there. It's a really wonderful thing. Regular communications with the sheriff, they give a talk. Everything that's going on in the office. This kind of dynamic.
Yeah. Yes, you're welcome. Thank you. I appreciate the support. Everybody's been amazing. Some of you haven't seen me in a while.
Well, you're being small.
Yeah, and it's all right. I was like, it was like, resources, and I want to make sure. This is easy.
All right, everything's on keep right.
Okay.
Get started again. Thanks for picking this. I giving me the ask. I can meet with us. It would be, you could great. Okay. There are so many things going on, and it's not like there's, you know, a lot of balls and a lot of there's things that you're juggling right now, and I wanted to hear from you about your vision or your having my thoughts about getting these like what these, you know, what are the needs for various projects to make sure that they and there's like Bill, there's some there's a recycling modernization, there's all the diversion efforts that we are interested in and with that, I'd love to just hear your kind of your picture of high level thoughts.
Sure. Well, thanks for having me here today. It's a pleasure to be here. So for the I'll first start by, you know, day in, day out, we have the responsibility for handling waste here in the county through all the transfer stations and then for the disposition of materials at not landfill. You know, we're averaging about 750 tons a day of waste materials going into the landfill. So that is first and foremost, that's always the priority. How do we handle the streams of materials as they currently are coming? I will say just over the last, you know, 3 or 4 years, we've really developed the kind of the governance, the internal governance infrastructure of the department with managers now overseeing environmental compliance, managers and supervisors overseeing operational, you know, day-to-day operations of transfer stations, scale houses, and the landfill operations, as well as manager overseeing franchise services and recycling diversion activities, in particular, really managing the implementation of the recycling organization. So we have a really good team that's developed, very professional and quite accomplished. So we're in good hands for day-to-day operations, managing the needs and regulatory requirements of the department. In addition to that, yeah, we have a number of initiatives that are in place. The first, and the one that is going to need kind of immediate and constant attention is the landfill siting process. Just to give a brief update on that, we are in the process of completing a final site evaluation of a second site we refer to as the Horse Ridge site. That will be coming back to the SWAC, the Solid Waste Advisory Committee, in April, with a recommendation anticipated to come to the board in June or July. With that, we are also doing appraisals of all of the properties. I think there's been a question, how is that appraisal being done? It's being done by a group called Rock Associates. They're out of Kansas City. They specialize in doing appraisals of aggregate mines, quarries, those sorts of sites. They even do appraisals of landfills and infill sites. So they're well equipped to be able to do assessments of the properties that we're looking at. They also do regular assessments. So EFU properties like the Rock site, they're doing appraisals of all the sites. That will be part of the package that comes back to the board. First through the SWAC, but to the board, and it will help with our negotiations relative to the terms and conditions to for the purchase of those sites. So we don't want to be in the situation we were in prior when we brought a recommendation without formal agreement relative to terms and conditions on any purchases. The one piece, just to give a brief side note on that, one of the parcels, if the Horse Ridge site is the site that would move forward, one of the parcels is owned by ODOT. So it would be a government to government transfer. They do have some slightly different guidelines around appraisals and conditions and appraisals. We're waiting to hear from them what we might have to do relative to the appraisal, but they are willing to work with our appraiser to determine a fair value for that property. Okay. That may not be completed at the time that the recommendation comes to you, but the essence of an agreement will be given. Right? That is kind of first and foremost, since we do have a closing horizon on landfill of 2031. So that will be front of mind and a priority all through next year and subsequently through the permitting process. I would say that the other piece attached to that is we are looking at new diversion facilities, partly to meet our solid waste management plan goal of a 45% diversion rate here in the county. We're currently at about 29%. There's also another reality to it is at not landfill when the landfill is closed, we are going to have to take all the daily route trucks that currently go to the face of the landfill, and those are going to have to run through a transfer facility, a transfer station, because we'll be taking that waste and transferring it elsewhere, ideally to a in-county landfill. If not there, then somewhere else. But we currently don't have enough infrastructure at the not landfill. Our current transfer station isn't large enough to handle all of that waste that's currently coming through that site. Yeah, our transfer station building right now handles all of the public. And we're taking 600, 700 vehicles a day through that facility. We couldn't also take all of the waste that comes out of the garbage trucks through that facility at the same time, and basically from a traffic perspective. So at a minimum, we're going to have to expand or build another facility there. Part of what we're looking at is building a facility to process bulky waste, which is predominantly what the public brings in. It's contractors, it's households that they're bringing construction demolition debris in the self-haul trailers, but they're also bringing waste out of their garages, et cetera. We are looking at the development of a new building there that would also process that waste to recover as much of the material as possible. And then the residual, the materials that we can't recover, would then get conveyed over to our current transfer station. So it wouldn't have traffic into that building. It would just bring waste that we would then push into trailers and ship off site. So we're trying to look at two issues at the same time. How do we deal with the transfer of waste once we hit that 2031 timeframe? And are we able to, at the same time, look at recovering some of that waste through processing it as opposed to just pushing it into trailers and moving it out? The reason I bring that up now is it's going to take a while for us to plan it, to model it, to bring to the board to determine, is this something that can fit within an affordable rate package to our residents at the same time as meeting our diversion goals as well as handling materials. Then it's going to take another probably 4 years to build it. So everything's around timing. We're looking at that 2031 timeframe. How do we bring it back to where we are today? Okay. We are, in addition to that, looking at how do we expand our compost facility. That's a little less time sensitive. That's not as urgent. But from a diversion standpoint, if we can expand our compost facility, we could compost all of the organic debris that is currently collected in the county, but not all of it is currently being composted.
Have you heard of biochar?
You have heard of biochar.
There's been a discussion in the last few days.
Yeah.
Did you hear about the other intent that we submitted in
Correct. And, you know, biochar is, that would be some, if it is a successful, application or something that the county, does want to move forward with and is able to move forward with biochar as an additive to our compost could be of real significance. There actually are synergies relative to that process and what we're doing on the organic composting side.
It's a public services service that's on site, right? I mean, it's not counties. And we're usually.
Yeah, it's currently a contracted service for the county.
And is that happening anywhere else? We don't do that up in
No, it's our only compost facility currently is at Mount Manfield. The organic waste that yard debris that's collected in Negus and elsewhere is ground, but they don't have the capacity to absorb that and compost that currently. What we're looking at is putting in a larger facility at a different location at Mount Landfill that would have the capacity to handle all that material plus food waste and potentially the incorporation of all the fire-free waste as well. The other piece that is in process, continuing to work on, is the renewable natural gas infrastructure project. That has been delayed due to a couple of things. One is air permitting for landfills, what's called Title V permitting, has become a bit more restrictive around the management of methane gas and its destruction. So we've had to the flare that you see out at Knott Landfill, if you drive by there at night, that is no longer an acceptable destruction of methane. So we've had to adapt the design of the natural gas facility to include what's called an enclosed flare. So we'll have it'll look like a big tube that you will never see that blue flame again. It's got to be done within an enclosed container, and then we can actually measure and monitor the discharges of that burned gas. Additionally, the size of the facility, the energy needs for the natural gas processing facility is about 1.5 megawatts of power. There is not currently availability of that amount of power. There is a substation that is being built for the Stevens Ranch properties. That should come online within the next year. That's the point at which we're going to be able to have power come to the site. So those two pieces have pushed the project out about 1.5 years. We are going to start putting in wells, new vertical wells to capture more gas out of the landfill beginning this spring. That'll be hooked up to our current flare, or the new flare actually, that we're going to be putting in. And that will be concurrent with the beginning of the construction of the actual processing facility. That should be online in calendar year 2027, late 2027. So about 1.5 years now is when we expect that facility will be operating and starting to generate revenue for the site. That is not taking a huge amount of staff attention, because most of this work is being done by Cascade Natural Gas, who's the contracted partner in their engineering firm. So we're kind of monitoring and assisting and supporting, but they're the ones who are actually doing the work on that project. And then we do have some of the Recycling Modernization Act implementation pieces. That's going to be continuous. Currently, we are looking at expanding materials such as materials at the drop-off stations We are also, we are eligible for funding for capital expenses related to the expansion of recycling services here in the county, particularly the district rural areas of the county that don't currently have curbside collection. There is funding available to pay for any new trucks required, any new carts required for that service. So we will be coming to the board with a public hearing later this winter, probably mid-February. We're looking at February 11th for a public hearing in which all the customers in the distant rural area will be notified as to the possibility of this service, what the rate impacts of adding that service would be, and then public hearing as to whether that's a service that the Board of Commissioners wants to extend. That would then, if approved, that would be implemented and incorporated into the next rate approval for July of next year, and service would be implemented in July or August next year. Next year, meaning this next fiscal year coming up. So those are the big pieces relative to the transition with my stepping down from the position. I'm committed to stay through the process of selection of a new director for the department and stay through assisting them in getting settled and trained and familiar with where the department is at, and then provide assistance if at their discretion as to whether they want me to be an advisor and assist, particularly on the Rolls-Royce landfill siting, new facility development and RMA implementation.
And franchise agreements.
Oh, yeah, franchise agreements. Thank you. Yeah. And franchise agreements. And the franchise agreement piece, so there will be some discussions with the city of Bend as to what they're going to be doing with their franchises. As you're aware, the franchise agreement by providing notice of non-renewal or notice of termination of those agreements, it's a 6-year window for that. What we are anticipating is during the next 3-year period is really looking at what should a new franchise agreement contain and look like. What would and that any cities that have also provided termination, we would be working with them to develop that franchise agreement that both provide service and enhancement service guarantees, as well as flow control, as we call it, or facility designation. It would also include discussions around what that IGA or governance of those agreements would look like. If it were to go to the point of procuring, putting out an RFP for the procurement of new services, that would occur most likely 3 years from now, with implementation of new service providers or new service contracts at the point of 6 years from. So,
Trying to get around.
wind it by the way.
It's just, it's like a halo over you, Tim.
Man with red man.
So, rolling over the evergreen, that is not an option.
It would be an option. It would need to be negotiated, but it really is at the county's discretion.
So Tim, when is the group going to meet regarding the landfills? They said something about April.
Yeah, the third Tuesday of April, May, and June will be the meeting dates of the solid waste advisory.
So we
committee.
paid like an extra $5,000 or something to get some report faster.
Yeah,
What did we actually pay for that?
for all of the appraisals, it's $35,000 or $36,000. I think 35,000.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, but we were supposed to get it faster, so what?
Yeah, we'll have the appraisal, the report back from the appraiser, I believe, by the end of February. It's a 60-day turnaround from commencement of the contract. But that will then also, then we will start to have negotiations with, or we'll be able to use that to really sit down to negotiate terms and conditions of the purchase, which we want to have then completed by the beginning of April.
And we're not bottlenecking down to just one site.
No, we're doing appraisals of both sites. Correct.
And so when we go to the negotiation phase, we will have
Yes.
two options that we.
Correct.
Nothing much. Or another thing I was talking about earlier, but I didn't want to ask directly. When we talk about composting operations, when we talk about biochar, when we talk about other ways of disposing of that organic material. I would really like to have a sense of what we're saving if we don't put that in it. So like it's kind of an avoided cost analysis per unit of space in
Sure.
in the current landfill. And there's probably a lot of ways that you could go about that. I mean, just we're beginning to get a sense of what a new landfill operation is going to cost us. So I mean, just going to break out, the unit of volume out of that and be able to share that with us so that we can think about. As we're looking at our last couple of years and not what it would save us if we can avoid putting more and more of that material into our last cell at
Yeah, we can definitely provide that. I also think that what the county will most likely need to expect is, like the state of California and Washington State, is that there are most likely going to be a legislative effort to restrict the amount of organic materials that goes into a landfill. Both those states have put a restriction of 75, reducing organic material going into the landfill by 75% by date certain. Then it becomes actual law that we would have to do it. And so whether costs be put aside, it may be that we will be put in a position to have to, yeah. So that is on the horizon. They were waiting to get past the recycling modernization implementation before that was brought back to the DEQ for evaluation in the legislature for consideration.
So I started out the day with knowing that I do want to lean into this solid waste facility siting. Making sure that we don't get defocused, and this is for all of us. Thank you for joining us here. But for the people of Deschutes County, being able to commit and work hard to stay focused in the next year or two is going to be very important.
Yeah.
Because if we just let it slide a little bit, all of a sudden there'll be a landfill closure and there'll be more plays from the outside scoping our stock, because we've seen it. People come to us many times, and I have a great idea. If you just send me all your waste, okay, we kind of have a plan here. So this is just for all of us to make sure we're staying focused.
Yeah, and I will say that we do have in place the contract for the permitting of the site that was approved prior to the loss of the Puffer Creek site. those terms and conditions of that contract still stand. So if a site is approved, then we begin the process of purchase and procurement. You could also start the process of permitting. Both of these other sites do not seem to have the same environmental impact statement requirements that we were seeing at Hooker Creek. And then I will also say, under the current administration, some of those processes have been significantly expedited. So we've had conversations with BLM relative to some of the potential evaluation that they would require, and a lot of that may be a non-issue for these two sites under this administration. So it would be in our interest to get moving quickly.
That's where I'm coming from.
Yep.
One last question about the recycling and modernization and expanded collection. What kind of areas are we talking where additional collection that curbside might be off?
Well, for curbside, we're talking about basically the rest of the entire county. 95% of the county would be covered on a residential basis, single family homes up to 4 units, starting in 2027, and then into 2028, it's going to be expanding into multifamily. There are going to be requirements placed around space requirements and offering requirements for any new multifamily complexes and review of existing multifamily complexes, and then expansion into commercial requirements around commercial entity, both offerings and service requirements.
So even very low density, very sparsely populated parts of the county.
I think that the parts, there are sections of the county currently, like Milliken, and you get farther out where there is no formalized collection, but any place where there is a franchise service offering, it would fall under what we call universal service. It's not, if you don't have garbage service, you don't have to have recycling service. But if people elect to have garbage service, they would be offered recycling service anywhere in the county.
Okay, that's really, thank you.
Thank you all.
Yeah, there it is. Yeah, that's even the office.
Other commissioners may have other interests that they want to discuss about CDD, but I am at least, and I know of one piece of what Commissioner Thorne was interested in was discussion of South County groundwater.
Yeah, good afternoon, Chair Chang, members of the commission. If it's helpful, Peter Visconsi, Community Development Director, for those that might be listening remotely. This is just for context on the annual groundwater protection program report. This is the second year that we've produced it. Over the years, CDD has distilled the work that we do or have done to demonstrate the commitment that we have under our regulatory authority to protect Southern Deschutes County's aquifer. What really kind of prompted the desire to write this report and keep it updated the county commissioners will recall in December of 2023, the Oregon Department of Environmental Quality submitted a letter to the commissioners respectfully acknowledging the continued vulnerability about the groundwater in southern Deschutes County, stemming, of course, primarily from septic systems. They went through a host of issues that included, the importance of monitoring the groundwater, validating or reinforcing the work that was done in the early 2000s with the U.S. Geological Survey. And they also went to some great lengths to underscore the importance of Goal 11 and the possibility of sewering southern Deschutes County. And the current report, so building off of that letter, it seemed prudent to remind DEQ, certainly the Board of County Commissioners, residents, and we have a dedicated website that cites these reports to underscore again what the Community Development Department does under our regulatory authority to protect groundwater. And a transition with that as backdrop, there are three highlights that occurred in calendar year 2025 that are noted in the report. One is related to Senate Bill 1154, which is the rules that the law was signed by the governor last summer. It provides the basis if and when the Department of Environmental Quality, in coordination with the Environmental Quality Commission, finds that it's time to declare a groundwater quality concern area. The law that was modified through Senate Bill 1154 underscores a couple of things, and they really took the impetus, I think, from the groundwater management area experiences in Umatilla Basin. And you've been reading the news, it's the Umatilla Basin. So, is making headlines again because there's differences of opinion about whether the rules that are in place are too far or not far enough. But it was that backdrop that I think compelled the legislature and ultimately the governor to sign Senate Bill 1154 into law. And what it does, besides streamlining declarations for contaminants and mobilizing the state for a quicker response on a host of issues, creating an interagency team, coming out with an outreach plan, trends analysis, monitoring plan, getting information that's publicly accessible. The thing that was so noticeable through one lens in Deschutes County is when that declaration is made, Goal 11 exception is no longer required. It waives it. And so back to Shannon Davis's letter, the deputy director for DEQ back in 2023, they go to great lengths, DEQ goes to great lengths, and they've done this for several years when they are approached about how to address groundwater protection. There has been a desire, understandably, to make sure that all options are on the table. And so one of the things that this report does, without getting ahead of the Board of County Commissioners, it just acknowledges that this legislation is in place. And there may be a point in time when the county commissioners want to engage or feel it's prudent to engage DEQ with their Environmental Quality Commission to consider that type of declaration. I'm not here to tell you when that should happen, but it's this law that I think once and for all takes Goal 11 off the table. If Goal 11 is something that if sewering is something that residents believe or DEQ believes is important to address groundwater protection, a declaration makes that happen without as Commissioner DeBone will remember, the level of resources and effort that went in in 2015, 2016 to provide the basis for a goal of an exception that was ultimately overturned by the Land Use Board of Appeals. That process goes away. So that was one aspect that I thought was important to convey in the report. The other is rulemaking that DEQ did. It was noted in the email that I sent to county commissioners, but it besides some housekeeping that needed to be undertaken to address sewer availability and accessory dwelling units, it also just provided for the first time really since creating the alternative treatment technology rules in the early 2000s, which came out of the effort that Deschutes County, USGS, DEQ led in the National Demonstration Project. This was the first time they really revamped the rules, and they provided greater rigor in terms of clarifying the roles of service providers, annual maintenance reports, recognizing the necessity for relying on alternative treatment systems when there are variances. And variances, for those that might be listening, there are instances throughout Deschutes County, but it happens more frequently in southern Deschutes County, where because of, say, the depth to groundwater is too high to the surface, we don't have the ability, our on-site wastewater specialists don't have the ability to approve that septic system, so they deny it. And applicants can apply for a variance to the Department of Environmental Quality, and they have in the past approved variances over 100. And the language that came through rulemaking ensures or provides greater clarity for DEQ to ensure that when variances are granted, they are applying systems that provide the greatest treatment of nitrates possible. There's also clarifications on if the variance is rejected by DEQ, instead of going to circuit court, there's a more streamlined adjudication process. And the last thing that I wanted to highlight in the report, without getting into great details, is there's a prospective purchasers agreement for one of the quadrants in the Newberry neighborhood. A developer is interested in buying what is quadrant 2D. There's a series of obligations or thresholds that have to be met before that agreement is perfected. Applying for and receiving approval of a tentative subdivision plat is one, and they also want to the developer wants to make sure that the civil engineering drawings are acceptable or plans are acceptable to the city of La Pine. But basically 10 months from now, we could, for the first time in recent memory, sell a quadrant at fair market value. And if that happens, you're talking about over $1 million that can be made available with direction from the Board of County Commissioners to help with, for example, increasing rebates for helping existing residents upgrade their septic systems, providing low interest loans for those that would rather pursue that option. As the board will recall, through Neighbor Impacts, we've also provided in the past non-conforming loans for those residents that don't have the means to take advantage of a conventional product. So that's extremely exciting. I don't want to get ahead of that agreement, but those three examples, again, is something that I think warrants updating the report. And I guess I'll just close and answer any questions the commission has. I think it's important that the county uses this report and other avenues to continue to articulate what we've done. And I'm very proud of the work that has been done to date. You'll see there's an Appendix A that kind of starts, from the early seventies of the three-plotted subdivisions, and then all the work that Deschutes County, the Department of Environmental Quality, and of course, others like the USGS have done to understand the problem, to collaborate and to coordinate, to delineate roles and responsibilities. And I just feel that it's important for us as a department, with the board's, support and certainly articulation as well about what we do, why we do it, and within our regulatory authority. So I'm grateful to have the opportunity to share this with you today. We're not done. The selling of one quadrant doesn't mean we've solved the problem. We have another quadrant that's currently on sale. We have neighborhoods 3 and 4 that are for sale that have a fair market value of about $30 million. But we're very fortunate in that we have resources here at the county, assets, land assets that are dedicated to groundwater protection. And with the leadership of Todd Cleveland, our on-site wastewater manager, we administer the on-site wastewater program specifically for innovative septic systems. We approve and inspect and oversee more of those than any other county, over 2,000. So we're leaders in this effort. And again, with the leadership that has occurred with this board, previous directors, previous county commissioners, there's a lot to celebrate, and yet acknowledge that we still have work to be done and keep DEQ informed. I did send this report to them as I did last year, letting them know that what we're doing, why we're doing it, and how we're doing it. Again, to address some of the major questions or statements that they offered just a few years ago. So yeah, thanks for the opportunity.
Peter, what about those systems that are like 95% effective out of Rhode Island? Has the state gotten any closer to bringing those here?
It's a great question, and I'm happy to get a response to you in the next couple of days. Todd Cleveland has been out sick for a couple of days, so he would be the one to be able to respond to that question succinctly. To my knowledge, those systems have not been authorized by the Department of Environmental Quality. Once they are, they can be fully deployed, and with the recent rulemaking that's happened, not only could Deschutes County, but DEQ could also request them, and there's these various proceedings. I think that the potential is there, and the question becomes whether or not they've demonstrated that they are capable of performing at that level. But I'll have Todd respond and to all
Well, it
of
would
the
be nice to
commissioners.
hear that, they're available, because it's that percentage increase.
Yeah,
Huge.
yeah.
It would be awesome to have access to systems, you could be able to deploy the system you see here, but we also need to recognize the reality that just because something is available doesn't mean that it's gonna happen. Being a little bit more familiar with the history here, we've known for decades that there's 6,000 standard septic systems in shallow groundwater in South County that we need to do something about. And in all these years, we've managed to get a few hundred retrofitted. And that means that there's well over 5,000 systems that are still loading the ground with nitrates. So there is a need to do more. It is exciting that we may have a new infusion of funds into the groundwater soon, but even with that, I would ask how many retrofits can you support with $1 million? It's not enough. So I think we need to be thinking about and looking for game changers. I do think that this possibility of being able to connect some big chunks of South County to a wastewater system is a potential game changer. But You know, our quickest route to access that is going to be through one of these establishing one of these groundwater areas of concern. I think that that's something that we should be thinking about and taking an interest in. For me, cranking up that machine, starting that whole process, you know, creating that whole, you know, working group to focus on South County would be it would be easier to justify taking that step if we knew it was actually feasible to get a bunch of people connected to a wastewater treatment system. Because as we're seeing in Terrebonne, as we're seeing in Tumalo, it is incredibly expensive to build a new wastewater district. So, you know, in terms of sequencing, in my mind, one of the things that would be worth doing sooner than later is really assessing the feasibility of essentially expanding upon the wastewater treatment systems that are already out there. You know, what can we do to build off of the Sun River system if they're willing to work with us? What can we do to build off Oregon Wonderland if they're willing to work with us? You know, what can we do to support expansion of the reach of the Lupine system? If they're willing to work with us, how much does that actually cost? And is it conceivable at all that we can actually find that money somewhere? You know, there was a moment where there was a massive amount of funds available for federal funding available for wastewater infrastructure through the bipartisan infrastructure law. I think, you know, Terrebonne may have been able to hit some of that, but you know, we're just out of the gate looking at a goal 11 exemption in South County. I'm guessing that money's gonna be gone by the time we get along the way. So as much as we can ask, you know, why are these regulatory constraints in place? As much as we can ask, you know, when are we going to have access to this new technology? The reality is that I don't think we have the money to do much of this stuff in the first place. So, you know, being concerned about, you know, regulations restricting us it is not the primary concern. The primary concern is it actually even feasible financially to be able to build out some of these wastewater systems or to retrofit massive numbers of South County residences with better technology septic systems in the first place. So I guess I would like to propose that we do a good hard look at whether there are opportunities to extend upon, you know, the existing wastewater systems in South County. And then based on the feasibility that we find there, take a serious look at one of these groundwater areas of concern.
Fascinatingly enough, at the Redmond EPCO meeting the other day, Redmond presented that their wastewater plant is $83 million, and we gave them $1 million. And so I went like, whoa, where did that million get spent? But their plant, the cost they said was $83 million. I thought that was rather significant.
Yeah, I mean, a couple of quick comments. This is a great conversation. In the report on page 14, we do talk about the Sun River feasibility study, and which was initiated very soon after the local rule was overturned. And there was a study. The costs are summarized in that report. Ultimately, the Sun River we'll call it the Sun River Environmental LLC. They ultimately went ahead and completed their sewer upgrade in 2023. So I think it's pretty fair to assume that they sized it accordingly based on their needs within their district boundaries. One of the challenges that has always followed the groundwater protection circumstance, the puzzle. And it's kind of the chicken or the egg, and just listening to kind of it's like who's on first, what happens first is when in my experience, engaging the general, it's Tumalo and Terrebonne are different in some respects. They're unincorporated communities. It's really, do you want a sewer? Yes. How do you pay for it? Tumalo and Terrebonne are going about it somewhat differently. Dense development, business largely in Terrebonne, of course, driving that conversation. In Southern Deschutes County, the challenge will be if you, in my opinion, if you lead with, what do you think about sewer? People are going to say, what's the problem? Well, we got a problem, we got this report, but in some respects, so you can go that way, and you can speak to the DEQ letter and groundwater report and all there's active footnotes in the report that also, I think, for the interesting public, provide the context for how we got here, what we've done today, robust documentation. But in many respects, in my opinion, you need the declaration. We have a groundwater quality concern area. It's in Southern Deschutes County. It mobilizes DEQ, it mobilizes Oregon Health Authority, it mobilizes the governor's office, and then the public said, well, why is it? Why was there a declaration? Well, DEQ and EQC provide the basis for that. And then that documentation, that declaration elevates the conversation for what options are available to treat wastewater. And not only that, I think it provides impetus to how do we ensure we have safe drinking water? Do we want to explore shared wells? Do we want to explore a municipal water district? You're still dealing with the load, the nitrate load. And of course, it has the aquifer is interconnected with our river systems there. So you have real concerns about environmental impacts. But that's the conundrum. If we can through the Newberry plan, it's on our work plan. It's going to follow I presume it'll follow the Terrebonne community plan update. We certainly could, with the board's direction, as part of the Newberry neighborhood plan update, engage the public on their appetite for sewer. But through that conversation, you're not okay. I was just giving you that.
Talking about I'm not trying to assess people's willingness to engage in. I literally, with the kinds of physical distances we're talking about, with the existing wastewater infrastructure in an area, if you want to start if you want to build a new wastewater treatment plant from scratch, that's completely unfeasible.
Mm-hmm. It's never happened in the state of Oregon.
With the low population density, the total volume of households, even if you want to pick off the density, I think it's just unfeasible. So we have to think about whether there's any possibility of building off what's already there. There may even be a little bit of capacity in Oregon Water Wonderland, if you can get the effluent to it. But so that's in terms of feasibility, that's what I'm talking about, because we are talking about infrastructure costs on a scale that is just I am guessing completely unfeasible without building off the existing systems. And if those existing systems are not in a place where they're ready to expand or offer additional connections, then I think we're dead in the water. And then, you know, what's the point of getting the area of concern designation if you don't even need it?
I think to the last question, I think the declaration puts everybody on notice that, and it could ignite resources from the state in a preventative measure. You know, it's more than just the goal 11 exception. A declaration acknowledges that you have an area of concern. And it compels represent state agencies, as noted in the law, they have to mobilize. And we, of course, would be a partner, likely with health services, to engage in that process, but it empowers the state to talk to the general public, to the residents out there of the vulnerability that comes with this in this particular area. So goal 11, the waiver of the goal 11 exception, just to the extent that the residents at that point really want to dig into what it means to possibly sue, or what it means to explore a municipal water district. I think that kind of clears any kind of legalistic barriers that exist today. It removes them. I think provides an impetus for those really heartfelt, complicated conversations that thus far, you know, they've occurred in kind of fits and starts. Last time we really had a robust conversation about groundwater protection was with the goal 11 exception application. Since then, I mean, even before that, once the local rule, it's important to acknowledge that once the local rule was overturned by the voters, the Board of County Commissioners delegated or actually acquiesced the responsibility of protecting the aquifer to that leading role back to the state. Because we at that time, and I still feel that way today, we're doing everything we can within our resources to protect it. And in the early 2000s, DEQ deferred to us because we had the USGS, we had a federal earmark to engage the community. We were testing alternative treatment systems. We were very, very optimistic about the resources that could be deployed from the Newberry neighborhood as resources. There was a real sense that, okay, county, you lead, and DEQ will be a partner. Well, once the local rule was overturned, as noted in the report, that the board referred that back, and DEQ accepted it. So since that point, it's DEQ that convened, and that's noted in the report too, they convened a committee for several years to talk about how to protect the aquifer, and they educated the public, and that process led to the goal 11 accepted application. But really, since 2015, besides some groundwater monitoring that's taken place, a few letters from DEQ, Deschutes County, through the Community Development Department, we've made great strides. We continue to require alternative treatment technologies for new development, for any existing development that is doing an expansions where they're adding an extra bedroom, which provides the basis to retrofit an existing system, and then certainly if there's any failures. So I'm totally open if the board wants to direct me to engage, of course, Oregon Water Wetland 2 or the city of La Pine about their capacity. It's worth noting that La Pine is extending capacity to Cagle right now. Cagle, an area within the city that was in desperate need of sewering, that was on septic system. We can certainly engage their representatives to understand relative capacity and circle back to the board. And then, you know, look for any other direction the board wants to provide. Again, if it's not through the Newberry neighborhood, I totally understand, but there's a lot of history, a lot of bumps and bruises, and winding turns that have taken us to where we are today and trying to protect a public good where the aquifer, the contamination in the aquifer moves very, very slowly. And thankfully, we haven't seen the kind of contamination that exists in the lower Umatilla Basin.
OWW2 is 50% utilized or less. There's a whole 50-acre field for disposal that's never been utilized. They overbuilt that, expecting a couple more neighborhoods to come on, and they just never did. OWW Unit 1, the community over there, they were close to it, but as I say, you've heard me say this before. It can't be an uphill battle for some passionate neighbors that want to do this. It has to be a downhill stroll. And that's what happens. The goal 11 exception, the blanket goal 11 exception request came out of the community. I went to all those meetings. We all sat together and then for 2 years. And they're like, yep, let's figure this out. We should go ask for this. So then the county stands behind it and said, let's go do this. So Detroit Land Watch is like, well, you're going to throw the flag on that one. Okay, fine. That's the gridlock we live in. But once again, there's no reason to push uphill. It's got to be a little bit of a downhill play here.
So we've been presented an automatic goal 11 exception by establishing one of these groundwater areas of concern. Does that mean that you want to pursue that?
So as I say, 2008, I went into the community meeting at the high school in Lapine, and I was just like trying to follow up on this topic that was happening. 3 commissioners, 200 and something people, very angry and upset. And they were standing room only, and I was standing in them between 2 sets of bleachers. The commissioners had voted to require mandatory septic systems in all rural properties, not just some in Deschutes County, but all rural properties outside of the city in Deschutes County. And that was the moment. I'm like, whoa, what's a commissioner? I mean, that's the moment. So when we talk about that, I'd say, oh, should we have a public hearing? Are we concerned? I think we should do it at the high school in the auditorium. So yeah, I don't mind having this discussion about let's move it forward. Let's figure out a lot of education. People have changed over since. There's other folks over the years that I've talked to that say, oh, yeah, our neighborhood's set up where, that field over there is going to be our sewer disposal area someday. I mean, there's a couple neighborhoods, people think like that. So it's not that far off from people knowing that something needs to be done someday. Also, the septic pumper guy in town one day said, oh yeah, everybody should, when they build, they should be putting the septic system in the front yard, not the backyard, because someday we're gonna have sewers right down the middle of the road. I mean, people have been talking about this forever, but it all boils down to no way is it gonna be an uphill battle for a neighborhood. They're already bought and sold, generationally owned. It needs to be an easier path. And it could cost money. I mean, it's always gonna cost money. And this is where I started this morning when I said, hey, if we end up kind of pushing on the sewer system for protection of groundwater, water system may follow, which kind of resolves the fact that, well, we don't know how much water that guy used over there in his domestic well. Let's put more people in this water, offer that water system opportunity. And then a paved road. And this is the big policy choice because we have a moratorium on adopting roads. But I mean, if some small neighborhood came in one day and said, we'd like to go the whole 9 yards and we'd like the county to take maintenance for a road, and it ended up adding, a mile of main road and 2 side roads, maybe we want to look into that because all of a sudden we have a beautiful rural neighborhood. And the other incentive that could be dropped on that is accessory dwelling units, which state law allows. But we've gone 5 acres minimum in southern Deschutes because of this groundwater chute. If we took a neighborhood of 1 acre lots, as I say, this is generic. I haven't talked to any neighbors about this, but this is a generic vision. Some neighborhood comes in, they say, oh, this rectangle is these 50 or 100 or 200 houses, whatever, and it starts to happen. The incentives could be accessory dwelling unit and possibly maintenance of a paved road. And it would have to be built to county standards. We couldn't have a paved road, but if we picked up maintenance, there may be an incentive package starts to fall together.
Yeah, and maybe the time to have the conversation is when the money is in the bank.
Oh, yeah.
The $1 million.
Yes.
That's why I was thinking with that
Because we lead with, we have resources, and the way we can allocate the resources, we have to take some of these next steps in order to do that, and we're interested in the public's input on, here's a series of options, and how might we allocate the resources to continue to protect this valuable resource?
Yeah, some of the electric systems in one of the Pine State Park is just that big trailer-based system. And you can connect it together, so you can, basically, it's kind of like burying container or whatever in the ground. You put 3 or 4 or 6 of those together, and you can serve X amount of houses. I mean, there may be ways to do this in a modular fashion that works, and it isn't a traditional sewer system.
And that's exactly what Todd's always said, under state law with Goal 11, you can even connect 2 systems. That's all of a sudden a quasi-public system, and that's not even an option. You don't have to build a sewer system that then serves 200 homes. It can be just literally 2 lots next door to each other that share a system at the best possible location.
So we end up with 3 on-site systems.
Exactly.
3 in my neighborhood, there's 3 separated sand filters that have been run from a low area to a higher area. So I mean, you end up with some really weird situations.
Yeah.
So Commissioner, if it's helpful, we can, this is just kind of placeholder.
I think so.
We can put it on the work plan.
Yeah.
We can, the work plan for 27. If the prospective purchases agreement comes to fruition, in the fall, we can have those conversations, because we'll have some, even though it's not a lot relative to the need, it's a lot that we've had in Fund 296 ever. So, so that could be the impetus to engage the community, as Nick just noted. Alternatively, just to Commissioner Shane's remarks, I mean, and Commissioner Devon as well, I mean, right, in 2020, early 2025, I think DEQ gave what I say respectfully, but gave an imperfect update on the monitoring wells, right? Here are the results. It's a lot of the data showed that the problem hasn't gotten worse. The data was a little messy, but thankfully it didn't show huge spikes in nitrate loading. If the board is interested, it doesn't have to be. It could be later in the fall when presumably we have these resources. The board could revisit the letter that Deputy Director Davis authored. By then it'll be approximately 3 years. There's the passage of Senate Bill 1154. There's the recent rulemaking, which will have been in effect January 1st. So it'll be in effect for approximately 10-11 months. And by the way, if we're fortunate, we will have some significant resources that can be deployed, with some informed input. So again, I'm just trying to, assemble that. Certainly we can have this generally reference in the work plan, but just trying to put it together to build momentum for that conversation. We thought that was capturing kind of this opportunity as it's unfolding.
I think that's some of the.
I just want to make sure everyone knows we're supposed to be cleaned up and out by 4-ish, because they have another meeting. So
I just get more about.
Yeah, I can be on. I want to say, putting it on CDB's work plan, that's fine, but we were talking, the piece that I was talking about, the development of community wastewater infrastructure. When the county was starting to support Terrebonne, when the county was starting to support Dunwell, CDB wasn't in the middle of that. It was Christine. So, I want to respectfully say that, this conceptualization of what better wastewater infrastructure and collective wastewater infrastructure in that region of the county look like isn't necessarily the CDB's job. I mean, Todd Cleveland is quite expert in on stuff, but when we're talking about community scale systems, it's helpful to have people involved who understand, large infrastructure. Mm-hmm. And so this is something that might be someone besides CDB, like B, I don't think we need to necessarily wait until the funds come in from the sale of that quadrant, to start pursuing. That would be a great source of funding potentially to do some of the analysis that's needed, but I want to flag that that's, to make it a downhill pathway, right? Because, there's no better way to entice landowners to do something than to show them what it looks like or what it could look like. And that's, all the time in, like non-point source pollution control, stuff like that. The best way to get one property owner to do something is to have, have them be able to see what it looks like very frequently by looking over the fence at what their neighbors do. So we have to be able to explain to people what the solution looks like if we want to provide that downhill. And yeah, we're running short on time. Do we want to, what do we need to say about the goals and objectives?
Commissioners, I suggest that we schedule
Thank you.
Monday, January 26th, your Monday afternoon work session. To follow up on goals and objectives to see if you have any proposed changes at that time. That'll give you some time to digest what we've discussed and covered today and see if that time would be looking to make any revisions or changes.
We just postpone it for now. We've got that institute policy on.
Yeah.
Budget document.
Right. Well, Peter just left like. Gosh.
Supposed to be somewhere an hour ago.
Is there anything else for this retreat?
Is there any coverage or further, what's the status of the map update or the DMAC website? Okay, yeah, so the DMAC website has that updated.
Commissioners for, all that we need to live next week, that's that publisher.
Great.
So it's live on all those.
Good, thank you.
Good job. Thank you.
Okay. I'm gonna stop recording.
Okay.
We're adjourned?
Meeting is adjourned, Chair?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.